Welcome everybody to the third hearing for the committee's inquiry into the development of the Transport-Oriented Development Program. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and water of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Sue Higginson. I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for giving the time to come today and give evidence. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name, position, title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Anthea Sargent, Executive Director for State Rezoning. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Monica Gibson. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Planning, Land Use Strategy, Housing and Infrastructure at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Kirsten Emma Fishburn, Secretary, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hannah Shelbath, Acting Executive Director, Governance and Insights at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, all of you. Would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. We would appreciate that. So the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure welcomes the opportunity to be involved in this inquiry. And I also note that the government has made a submission to this inquiry, which I'm sure you've all received. The submission talks to the New South Wales Government's commitment to the National Housing Accord. The National Housing Accord is an initiative between the Commonwealth, states and territories, local government, institutional investors and the construction sector to address the current housing crisis. Under the National Housing Accord, the New South Wales Government has committed to delivering New South Wales' share of the Commonwealth's 1.2 million new well-located homes target. New South Wales' share of this target is 377,000 new dwellings to be delivered over 5 years from July 24 to June 29. The housing crisis is evident in New South Wales. New South Wales not only has the largest population, but the largest expected increase in population, highest rents and highest median house prices out of all of the states and territories. Additionally, there has been uneven housing growth in Sydney, and there is a shortage of new homes in many areas east of Parramatta. The New South Wales Productivity Commission, Building More Homes Where People Want to Live report, states that between 2016 and 2021, fewer than 20% of new homes were built within the 10 kilometres surrounding the Sydney CBD, resulting in urban sprawl and increasing infrastructure and servicing costs. The New South Wales Government made several commitments at the 23 election related to housing and planning reforms, particularly rebalancing population growth around infrastructure, amending existing development plans around metro stations, and streamlining the planning system. The Transport-Orientated Development Program, and we'll use the phrase TOD for ease moving forward, is part of the government's implementation of these commitments and is a direct response to addressing the New South Wales housing crisis. Transport-orientated development as a planning concept is not a new idea. It's been successfully rolled out in many cities around the world. Singapore to Stockholm have demonstrated that increasing development capacity for mid-rise housing around transport hubs can create a mix of housing types and transportation choices, promote active transport like cycling and walking, and increase healthier lifestyles. The planning system has a critical role in delivering housing of all types across New South Wales. Delivery of housing relies on both councils and the state government to set planning controls that respond to current and future market conditions and ensure that planning controls are fit for purpose. New South Wales has an obligation to house its growing population. Everyone deserves a place to live. Housing choice and diversity is critical to meeting the variety of housing needs within our communities. Based on expected completions, we won't meet this number if we don't make changes to policy and processes. The government submission provides further information about how the newly adopted TOD planning controls in the housing SEP will work to address the unprecedented housing crisis facing New South Wales. It also identifies how we selected the 37 stations, how we landed on certain development controls, particularly affordable housing, and the probity measures we undertook to ensure a rigorous and transparent process throughout. The process for station selection, which is further detailed in the submission, was undertaken with the help of other government agencies, including Transport for New South Wales and Sydney Water, who I understand are appearing later today. We looked at 305 stations across the electrified metro, heavy rail and intercity networks across Greater Sydney, the Central Coast, Illawarra, Shoalhaven and Greater Newcastle. And we focused on locations which had existing water, transport and other infrastructure capacity to support additional growth. Developing the planning controls for the TOB locations involved urban design analysis, land use forecasting and feasibility analysis of 6-storey mid-rise housing developments. Each local council that has a TOD location was thoroughly consulted with. This included multiple briefings with councillors, general managers and key planning staff. Initial feedback during these briefings and formal submissions from councils and other key stakeholders were used to inform the final planning controls, which has now been published on the New South Wales legislation website. Throughout the site selection process, the department had various probity measures in place, including a probity advisor, conflict of interest declarations, document management and storage, and information sharing on an as-needed basis only within and outside the department. We have learnt from events which occurred during the processes and have taken steps to enhance record management practices and probity measures. We've also cast a wider review of our practices and a number of recommendations have been implemented and will continue to be ongoing. I want to thank the councils that have worked with us on the preparation of the TOD planning controls. In particular, the councils have recommended additional stations for inclusion in the program. There is just one final matter I wanted to cover. As has been widely reported, the Ku-ring-gai Council has brought a current court action against the government in the Land and Environment Court, challenging the validity of the legal instrument that has given effect to the government's TOD policy. Consistent with the sub judice convention to avoid statements that might interfere with the course of justice or involve current legal proceedings, we request that the committee not ask questions relating to the proceedings and foreshadow that the departmental witnesses may be unable to answer specific questions if they have concerns that might prejudice this ongoing court process. I'm sure you'll appreciate the need for that. Thank you for having us and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. We've got a few questions. I just want to start with one, if that's okay, and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. But with the refinement work, or I think it was referred to, and you've perhaps alluded to the improvements, are we likely to see more publication from the department or the minister around further refinements as we between now and say the end of the year?
In relation to the TOD program itself?
Yeah.
As you will be aware, there are a number of councils that requested and were given further time to undertake their work. Mm-hmm. So that is a refinement process in and of itself, and they will be rolled out as the councils are able to undertake that work.
And is that, I suppose what I'm just trying to ascertain is, will that, is there a commitment to that will be a public process, those refinements per LGA or council area will be rolled out and made clear to all?
Well, the councils are working through that process now, so they will undertake the consultation that they deem appropriate to develop their own plans for their own LEPs.
We have some guidance that we are preparing to provide each of the councils that are working through a TOD location that has been deferred till later this year or early into next year. And that includes some guidance around their community consultation requirements, matters for investigation, and what the process would be for bringing that plan into the SEP.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to hand over and come back.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here today, and thank you, of course, for your submission. Just wanting to know, at this stage, how many applications have been received within the TOD-SEP areas for any additional dwellings?
I would have to take that on notice and get back to you about that. It would be a limited number at this point in time, Mr. Farlow, due to the fact that some of the TODs have not actually been made at this point in time, and it takes a while for industry to respond, but we'll get you that detail.
Thank you very much. Now, in terms of the TOD Tier 2 program, what is your expectation of dwellings within the Housing Accord period?
Ms Gibson, can you...
Yeah, so we've outlined some estimates of what the number of dwellings would be in the Housing Accord period, and I might check with Ms Shalbaff if she's got that number to hand. Part of the TOD program is plan to bring forward more homes during the period of the Accord from what we were forecasting would normally have happened without the reforms taking place. But it is also a program that looks to a 10, 15 and maybe 20-year horizon in some situations. So the information that we presented with the TOD program late last year and through this year has mostly spoken about the capacity or the potential for the homes over that 10, 15, 20-year period. The number, let me see, here we go, 16,000 homes from the...
16,000 within the Accord period?
16,000 during the period of the Accord.
And that takes into account now the additional stations and also the delay that has occurred in some of those TOD precincts as well?
Yeah, we forecast the additional potential homes, incorporating the additional sites that were included by councils and the timing of those.
Thank you. And would you be able to provide a breakdown per TOD location as to how you've arrived at that figure? On notice, of course. I don't expect you to go through the figures today, but is that something you can provide on notice?
We'll have a look at what we can provide on notice. Some of the feasibility and more detailed analysis for each of the TODs has been held as Cabinet in confidence information, so I would just need to check the level of detail that we can provide for each of the TODs. And so we'll take that on notice and provide the information that we can.
Thank you very much. And why has that been held as Cabinet in confidence? You're able to provide the global figure. Why does that change when it comes to the local or the precinct level?
There's some information that has been presented to government about a range of different factors about development feasibility, about infrastructure servicing that is sensitive to government, and so that has been presented only in a cabinet setting at this stage.
But that may be the case in terms of the inputs, but in terms of the output, that shouldn't necessarily be something which is either commercial in confidence or sensitive to Cabinet?
Well, as you're aware, Mr Farlow, these were matters that were taken through Cabinet, so at the moment they are protected by Cabinet in confidence.
So just turning to the assessment criteria that was in place with respect to the TOD locations, and thank you for outlining them in your submission as well and for publishing them as well. One of the original ones was with respect to 2 per local government area. I note in some of the briefings were provided under the Standing Order 52 that there was a noted exception when it came to Canterbury, Bankstown and reasons for that. There are, of course, some that have many more than 2 in the local government area. When was it determined that that would not be the criteria?
Yep, Michelle.
So the criteria that you're referring to, which is around balanced growth, referred to the TOD accelerated precincts. So we took in identifying the precincts in the accelerated precincts, we went through a number of different stages, and that prioritisation process included wanting to achieve balanced growth. In relation to the Todd SEP, where you will see that there are more than some LGAs, the prioritisation process, so the process for selecting those stations was initially the eligibility criteria, and then that detailed planning and infrastructure advice.
I might also add that councils also offered to bring forward more TOD Tier 2 locations. So, for example, Lake Macquarie Council and Central Coast Council both offered additional TOD Tier 2 locations that added to their number.
Are you able to elaborate just on the eligibility criteria that was applied to select the stations?
Yes,
Yep.
Ms. Shabaf, can you talk through that? And
Sure.
essentially, there's a hierarchy of what we looked at in terms of how the stations were selected.
Yeah, absolutely. So the assessment was undertaken over a number of different stages. As you are aware, we reviewed 305 heavy rail, metro and intercity stations. And to identify and select the stations in the accelerated precincts, the first stage was that eligibility criteria. So we were looking for those stations that are well located, in this case within 30 minutes on the train line to a metropolitan centre, being Sydney, Parramatta, Wollongong, Newcastle and Gosford, enabling that good access to jobs and services. That also have capacity for additional homes near the transport station, and also capacity on the Sydney train network to support additional growth, and where there was also existing residential land near that station. The next stage was that prioritisation process that I spoke about. So that was assessing and ranking the short list of stations, initially on looking for strategic alignment to a government strategy, so for example a local housing strategy or a regional plan. The planning status, so by that what I mean is the status and timing of a master plan or a rezoning, the percentage of fragmentation and the proportion of government-owned land, and then ensuring that there was that balanced growth across the state. And then that short list of stations then underwent further analysis, which was more detailed planning, infrastructure, and advice from different infrastructure agencies, including Sydney Water, and some more detailed advice from Sydney Transport as well as a review of the open space needs. And so, as I mentioned, when in relation to the Todd SEP, it went through that same eligibility criteria, that more detailed planning and infrastructure analysis, including transport, water and open space, and some modelling done on the housing potential.
Thank you very much. Now, there obviously was some consideration given to heritage, and we see, of course, from the Standing Order 52 documents that there was significant consideration that you attributed to heritage within locations. For instance, heritage conservation areas were a key consideration of the department. Did the department at one stage take heritage constraints into consideration when determining the Tier 2 sites?
Ms. Gibson?
Yeah, absolutely. The identification of heritage items, heritage conservation areas were looked at as we were planning for not just the selection of sites, but also as we were looking at the provisions that we were proposing in the SEP in terms of heights, floor space ratios, etc.
So, with respect to that, was it at one stage considered that the Todd SEP wouldn't apply in heritage conservation areas?
The Todd SEP does apply.
I know that it does, but was it at one stage considered that it wouldn't?
We considered lots of different things as we prepared for the SEP and what land might be covered and not covered. I'm sure in one of our scenarios that we looked at and how we were planning for the SEP that we considered an option where it didn't apply.
So when was it determined that the Todd SEP would apply in heritage conservation areas?
You can see from the making of the SEP that it does apply to the heritage conservation areas.
But when was that determination made?
I don't know that we would have a document that has included that information about where that scenario was changed. We did consult on our proposals for the SEP and how heritage listings might apply in the policy during December, January, February, March this year.
And that includes consultation with the Heritage Council as well.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the meeting minutes provided in the Standing Order 52 with respect to the Plush North District on the 16th of October 2023, and I note in terms of its consideration of stations, Kalara, which on your assessments is a station with 83.55% heritage, the notes on there are heritage conservation, put it up noting the risk and leave it as a political decision. Was this a political decision that it applies to heritage?
I think that that's a question that I would need to take on notice to get advice from the Minister.
So, with respect, I think that we've heard throughout the inquiry from both heritage, from councils, from advocates in terms of protecting heritage, and from the developer lobby themselves as well, that there is a lot of confusion as to how this will apply in heritage conservation areas. Could you outline for the committee what will be the application in heritage conservation areas? Do we expect to see a significant number of homes that are in heritage conservation areas removed for 6-storey apartment blocks?
We've published some additional guidance to support the TOD SEP, and that guidance also talks to the specifics for heritage matters. As we've described in the SEP and made clear in those documents, that heritage conservation areas are included and captured by the TOD SEP, but heritage items are not. We've also made it clear that the local planning controls, so council's LEP, council's heritage provisions in their LEP, and council's development controls for heritage conservation areas will continue to apply. And councils have, for many years, assessed local development applications in heritage conservation areas that have seen the redevelopment of sites, that have seen the conservation of heritage values. So it's a long-standing relationship that heritage and housing can coexist and does coexist. It will be individual decisions, and each heritage conservation area has its own reasons for being listed, and the council will take those considerations into account when they're making development decisions on the applications presented to them. There are some heritage conservation areas where the built form and the housing type is already multi-unit, multi-level, multi-storey, taller buildings. There are some situations where it's not. So
well, a garden suburb, for instance, is where it's not. Somewhere like the Malvern Estate, for instance.
That's right. And so council have their local planning controls for a place like Malvern Estate in Croydon, so council are best placed to be able to make those development assessment decisions for those areas. So they're planning.
So to that point, just one question, then I'll defer to you. To that point, so Burwood Council makes the determination that in the Malvern Estate they will knock back a 6-storey apartment block because it is a heritage conservation area. The developer says, no, there's a TOD SEP that applies, I'm taking this to the Land Environment Court. Isn't it going to be the case that the courts are going to determine whether heritage applies here or not?
Look, I think that would be a matter for the court, and it would be presumptuous of me to suggest what the court would do in that situation. It will also be very specific to the application that is made, the site that is chosen, the proposal that it is put together, so that they would be matters that we would really be making a hypothetical judgment on.
So just did you want to go, Mr. Primrose? Can I just elaborate on that though? Is it your understanding of the instruments that you have designed and developed and now have been introduced that the state environmental planning controls will override the local controls when it comes to a heritage conservation area in a local government, in a decision about a development. I think that's the kind of, regardless, even if there is a challenge, which there no doubt will be at some point in the future, and yes, that's hypothetical, but is it, as the makers and the drafters of this SEP and the intended impact, is it your intention that it will override the local conservation heritage area?
So it does not change the local heritage conservation area listing. The SEP does change the height, where the height in the SEP is higher than what council already had in their local environmental plan, and that's not always the case. So in some situations, it is the case that the SEP now has higher heights and larger floor space ratios. So those controls may have changed, but there is no change to the heritage conservation area listing, the heritage conservation area provisions in the LEP, the heritage conservation assessment requirements in a council DCP. All of those things stay in place.
Except for where something conflicts, and then it will be overridden by the state, by the state planning control.
No, the council remains the consent authority, and as Ms Gibson has outlined, councils have been dealing, with development in heritage conservation areas for many, many decades. The controls do change, as Ms Gibson has outlined, but councils will be able to continue to make assessment, as they always have done, about appropriateness against their own LEP controls and their own DCP controls as well.
That's not the question though, is it? I mean, the question
Yeah.
is about whether the Land and Environment Court will make an assessment if the applicant appeals, and what your view is of what the Land and Environment Court will decide when it has to make that assessment about the two competing.
I think we would be making a hypothetical assessment on what the Land and Environment Court will
obviously
consider.
There's a lot of anxiety about this issue, and that's why we're looking to the department to allay that anxiety with a clear answer about this question.
And let's be clear, you will instruct lawyers about what the intention of your instruments are. That's how it works.
So that the matters that would be considered in the assessment. So, for example, in a situation where the height controls are higher in the SEP than they are in the council LEP, and a proponent makes an application using that new height, the matters that would need to be assessed about impact on heritage values and the heritage conservation area would continue to apply. They are council's controls. They are set up in an LEP that those matters need to be considered with the statement of heritage impact. Where the impacts are significant on those heritage values, they are certainly merits-based matters that council would consider, and a consent authority like the court would also consider. So the fact that a height in itself might exist does not override or replace the need for the merits assessment on the implications of that height, be it overshadowing, be it privacy issues, be it matters that affect the heritage values of that area. So be it heritage or be it other matters that change in planning controls over time, they all need to be contemplated in a merits-based assessment. So it is not an unusual thing for a council to be assessing a development application, looking at a state environmental planning policy that might relate to another housing issue, like affordable housing, or that might relate to some of their own controls that have different outcomes, and they make merits-based assessments as their regular process of assessing applications.
There's, there's some of the heritage conservation areas. I mean, some of those local governments and the councils have raised concern, and it's implied in a number of concerns that, over the years, heritage items haven't been listed as heritage items because they've understood there's the protection of the heritage conservation area, and that was, for better or worse, an intended, a directed and an intended pathway for some councils where, Waverley, Woollahra, other council areas, not quite in the Todd exactly, but those heritage
Along
conservation areas, would be the best way to maintain and connect and keep those values in those local areas. And because of that recommendation from certain inquiries and going back as far as Bunning and others, that those, areas, items weren't listed, because there was always this legitimate expectation that under planning law they would maintain that protection. But it sounds, I think that there is a real concern now that they should have done a different pathway and protected items under the heritage register, as opposed to relying on these conservation areas, because now I'm hearing, and I think everybody else can hear, that that those controls will ultimately be overridden if the contest of conflict is height and density around that will conflict with that the essence of the heritage conservation significance. So is there something, are those councils, are they left out there? Is it, should they have listed these things under the State Heritage Register? Is this something that you will be able to consider going forward? Is there something that those councils can do to retrofit or the heritage protection for some of those areas?
So if I can just pick up a few comments there. Firstly, councils are very good at doing assessment. They're very good at doing merit assessment, and I don't want to underestimate the ability of councils to negotiate heritage conservation areas with also some density and some development. This has occurred for many decades, and I feel very confident that the councils that have Todd areas will continue to be able to make really strong and firm merit assessment. So let's not undervalue the capacity of councils to do that work. They have been doing it for a long time. In relation to heritage listing and heritage conservation areas, they are two discrete things. Councils still can list heritage items, and as Ms Gibson has detailed, heritage listed items are exempt from the TODSEP. So if there is a particular, building in their area or a vista that they wish to list, they can go through that process. There's nothing to preclude them from doing that in the future. In relation to their whether they should have made the decisions to do more broader heritage listing, well, that's going back into history. I don't think councils have deliberately done heritage conservation areas to prevent development. They've done it so that they have that ability to do the merit assessment, so that they can build into their LEP and into their DCP those considerations into the future, and I can't see that changing.
Yeah, and I know that you have some other witnesses in front of the inquiry today, and some councils. There is some excellent examples of being able to assess and plan for more housing and redevelopment, for housing or adaptive reuse of existing buildings, heritage items or buildings in heritage conservation areas for housing in their work. I think the City of Sydney is a real exemplar when it comes to that, and how they have worked very carefully with proponents, with landowners, with heritage experts, with planning experts, and with communities to identify those values and to be assessing and determining and approving applications for adaptive reuse for heritage items and in heritage conservation areas with more residential development.
But Ms Gibson, there's a big difference between adaptive reuse of terraces in the City of Sydney and a garden suburb, or workers' cottages in Terralba or the like. Like, they're not open to the same sort of adaptive reuse as there would be for a terrace in Sydney or what was a small mid-rise building in Sydney.
Yeah, so I'm speaking broadly, because a number of the heritage conservation areas in the TODs are in places like the inner city, but where they are in places that aren't the inner city and in the greater Newcastle area, or where they be on the North Shore, or if they are in places like Croydon, those councils there have also made very good assessments of suitable development to demolish buildings and approve new buildings where they add to the heritage value, to allow for extensions of buildings to change over time. So there's no reason why any of that changes because of the TODSEP. And I don't want to characterise the TODSEP as overruling all local controls. It only changes on a height and FSR and some other lot size changes. For the vast majority of the local planning controls, they remain as the major and predominant local planning control. And we are not changing or turning off any development control plans that councils have specifically for heritage conservation areas. They all remain as the planning control for those areas.
I think the committee appreciates and understands that. I think we are literally, we're examining the pointy edges of it, and that's what, I think that's what we're rightfully here doing, because that's where the pain happens in the community and the built environment. So that's kind of, I get that.
No, thank you, Chair. We appreciate
Can I
that.
just ask, so the TODSEP, the clause 1555 allows greater maximum building height if it's permitted by another planning instrument. So the housing SEP from December 2023 introduced the new provision allowing the height increases up to 30% where a proposal includes a minimum of 15% of the gross floor area as affordable housing.
Correct.
We're still at that, yeah. So for a TOD accelerated precinct such as Hornsby, which in part allows towers up to the 40 stories, would that mean that we can then potentially be looking at those towers actually ending up at 52 stories? Is that how that will apply cumulatively?
No, it
No.
won't. So we are currently on exhibition, and in those exhibition documents for the accelerated precincts in Hornsby, and with a policy document that is also being exhibited concurrently with it, we have explicitly said that the infill affordable housing bonus is not to apply in the accelerated precinct. So that's as we have exhibited those documents.
So, but where does that apply? If that, so that's it. And
For the accelerated precinct.
no, but how in law or in policy does that? Where would that present? Will it be written expressly in the TODSEP, or will it be written expressly in the housing SEP, or is it this other explanation document? Because we know they're not enforceable.
Right, so we're on exhibition at the moment.
Yeah.
So so when we finish and write the planning controls, they'll be written into those new planning control documents. So and that's likely to be the housing SEP, where that will be very clear.
All right, so there'll be an express provision in the housing SEP that says this doesn't apply in these circumstances.
That's
Thank
as
you.
we've exhibited it. We are inviting submissions, and so we will need to consider the submissions that come through. So as we've exhibited, we're being very clear that it doesn't apply, and our intention would be to make that into the housing SEP. We will look at submissions when they come through, and if communities, councils, landowners suggest that provision needs to be reconsidered, like any matter that might come in a submission, we'll have a look at that.
Can I just ask further to that? So within the Tier 1 projects, you've got the precinct, and then there are areas that have actually been accelerated or rezoned. So, for instance, I'll pick out, where I grew up in Strathfield. So you've got certain areas that have been picked up on the eastern side of Leicester Avenue, street I grew up on, which have been rezoned. But the ones where I grew up on the western side of the street, have not been. Would those ones on the western side that have not been rezoned as a result of this Tier 1 program, will they be excluded from the affordable housing provision?
Mr. Farlow, can I just stress nothing has been
been
rezoned
rezoned.
at this point.
Okay,
We are currently
but
on
suggested
exhibition,
for rezoning or
So if
identified
you'd like
for
to
rezoning?
make a suggestion in Strathfield, feel
No,
free.
but
We'll
I'm
take
saying,
it. Yep.
and these are questions that are coming
Yep.
from developers as well, because you say precinct, but then what is the definition of the precinct? Is the definition those items that you have determined or identified for potential rezoning at the end of this program, or is it the entire area?
No, it's the map as we've included in the exhibition document.
Okay,
we've
so
been
those
very
areas
clear.
that have not been identified for rezoning will still be captured by not being able to have the affordable infill SEP apply to them.
No. So, and I want to stress again that we're on exhibition, but the maps that you can see in the EIE are the ones that will be potentially rezoned as the accelerated precincts, depending the outcome of the exhibition. The areas that are not part of that mapping exercise, the provisions, the affordable bonus could still be applicable in those areas.
Okay. And so, again, in those precincts, if the area is not identified for rezoning, will it be captured by the affordable housing provisions?
Where it's consistent with the
And that is in
affordable
terms
housing
of
provision.
the 15% as it may apply, or 5%, they would be captured?
No.
No.
No, so there's a few things going on
Yep,
there,
and
and let
that's
me
what
see if I
that's
can
what
try
these-
to explain.
Yeah, sure.
So in the accelerated precincts, we have drawn a boundary and we have said this is where planning control changes would be applying. That boundary includes where heights, floor space ratios would change. It includes the area where we think where we're proposing for a new affordable housing provision to apply, and that the infill affordable housing bonus would be turned off. So we're very clear in the detail of those exhibited documents where that boundary is.
Yeah, you're clear in terms of this is the precinct boundary,
Yep.
but then you have the thatched boundary, so to speak. So let's say the Kellyville Bella Vista one. You've got a precinct boundary which goes around the site, and then you've got the purple thatched area, so around Glenwood, Stanhope Gardens, and some areas of Kellyville and Bella Vista. I guess the question I'm asking is in terms of, does it apply in the precinct boundary, or does it apply in those thatched areas only?
So the EIE that's on exhibition at the moment indicates that the purple thatched area is the area that's proposed to be rezoned.
Yes.
So
But in
that is
terms
where
of
it
where
will
this
apply.
applies, and you talk about the precinct, and that is the precinct boundary, does it apply across all the precinct or only in the thatched
Only
purple
in the
areas?
thatched area.
Okay,
So
thank
that broader precinct was our investigation area.
Okay, thank you. That's
Could I get one in?
Yeah, of course, Mr. Primrose.
Thank you. No, I sought to ask a question previously, but it was exactly the same that we're all going to ask. So I think that shows that we're all interested in similar things. Can I ask you, you'd be aware that there's a motion before the Legislative Council to actually disallow the Todd SEP.
it's actually a bill.
Bill. Okay.
bill.
Well, it's still a motion.
Yeah.
So there is a motion before the Parliament to disallow it. Without dragging you into the politics of it, can you maybe just outline what would be the implications for the planning system if that was successful?
Thank you, and I'll ask Ms Gibson to speak to the planning detail, but do appreciate that we're not able to make
Yes.
political comments, so
Understand.
I want to be very cautious about how we answer that question. Ms Gibson, if you can talk through the planning matters in relation to that.
Yeah, sure. We would be a little bit concerned about the uncertainty that would be created if the bill passed. The uncertainty would mean that for things like the Todd SEP, that proponents might be shy for making applications and bringing forward housing proposals because the controls are known and established. We think that there would be a range, it would be quite unusual, so I guess that's for starters, that it's an unusual thing that would happen. And we understand that there has previously been a parliamentary inquiry into this possibility, and they recommended that SEPs shouldn't be subject to disallowance, and because it would set an undesirable precedent. That undermining uncertainty in the planning system, I think, was also part of their consideration when the parliamentary inquiry found presented their report. So the types of things for the housing accord and the work that we've done in planning and identifying how many homes might be built during the period of the accord is predicated on a number of reforms coming into place at certain times and proponents having confidence about those reforms coming in so that they can make applications, that they can seek finance to deliver those developments and build those homes for more of the community in New South Wales.
Can I just add to really stress the certainty piece is very critical in the planning system. Developers need to understand where infrastructure will be delivered or where it is already available so that they can make those type of investment decisions. We don't take lightly in the planning department our responsibility and our role to deliver housing for people of New South Wales. We are aware that it is an absolutely acute crisis, and every day where we're not delivering planning outcomes is a day where people are unable to get into homes. So that certainty, that ability for developers to make decisions about where they will develop and where they will invest is absolutely critical. And we are in a time-constrained environment, and we are in an environment where rapidly more people are struggling to get into the housing market.
Okay, thank you.
With that being the case, why were 18 sites deferred then?
We have a range of strategies that are being brought into play over time. In relation to those 18 sites, working with the relevant council areas, they had already done significant work themselves and they wanted more time to undertake their own local planning. However, what I should stress is those 18 sites have been made public, so the development industry knows that those 18 sites will be coming onto line, while the SEP will not be made for some of them till a number of months into the future now. Nonetheless, the development industry knows that those sites are available, and I understand that the development community have been speaking to those councils so that they've got that early insight into what's becoming available.
And just with respect to that deferral as well, how will that be enacted? Like, will that be an amendment to the SEP provisions, or will that be through a planning proposal? What will councils be doing in those areas? Deferral?
Yep, we are planning to make amendments to the SEP to bring those maps in and the work of councils into the SEP. Each situation might be different for each council on the level of the mapping and the work that's prepared. So we're working closely with each council. We have the first of the sites coming through in July.
Thank you. Now, with respect to today, the member for Riverstone, Warren Kirby, always happy to help our Labor colleagues. He's asked for an extension of the deadline in terms of community consultation. He's complained that there has been a lack of availability in terms of people being able to get in to speak with planners about the proposal in Stanhope Gardens, even though it was advertised as the Kellyville Bella Vista Todd. The significant uplift, of course, has been in Glenwood and Stanhope Gardens. Will you be entertaining actually extending that consultation?
So I've heard that feedback as well, and at this stage we're not planning to extend the exhibition close date. However, we will be offering an extra consultation evening or afternoon, still to be arranged for the people that live in Stanhope Gardens.
Okay, so the people in Stanhope Gardens get an extra consultation evening, which is good news. Why didn't the people who lived in all of the other Todd SEP locations get any consultation evenings or sessions?
They do. So we're running 2 face-to-face consultation sessions in each precinct.
No, I'm talking about the Todd SEP locations.
Oh, the Todd SEP locations.
The Todd SEP locations, you didn't hold one consultation evening session with anyone who lived in any of those precincts?
You're referring to the making of the SEP. For the sites that are deferred, I think I've previously answered
No, not the
today.
sites that are deferred, all of the sites.
Yeah.
There was not one consultation held in any of those sites.
That
Unless you can tell me differently, that residents had any consultation sessions in any of those now 37 locations?
We undertook consultation with the councils in that area, who are the representatives
But
of
not
their
with the
local
residents?
communities. No, not with the residents, but with the councils quite extensively.
And as Ms Shelbaff's mentioned in the matters that were considered in identifying the TODSEP locations, we did look at council's local housing strategies and local strategic planning statements for locations where council had identified that work, and also where previous strategic planning work had been endorsed by the New South Wales government. So, for example, the Parramatta Road Urban Transformation Study. I've left out the corridor bit there somewhere. And those precursors to the TODSEP locations all involved community consultation, either by state at the time of those strategic plans or by council.
There was
when
no
they've done their
strategic
local
plan in
plans.
place in Croydon or Kalara or Taralba or any of those locations. Nobody was expecting 6-storey buildings in the Malvern estate, were they?
We can't speculate on what.
You know that wasn't the case. You know that wasn't the case. They were expecting 50-storey buildings in Burwood, but they weren't expecting 6-storey buildings in the Malvern estate.
As Ms Gibson's detailed, these have been in local strategic planning statements of councils.
They haven't.
I mean, I think the breadth of submissions we've received from council would reflect that they themselves were felt that they had been ridden roughshod and their plans had been ridden roughshod over the top of, and I think that's quite clear. Mr. D'Adam.
There's been a suggestion there. Do the witnesses wish to respond to it?
I was going to take that as a statement, but I should stress that we have consulted with councils. We've spoken to councillors and mayors. We've spoken to general managers. We've spoken to planning staff extensively. Councils have put forward additional TOD sites, which would certainly indicate that they are willing to engage in the program. And the conversations with councils continue on a daily basis around planning controls and the implementation of TODs and accelerated precincts.
And I think it's fair to acknowledge that a lot of that consultation has perhaps happened after some of the initial announcements and events, and perhaps that wasn't the department's own fault or intention. It just kind of happened that way, and some time has taken place from when submissions were made to this inquiry and now. But I think, I think it's fair to acknowledge that those councils, many of them that have made submissions and have presented to this inquiry already, feel that the work of the department in releasing some of these areas early on actually undermined some of their work with their communities and their consultation, and that they feel that there was a diminished trust with them and their communities because of what the work of the department has done. I mean, would you agree? But that you've tried to make good. We appreciate that.
Chair, I think I want to stress that the department works with councils on a daily basis. We have been actively involved in their local strategic planning statements, in their housing strategies, in their strategic planning, in their future directions, in their community strategic plans for years, for decades. This is not an isolated thing that occurs, that we work with councils to realise aspirations in their strategic plans. Occasionally the state will do state-led rezonings, as we are at this point in time. It's not as though we simply appear at a council once every 12 months and bring in something. We have been actively engaged with councils on a range of planning matters. Their LSPSs, or their local strategic planning statements, sorry to acronym it, come into the department. We discuss them with the councils. We work with council general managers. We work with council planning staff on literally a daily basis. Yes, I can appreciate that councils at times can feel, and I know they've stressed, some of them have made this statement, statement that the state has brought in a heavy hand, but we have not done this without looking at granular detail about what councils have considered for their own areas themselves, about what is appropriate in terms of what infrastructure can be delivered and what are the particular housing needs, including rebalancing around existing infrastructure as well. So I'm not going to argue your statement that some councils may have felt that the state has been too interventionist in this, but we haven't done it in isolation of looking at what has been occurring in planning in Greater Sydney throughout many, many years in the past and coming into the future as well.
So their submissions just having a whinge?
I would never say that. I want to stress, we work collaboratively with councils all the time. Yes, of course, councils are going to be frustrated at the state sometimes. Sometimes the state, heavens forbid, can get frustrated at councils as well. But one of the things that we have seen through this process is a genuine willingness of councils to accept their responsibility for delivering housing, and that they understand that the housing crisis and housing pressures are as acute as the state's understanding of them as well. So I think councils have actually responded exceptionally maturely. And the fact that some of them have come to the table with new TOD sites, that the accelerated precincts have been a genuinely collaborative planning process, is a really good example of state and local government working together to deliver on what is genuinely a crisis situation for the people of New South Wales.
Thank you. Mr. Diadam.
We've got time.
Yeah.
Okay. I was curious about the proposal in the tier ones for the department to undertake master planning, and I wanted to specifically ask in an area like the Homebush precinct where it's already got a high level of high density developments already there. I mean, what does master planning actually look like in an area like the Homebush precinct where really the horse is bolted in terms of the kind of interventions that might create a...
So the Homebush master plan is based on the Parramatta Road corridor study, whatever it is, PR cuts. And a lot of the rezonings under that hasn't actually occurred yet. So what we're doing is master planning that precinct to pick up the rezonings that haven't occurred, but also look at where additional density could be supported based on some of the new infrastructure that's coming into that precinct. It's one of the best located precincts out of the whole program that we're delivering. I mean, there's 4 or 5 stations within a walking distance of the area that we're master planning. So we really genuinely think that there is opportunity to provide greater density in some of those locations, and that's what the master plan is seeking to do. I do want to stress that it is out on public exhibition at the moment, so we are taking feedback from the community as to what those plans might look like.
Ms Sargent, can you just talk about the relationship with council in terms of developing that master plan?
Yeah, so there's 2 councils, Canada Bay and North Strathfield, and we've been working really closely with them along the, this work started in November of last year. So we've been working really closely with councils as with other government agencies to support the plans that we now have out on exhibition. So council's very supportive. We've briefed the councillors a number of times, and a lot of their feedback has been incorporated into the master plan that's now out on exhibition.
Chair, could I just ask one very
Yes,
quick
we're
question,
over time.
please?
Let's do it, and then we'll finish.
It's
off.
just in relation to
Sorry.
the Macquarie Park Innovation
Can't
District
let go.
and that precinct area. We're now into stage 2 of the rezoning, but that stage 2 proposal was actually put out before stage 1 was finalised. And I'm wondering, is that a normal procedure? Because people are very concerned about how they can possibly make a submission or raise questions about stage 2 when they don't even know what's happened in stage 1 and how that's been resolved.
Yeah. I was going to answer, and Ms Sargent might answer as well. It was a deliberate thing to not finalise stage 1 until we had exhibited the proposal for stage 2, so that the community could see what was being proposed in stage 2 and to make some comments. It will enable us to consider those cumulative impacts from the submissions that are made in finalising both stage 1 and stage 2.
So this is essentially about wiping out the work that was started in late 2022 for the original rezoning proposal around the Innovation District and putting on top the TOD and basically allowing that to be that work to be done without having to put in any plans relating to that first rezoning proposal.
They're two discrete areas. So stage 1 is looking at a portion of the site, and then the stage 2 is looking at the adjoining area. So we're not wiping anything out from stage 1. The stage 1 planning controls as they were exhibited. We're still working through the finalisation stage, but it is looking fairly similar to what was exhibited. But stage 2 is for a very different area.
But it does change the nature of the precinct.
Oh, all rezonings will change the nature of a precinct. That's the nature of a rezoning.
And I should also add that both stage 1 and stage 2 is consistent with the place strategy that was finalised some time ago for the entire innovation precinct.
Okay, thank you. We are over time. I would keep you here all day if I could. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to anything taken on notice. Thank you very much for your time and your evidence.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
For making the time today to come and give evidence. Could I please get each witness, starting from my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Matthew McKibben. My role is Executive Director Planning for Places at Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, my name is Simon Hunter. I'm the Chief Transport Planner at Transport for New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Leanne Boyle. I'm the Chief Property and Place Officer at Sydney Metro. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, Kate Miles, Head of System Planning and Land Acquisition for Sydney Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, I'm Lisa Harrington. I'm Acting Deputy Secretary at School Infrastructure in the Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would anyone like to make a short opening statement?
I would be happy to, Chair, on behalf of Transport for New South Wales and Sydney Metro, and I'd like to start by acknowledging that we're meeting on Gadigal country, and as the committee has, pay my respects to elders past and present, their ongoing unbroken connection to land and waters of this state. The Transport-Oriented Development Program is one of the many steps working towards the National Housing Accord by unlocking housing supply for New South Wales. And we, across the transport agencies, Sydney Metro, Transport for New South Wales, have been working very closely with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure to help deliver on the state government's priorities around housing. The Transport-Oriented Development Program will provide more homes closer to jobs and amenities. It will support increasing the use of public transport and active transport, and we believe lead to a reduction in reliance on private motor vehicles for all trips. This program also provides an opportunity to support housing through local infrastructure delivery, including walking and cycling improvements and good quality open space for communities, creating livable places. To help inform investment decisions, Transport for New South Wales and our partner agencies have worked closely with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. We've provided advice to support the identification of precincts. We've also supported the development of the exhibition materials for the accelerated precincts and worked with the Department of Planning to identify transport infrastructure and services needed to make these new housing areas successful. Our colleagues at Sydney Metro lead the development of station precincts, so they have designed, developed, activated and managed those station precincts alongside the delivery of Sydney Metro. Their developments respond to local context of where stations are located, and this is working to ensure the best outcomes for passengers, residents and communities. Our work is ongoing and we'll continue to assess the impact of any proposed housing growth on the transport network so that we can plan services and infrastructure over coming years. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today, and I'm joined by Mr McKibben and Ms Boyle to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Yes.
So I'd like to make a statement as well on behalf of Sydney Water. So again, thank you to the committee for the opportunity to attend the hearing today and to outline Sydney Water's position on the transport-oriented development program and how our water and wastewater networks will support increased growth in Greater Sydney. So Sydney Water is acutely aware that Greater Sydney is experiencing a generational housing crisis. The TOD program represents policy to deliver more housing to 45 transport hubs. I want to be clear in addressing the various concerns that have been raised in multiple channels that suggest that Sydney Water does not have capacity to handle increased growth in these precincts. Sydney Water was consulted during the shortlisting of TOD sites and responded to several rounds of inquiries between July and November in 2023. Sydney Water's ability to service the TOD sites was also independently reviewed and affirmed by DQ Water, the now DQ Water was DPE Water, and Infrastructure New South Wales in February and March of this year. The growth in the 8 Part 1 accelerated TOD precincts is broadly consistent with what Sydney Water was already planning to service over the next 5-year period. For 6 of these precincts, we have existing capacity to meet the growth, or we're already delivering the upgrades required to facilitate the dwellings within the housing accord period. For Bankstown and Homebush, we'll need to accelerate delivery of investments already in development by 1 to 2 years in order to meet the capacity requirements. Part 2 of the program consists of 37 TOD precincts across Greater Sydney, the Illawarra, Central Coast and Newcastle, which will deliver increased housing through SEP amendments. We have assessed the sites within our area of operations and expect to accommodate the growth in those sites with minimal additional investment. There is a misconception that age of infrastructure is a factor in determining capacity, and this is not the case. In cases where an asset is coming towards its end of life, its renewal is planned and accounted for. Furthermore, the number of breaks and bursts in our network is not a factor in determining capacity of the water or wastewater systems either. Sydney Water is supportive of an increase in infill growth and is confident that its infrastructure will capably service the TOD precincts according to the growth forecasts that we were provided for review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make a statement?
I would, thank you, on
Thank
behalf of the Department of Education. So I would also like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation as the traditional custodians of this land. New South Wales public schools are at the centre of their communities. Every child who wishes to attend has a place. Every family is welcomed. And we encourage families to enrol their child at their local public school. The New South Wales Government is committed to addressing the current housing shortage by prioritising the building of homes in well-located areas near transport, open spaces, schools, hospitals and community facilities. And in response, we are delivering the very best school infrastructure for the families living in these communities. Cross-agency and cross-industry collaboration is key to delivering this commitment. The Transport-Oriented Development Program provides the public with more insight into future growth areas. The Department of Education is working with other agencies to ensure we plan and deliver the school capacity that is needed to support these areas. Our focus is on delivering school infrastructure that is fit for purpose and responsive to ever-adapting social and physical environments. This is about ensuring that the infrastructure that supports access to early childhood, school education and post-school training is delivered in the right place at the right time and keeps up with population growth and housing demand into the future. To deliver this, we are working with our public sector and industry partners to plan for new schools, plan upgrades to existing schools, and consider access and transport to and from our schools. We are developing more land-efficient urban schools of between 5 and 7 stories in height to respond to changing demographic trends and the need to locate schools in highly dense and densifying areas. This approach will be considered to support transport-oriented development areas. And we are designing these schools in areas adjacent to transport hubs and sports fields to encourage walkable and rideable communities. Through community use agreements, our school facilities can benefit the broader local community via after-school access to halls, gymnasiums, sports fields, libraries and so on. Again, positioning schools at the centre of our communities. We are pleased to be part of the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure's Greater Sydney Urban Development Program, which monitors housing and employment, land, supply and assists infrastructure coordination in Greater Sydney. And we also look forward to working with Infrastructure New South Wales Central Infrastructure Coordinating Committee, which will help education deliver important school projects for New South Wales. Thank you, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Would you like to start?
I'm happy to start.
Great.
Thank you very much for all of you being here today and for your work on the program as well. I might start off with Transport and Mr Hunter. One of the requests we've had from many participants in the inquiry, whether they've been councils, interested community groups or other stakeholders, is with respect to an analysis of the capacity within the road network, demonstrating that additional development can be accommodated under the current network conditions. Is this something that Transport for New South Wales fed into the program?
I think Mr McKibben might be better to talk about the assessment that we worked through with the Department of Planning during the site selection of these projects. So I might just hand over
Mr
to you.
McKibben, was there any capacity analysis done of road capacity when it came to the
Yeah,
site
thank you
selection?
for the question. Transport for New South Wales provided the Department of Planning with an assessment of the existing transport capacity across both the road and the rail network in the selection of the TOD precincts. For the road network in particular, the work that we did looked at the degree of congestion that's experienced during peak periods relative to off-peak periods, and that gives us a good indication generally of which precincts suffer more road congestion. I will say though that the time at which road congestion issues are dealt with more substantively is during the rezoning process. And so what you'll see now with the several TOD precincts that are on exhibition is that there's specific transport statements which have looked at local traffic congestion and have also identified infrastructure which can be delivered to address those concerns.
So, Mr McKibben, when was that work undertaken?
Could I clarify which stage of work? Is it the
Well, in
the
terms
site
of, you were
selection?
saying about the road capacity, the peak and off-peak, I take it that was for the TOD SEP sites, is that correct?
It was for both the,
Both
specifically
accelerated
it was
precincts?
the
and-
accelerated precincts.
Okay, so was that part of the 305
It
station
was.
assessment?
So we provided that advice to the Department of Planning in the second half of last year.
Okay, well, then, if that were the case, why did we not receive any of that advice within the Standing Order 52?
I'm sorry,
Why is there no evidence of that?
I can't speak to the terms of the standing order.
Okay, well, it was quite specific in terms of road capacity analysis, and there was no evidence whatsoever of any assessment that was undertaken or provided to the department.
Yeah, I think there is a two-stage process that was followed. There was the assessment that Mr McKibben referred to where we looked at high-level capacity analysis, particularly on the rail and public transport networks up until 2036 that informed the selection of the sites. During the process where the sites were being prepared for exhibition, the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure led transport studies that have now been published as part of those exhibition documents.
Okay,
And
so this is the
my
distinction though in terms of the
understanding-
tier
my
one sites
understanding is that
and the
those
SEP
studies
sites.
were prepared and finalised after the Standing Order 52, but we can confirm that and provide an
So
answer
that's
on
after
notice
the
if
site
we need
selection
to.
then. So you prepared those studies after the sites were selected, so they weren't actually, they didn't form part of the assessment of those sites in their selection.
The selection of sites process was largely based on a high-level strategic analysis that we did iteratively with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure during the second half of last year. After the shortlist had been narrowed down through the process that was outlined by the earlier witnesses, the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure led the development of transport studies, transport statements that have now been placed on exhibition. So I think it was a two-stage process, if that helps clarify the answer.
It does help clarify, but it also shows that in terms of actually selecting the sites, there was no analysis done of the road constraints in that selection? And particularly the tier 2 sites, those 37 sites.
No, I'd agree with your question for the tier 2 sites. So what we've done there is provided primarily, because this is the transport oriented development program, an analysis of where the rail capacity is at, that we are clustering development through the TODSEP amendments. The specific to the tier 2 precincts, the assessment of traffic congestion or traffic issues would be undertaken at the development assessment stage.
Thank you. And with respect to the transport capacity, was it ever identified as being, did you ever identify challenges with the cumulative impact of the TOD selection of 4 stations on the North Shore line and the accelerated precinct at Hornsby, and what that would mean for the T1 North Shore line? Was that ever a concern of Transport for New South Wales?
What we've done is provided advice on the stations that do have capacity for growth, and that was taken into account as part of the Department of Planning's shortlisting process.
But specifically, was there ever a concern from Transport for New South Wales with respect to the selection of 4 stations on the T1 North Shore line, in addition, as part of the TODSEP, in addition to the accelerated precinct at Hornsby?
We have not raised any concerns with the Department of Planning in that respect. What I will say, though, is that we continuously review levels of demand and transport network performance across the state's transport network, and we manage that to meet the customer needs across the network.
So your evidence is that Transport for New South Wales never raised any concerns about that cumulative impact?
We looked at the planned investments and programmed investments and forecast growth in patronage out to 2036 as part of the process of informing the site selection, and due to a range of factors such as existing capacity and patronage, forecast changes, the opening of significant new infrastructure such as Sydney Metro, City and South West. The assessment of capacity on that line was that it could support the objectives of the TOD program.
And with respect to the Tier 2 sites in particular, has Transport for New South Wales changed any of its plans to upgrade roads in any of those areas?
We're planning to work through the process of considering the uplift and the development of each of those sites with the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. And as Mr McKibben identified earlier, at the rezoning and then development application stage for those precincts, we'll look at the detailed infrastructure and services treatments required.
Thank you very much for that response. I might turn now to Sydney Water. You've outlined that there's minimal concerns in terms of upgrades required. As a result of the Tier 2 TODSEP, have you had to alter any of your plans at all in terms of upgrades?
So in terms of upgrades, it's the the next 5 years that if there was a constraint that would present a constraint, anything beyond the 5-year period, we know that we've got time to come back in and upgrade. So during the review process, we were very transparent around which areas would trigger an upgrade that perhaps could not be fulfilled within the housing accord period. So we are comfortable with the Tier 2 SEP program that for the areas where minor upgrades are required, and they are minor, particularly for the SEP sites, that we can implement those in a timely manner within the housing accord period.
Okay, so will there need to be an upgrade at Gordon?
So there's minor upgrades within the Ku-ring-gai Council areas, and those were advised, and they are minor upgrades. I'm talking, I think Gordon might have been $5-10 million, which in terms of the investments that we make, like they are relatively minor, straightforward.
So what is your
projects.
classification of minor upgrades then?
Local pipeline upgrade, for instance. So we might have to upsize a 200 millimetre pipe to a 300 or 400 millimetre pipe for a couple of 100 metres. That's the kind of example I'm talking about.
So what's the total value of the upgrades that are required as a result of the TOD-SEP?
As a result of the TOD-SEP, from recollection, it's around 80 million, which our capital program over the next 10 years is 3.4 billion. 34 billion over the next 10 years. So on average, 3.4 billion a year.
Is
so
that
that's
80
a fairly
million over
minor.
the housing accord period?
That's right, and that's easily accommodated within that budget.
Thank you. I might call now to education. Just interested in what advice did education provide planning with respect to the identification of the sites when it came to school capacity?
So we did have engagement with planning ahead of the announcement for the TODs. So a lot of the work that we're doing already as part of our enrolment growth audit and growth areas schools plan is very similar in terms of looking at the growth areas and making sure that we've got as granular detail as possible so that we can meet enrolment demand. So a lot of the conversations we were having ahead of the announcement were just around the growth areas, the work that we've got underway to understand where there's need, so that we can make sure that that's aligning with planning's work.
So were education given a list of, so we've seen the analysis of the 305 sites that was undertaken by Transport for New South Wales. Was education similarly given a list of the 305 sites and asked for school capacity within those areas?
I might have to take that on notice in terms of actually that list, but we certainly had engagement with planning ahead of the announcement to make sure that we were feeding in our analysis of where there's demand. But I can come back to you on the list.
Okay. So with respect to that, were you given, when was that engagement?
So the engagement was at the end of last year, so I think from around October there was close engagement around the TODs, the need that we were seeing and the need that planning was seeing and the need to align those perspectives.
Did you provide them with any assessment of school capacity in the areas?
Again, so yes, just generally. I mean, we do engage with planning regularly to make sure that we are aligning, as I mentioned in my opening statement, the work that we're doing and the other infrastructure, obviously, to make sure that schools are in the communities where they're needed and to make sure that there's enabling infrastructure as well. So a lot of that work is ongoing. And then, as I mentioned, end of last year, there was a lot of discussion around the TODs. We are already looking at, as part of the enrolment growth audit, how we actually make our enrolment projections as granular as possible. So while it's important to make sure we understand where planning's focusing, the rubber really hits the road for us when we start to get a sense of the number of dwellings, the type of dwellings. We've certainly found through our enrolment growth audit that the number of, the type of dwellings and the number of families per house makes a big difference. It's not just the number of dwellings, it's also how many people and how many kids are in each dwelling, obviously. So while it's important for us to stay close to planning at the moment as we get a sense of where they're focusing, really, until we get that granular understanding of the number of dwellings and the type of dwellings, we can't really hone in on very specifically when we need schools and the amount of capacity we need.
So with respect to a site, and we'll choose the Kellyville, Bella Vista, Todd area, for instance, at the time a device would have been provided, you had schools within that catchment being Kellyville Ridge Public School at a capacity of 211%, Beaumont Hills Public School at a capacity of 114%, Kellyville Public School at a capacity of 170%, Parklea Public School at a capacity of 143%, Caddies Creek Public School at a capacity of 168%, and Bella Vista Public School at a capacity of 109%. Now we've seen a proposal that's increased residences within that catchment by more than 20,000. What is this going to mean for school infrastructure in that area?
So as I mentioned with the enrolment growth audit, the fact that the Northwest, there's a lot of demand in the Northwest is not new to us. We're very focused on the Northwest, where there's a lot of investment going on in the Northwest. So we are already seeing, as identified in the enrolment growth audit, huge demand in that area, and we're very focused on that area in terms of upgrades at existing schools, new schools. As I mentioned, we're already working out how we can make our enrolment projections more specific, more granular. We're adding in extra data sources. We're speaking with local councils, developers, principals, our asset management teams to make sure we've got the most accurate picture as possible. So the fact that there's huge growth in the Northwest, as I mentioned, is not new to us. And as we, move closer to when the TOD changes will come in, we have to be very conscious of not just being aware of the number of dwellings that will be created, but the type of dwelling, so that we can make sure we've got the right capacity.
Can I just follow up just one?
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, Mr. Farlow's outlined the deficits were left in schools by the former government quite well. But I think the fundamental question here is, do you think it's going to be possible to accommodate future population growth in relation to this, as well as that deficit that was left by the last government?
So not only is it possible, but we have a legislative requirement to do so. So in the Education Act, we have to provide a space at their local school for every child that wants one. So yes, it is possible, and that is the job of school infrastructure, to make sure that we've got enough capacity at local schools for local children. So it is very well outlined in the enrolment growth audit, all the work that we're doing, the improvements that we're making to make sure that we do have that space in schools when children need it.
Okay, thank you.
Just further to that point, so with respect to the EIE for Kellyville and Bella Vista, it's indicated that 5 new primary and high schools are in planning for Tallawong and Box Hill, which include a primary school in Box Hill, a high school in Box Hill, a primary school in Gables, a primary school in Tallawong, and a high school in Schofields and Tallawong. None of these would fall into the catchment of any of the areas within either Kellyville, Bella Vista, Stanhope Gardens or Glenwood, would they?
So those projects that you announced are to deal with demand that we're already seeing. Obviously the TOD changes will change enrolment projections as well. So those projects are going to deal with and provide capacity that we have already forecast. That's why it's important for us to keep close to planning in these TOD changes, so that we can be aware of what extra capacity is coming and at what time, so that we can provide for that.
So what's the plan then for school capacity in Stanhope Gardens, Glenwood, Kellyville and Bella Vista?
So I can provide more detail on that, more specific detail, but as I mentioned, the Northwest is the area we're probably watching the most closely because of the demand in that area and because it is growing far faster than was originally projected. So it is, the service planning team in the Department of Education is very focused on that area. And as I mentioned, because of that fast growth that exceeded expectations, we're very conscious that we need to be making sure that we have that granular detail. We can't just rely on the common planning assumptions. We have to have as many data sources as we can. We have to have close relationships with councils and developers and the community to understand if that's coming on faster than expected.
Thank you.
Can I just ask you, Ms Miles, in terms of Sydney Water, were there any, you painted a very confident picture, which is very assuring. Were there any early proposals, ideas of areas that Sydney Water had to push back on and sort of say, hey, we have got some sensitive zones, can we avoid those?
Yes, so I mean, there were, while we didn't see all 305, the department was lovely in shortlisting before they sent us all 305. There were several sites that we did come back and say the level of investment that's required to provide additional capacity is not something that we could do at a rapid pace, particularly, for instance, where we need to upgrade a wastewater treatment plant to treat a higher volume of wastewater. So there were, or there are examples where the cumulative impact of several sites may trigger a larger upgrade, and we provided advice where a trade-off potentially needed to be made because we wouldn't be able to accommodate both, but we could accommodate one or the other.
And can you give a couple of examples of where those areas were?
My understanding is that those areas are still cabinet in confidence because there are future TODs that could be announced. So I'd be reluctant to say here on record, but yeah, I could take it on notice and reconfirm that with the department.
Thank you very much. Just with the, I think it's the Central Coast and the train. Has there been any concerns identified to you about the service there and any TOD program around the sort of Central Coast area? and that is a major problem for people and the train service there?
My recollection is that the consultation with councils on the Tier 2 SEP locations did identify some questions from councils about service levels on the Sydney Trains network. Our assessment of that was that these are the locations in those areas, such as the Central Coast, that are best placed to support growth because they have the benefit of the existing intercity railway line. Those service levels can be increased over time to meet demand.
So, and on that, what is the thinking? How do you improve or increase? Is it literally more trains, more? One of the complaints is they just don't turn up. They don't run on time. We're planning on putting more people. It's the reliability issue. Is that something that is in the consideration? That if we're having more people and a kind of service that's there?
I'd say that's a standard part of our service planning, is to meet the population projections that the Department of Planning sets and understand how that might impact service levels into the future.
And I suppose what I'm trying to say is that something that you're looking at? Is that in your pipeline of things to do on the list, or is that, or is it just something that happens if the complaints or the concerns grow, then you address it? Is it proactive? How does that work?
I think as far as possible, we try and be proactive. Earlier there was reference made to the common planning assumptions that New South Wales government agencies use, and those assumptions are largely driven by the projections of where population will live, the forecasts around housing supply, and then we model the likely travel behaviour of people based on where they're living, where they might be working, or what other destinations they're travelling to. And then we do try and progressively plan upgrades to services to increase frequencies or anything like that. I think following the rail review last year, there's also been a significant focus on maintenance on the rail network to improve reliability, which has been announced and covered by the government.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
I do have a question. This is about a transport data set. It's the travel zone projections. And I'm wondering, so there's a travel zone projections from 2022. Is there an updated data set that you will be developing or that you'll be using for the estimation of transport that was needed, or is that something that has formed part of this assessment?
We do progressively update the travel zone projections based on those previous sources I mentioned around the projections of population, housing supply. I would, if you need the specifics around when the next release is and when they'll be updated, I would probably have to take that on notice unless you can add any more detail, Mr. McKibben.
That would be fantastic. And is the intention that they are made public again, as they have been in the past?
The outputs from our models and the information that we use through our advanced analytics and insights area have quite a broad range of data sets that are available for the public or shared with councils and others, yes.
Yeah, so that would include this one?
That is the basis of much of the modelling that's made public, yes.
Yeah, okay. So the next travel zone projection data set will be made public?
I believe so. If it's okay, I'd like to take that on notice to confirm when it will be done following the population projections and what the process for making any information public is.
Okay, thank you. And just on schools, in relation to Macquarie Park, what's the estimation for the need for schools and how will that be addressed?
So Macquarie Park is an area that we're looking at very closely. We are seeing a lot of demand in that area. So there's various investments already, and I can come back to you on those specific ones. But in terms of our areas that we're focusing on closely, that is definitely one.
So is there, we know that there are some schools in the works, but
yes,
what's the plan for the next phase of developing a plan to deliver schools? Because obviously there will be a lot more people in the area.
So at the moment we're working on one of our election commitments is the Growth Area Schools Plan. So as part of that plan, we will be providing more detail on how we are making sure that we, first of all, the areas that we're identifying as those growth areas and how we're going to be responding. So that will be in the coming months. I can't give you a time frame, but we're working on that now.
Okay, so before the end of the year?
I am not sure that I can say before the end of the year, but in the coming months. We're working on it now. I can't give you a sense of exactly when that will be released, but it will be within the coming year, I'd say that.
Within the year, so 12
Yes.
months?
Yes, but it might be sooner than that. It hasn't been decided. The department is working on that closely at the moment, so we haven't yet worked out with the government when that will be released, but the department will be finishing that work by the end of the year.
So in terms of the accelerated precincts and the other precincts, how will you be managing that timescale? Because obviously you've got a set of populations that will be evidently increasing if this goes ahead much more quickly than some other areas, and may need a plan much more quickly than 12 months' time. So how will you be managing those two different streams of pace?
It's not too different in terms of the way that we normally work. So we basically, day one, term one is a key point for us. So we need to make sure that we are, collecting all the data and making sure that we have a very accurate understanding of what the number of kids that are going to turn up for day one, term one. So the fact that we've got the TOD activity really just means that that is fed into our normal way of planning. It's another stream of activity that we need to consider. It affects our projections, it affects the data sources that I mentioned to you. So it's not separate to the normal way that we do our work. I agree with you that it is going to change things, and so that's why we need to stay very close to planning and to work with our other infrastructure colleagues to make sure that we've got the right understanding of when that growth is going to come on. But as I mentioned before, it's really important to make sure that it's not just the number of dwellings. We have to get as much understanding as we can about the type of dwelling. So at this particular point, we're not able to say exactly how it's going to change our projections. We just need to keep monitoring that.
But Ms Harrington, with respect to Macquarie Park, sites are running out effectively. So, and this has been on the boil for a while. Are there sites that are identified for a new school or for additional new schools now, considering that the projections have changed so significantly in Macquarie Park?
So again, back to the way that we work, it is to produce a capital investment plan each year, which recommends to the government and to ERC the investments that we think need to be made to meet capacity and also to meet renewal needs for schools. So that's the way that we have always worked.
That's all well and good, Ms Harrington,
Yeah.
but effectively we have a challenge in Macquarie Park because a lot of the sites that have been rumoured over the time, like Peterborough, the old Peterborough High School site, for instance, under these plans is now rezoned to a 192-metre building at that site. So I would say that site is effectively off the table unless a school forms part of a 50, 60-storey development. Lachlan's Line, I think work is already being undertaken on some of the sites that are there that were previously identified. Where are the sites in Macquarie Park for a new school?
So I'm not going to share with you now the sites that we're looking at. Obviously, we, as part of our land acquisition...
there's no reservation for a school site.
So as part of our land acquisition, it's obviously not in the department or taxpayers' interest for us to disclose what sites we're looking at because we have negotiations with the owners of those sites, and it would affect the commercial outcomes for the state if we are disclosing that. All I can say to you is absolutely Macquarie Park, and as you mentioned, the activity around Lachlan's Line is a focus for us. We are seeing the growth in that area. It is challenged, I agree with you, in terms of the density. It's not an area where you can fit a lot of extra, so there's not a lot of space for extra schools and extra buildings within schools, so it is one that we're looking at very closely of how we can make sure we can meet the enrolment needs for communities in that area.
But part of the challenge where you have these plans that are on exhibition at the moment where there is no school site that is identified, but sites are universally, effectively across the precinct being upzoned, it means that the taxpayers in New South Wales are going to have to pay more to be able to buy a site in the future because it has a higher value because it's got a higher zoning.
Completely agree with you. So one of the recommendations of the enrolment growth audit was to have that land acquisition strategy, which will mean that we are planning more over the long term to acquire land early on so that we are not paying more than what we need to. So that is work that is underway and is one of the recommendations of that audit.
Can I just ask about, so I understand this, that school infrastructure has been developing new models in terms of how you might construct schools that enable a much more sort of agile approach to this. I wonder if you could perhaps elaborate on how that might help deal with the questions around increased population growth in TOD areas.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. So we are, it's not just on the enrolment projections and the need to make them as accurate as possible that will allow us to be more responsive. As you said, thinking about construction, so we're moving to a much more standardised design. That will mean that it is quicker for us to, in that planning phase. And then also from a construction point of view, modern methods of construction, so off-site manufacture and on-site assembly makes it a lot quicker. So all of those measures or all of those sort of streams of work combined will allow us to be far more responsive. It also means that we will hopefully reduce the amount of demountables because we are able to construct permanent facilities quicker. So, and also the state avoids that double cost of installing a demountable and then coming along later to install more permanent facilities. So from reducing the time in the planning stage, standardising design, off-site manufacture, on-site assembly, they're things that we are really focused on to try and reduce those timeframes to get schools and upgraded schools ready for students when they need them.
Okay, any more questions?
Well, I'll ask another one. Ms Miles, is there areas where you believe that the city water infrastructure capacity could support further growth beyond?
So that was actually something that we did look at as part of the Infrastructure New South Wales review. So we are very supportive of infill growth. We do actually have quite a bit of latent capacity within our existing systems within the more infill areas. Thanks to our customers doing a fantastic job with water conservation, it's actually meant that those pipes that perhaps in the 90s or the 80s were coming close to full, we got back a lot of capacity. And so there were still, many other areas that we were consulted on as part of the TOD process that we advised that we have system capacity to service, as well as some areas that were outside of the TOD process that perhaps weren't around train stations, but did have capacity because we're already building large infrastructure there. So potential for acceleration, for instance. So that advice has been passed on.
Okay, we're at time. Thank you very much. Thank you for making time to give evidence. The Secretariat will be in contact with you with anything taken on notice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, and welcome to each of you, and thank you for making the time to come and give evidence today. Could each witness start by stating your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and we'll start with you, Ms. Powell. Thank you.
My name's Kylie Powell. I'm the Director of Futures and Strategy at Penrith City Council, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Todd Carney, Mayor, Penrith City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Ben Peachy, Executive Manager, Strategic Planning and Urban Design from the City of Sydney Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Peter John Cantrell. I'm Urban Design Program Manager in Strategic Planning and Urban Design at the City of Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would anyone like to make a short opening statement?
I'd like to do that on behalf of Penrith City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Council made a submission to this inquiry as St Mary's was listed as a transport-orientated development precinct. It is the only one in the Western Parkland City. We have significant development capacity in Penrith and we are committed to delivering housing. We are working with government to achieve our housing targets. Penrith's planning offers a balanced solution linking housing provision to increased employment opportunities and infrastructure to support the growing population. We are committed to densification around train stations as shown through our housing strategy and the development of the St Mary's structure plan and draft master plan, which is underway. St Mary's has the current potential to accommodate more than 7,000 dwellings and generate more than 9,100 jobs by 2041. This will increase once the master plan has been completed and to the capacity of housing available. Planning for growth should be about more than just housing. It's about jobs too. We need a balanced focus to create vibrant, sustainable communities. Planning reforms aimed at promoting higher density housing represents only one piece of the multifaceted solution that is required to stimulate housing supply. Other critical considerations include development feasibility and infrastructure servicing. Adequate infrastructure provisions is essential. This includes basic servicing infrastructure such as water, sewerage, roads and drainage, and also more significant infrastructure response to the social and recreational needs of the community. Government intervention is required to ensure this infrastructure is available from the inception of from the SEP to avoid a mismatch between supply and demand, leading to inflated development and all price expectations. We also need a suitable contributions framework in place to support growth. The timeframe set for implementation of the SEP, notwithstanding our extension to April 2025, does not allow significant time for us to prepare a local infrastructure contributions plan based on the detailed master planning work we are currently undertaking for the St Mary's Town Centre. Local context and unique market conditions are also important considerations in determining the appropriate scale and type of development for each station precinct. While the TOD SEP may deliver housing outcomes in North Shore and Inner West sub-regions of Sydney, existing conditions in Western Sydney are not currently conducive to delivering medium density residential flat buildings. In fact, a recent report by the UDIA and Astrolab, dated June 2024, indicates that St Mary's has the poorest feasibility outcomes of negative 81% of all TOD precincts. Notwithstanding, we appreciate the government's objective to leverage Sydney's transport network to increase housing supply, and we recognise St Mary's potential to accommodate increased growth in this regard, subject to infrastructure. However, we are concerned that the SEP's one-size-fits-all approach to density may not be fit for purpose. Our built form modelling indicates potential issues with the proposed SEP controls in St Mary's, including the location of the Sydney Metro tunnel, preventing basement construction, and the need to consider matters such as land fragmentation and street networks to accommodate growth. Furthermore, there is already unrealised zone capacity in the St Mary's Town Centre. Our analysis shows that the TOD SEP would not deliver additional density, but instead may further limit the viability of land use outcomes by artificially raising expectations regarding development outcomes and driving up land values. For these reasons, our own established centres planning model, which provides a foundation for decision making and sound policy development in a stakeholder-driven, evidence-based, place-based process underpinned by infrastructure delivery, is a preferred direction to guide growth and change in St Mary's into the future. In the fullness of time, we intend to apply our centres planning model to our other potential TOD locations, key centres. We are well on our way to completing an evidence-based and comprehensive strategic planning framework for the St Mary's Town Centre that will deliver, we believe, will deliver on the housing outcomes and expectations of the TOD SEP. Importantly, this work includes the infrastructure delivery plan and funding strategies to support the planned growth. The St Mary's Town Centre Master Plan will take a balanced and nuanced approach with planning controls that respond to detailed evidence and place-based analysis. We thank the government for recognising our strategic planning framework as the appropriate means to achieve the TOD objectives in St Mary's. We are committed to working with the New South Wales Government to deliver this framework within the timeframe set. By April 2025, we intend to have completed and adopted the St Mary's Town Centre Master Plan. This plan will also outline planning amendments required to facilitate its delivery. We are keen to work with the government to expedite the delivery of our LEP amendments at the earliest opportunity. Penrith has significant dwelling capacity and is committed to delivering housing. We want to work with the government to deliver the housing targets recently handed down. Our local housing strategy outlines where this should occur in the future based on transport-orientated principles. In addition, we are working on a growth strategy that maps out the jobs and infrastructure required to support growth. As such, Council is well placed to manage growth within the LGA, and we ask that the government acknowledges and supports this process and refrains from implementing the TOD SEP within Penrith LGA to enable these works to be completed. Council will continue to plan for growth with a balanced and nuanced approach, place-based and grounded in evidence. Thank you for providing Council with the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. City of Sydney, did you want to do an opening statement? Yeah.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. We, the City of Sydney, support the National Housing Accord. We agree with the intention of encouraging increased production of medium-rise apartment buildings focused around rail stations as a proxy for well-located homes instead of planning for more urban sprawl. We support the Building Commissioner's reforms to improve the construction of apartment buildings and the government architect's work to improve the design of medium-rise apartment buildings. The City of Sydney is not affected by the TOD program. We are significantly affected by the diverse and well-located homes program, including the low and mid-rise housing changes, which the committee is examining at item O in its terms of reference. As many submissions have outlined, current low levels of housing production are predominantly due to a combination of economic factors that affect the housing market. Creating more planning capacity will not solve these problems. It will provide the market with more locations to respond to demand when the cost of production and the price of housing return to equilibrium. The Australian Bureau of Statistics reports that the City of Sydney is the densest local government area in Australia, with the highest population growth rate in New South Wales. In our area, 77% of dwellings are in apartment buildings, and we have over 1,500 buildings of 6 stories or more. Our planning controls generally encourage apartment buildings and not prevent them. Our strategies have ensured that the number of 30 to 40-year-olds have grown continuously in number and proportion, doubling in number since 2001. We have significant capacity to respond to demand in our current planning controls. For example, there are over 12,000 dwellings to come in the Green Square urban renewal area. We continuously review our planning controls to ensure sufficient planning capacity for sustainable growth. For example, in December of 23, our council approved planning for around 2,500 new dwellings in the city centre and in Ultimo Pyrmont. The diverse and well-located homes proposal will not add sufficient impetus for housing growth in our area. Instead, it will add complication, confusion, distraction for applicants and for our approval processes, and will harm the timely delivery of housing in the City of Sydney. In some places, it may cause a reduction in the number of homes rather than an increase. When we plan for housing density, we include a requirement for affordable housing, and this proposal does not. In place of the low and mid-rise proposal, we are working to introduce a series of proposals for more well-located homes. This planning will be more responsive to market conditions, supported by infrastructure, and produce more affordable housing. We are meeting with the department to fulfil the Minister's suggestion to our Lord Mayor of a local housing accord in place of these reforms. We also wish to tender 2 further documents this morning to aid your consideration. The first is a recent Lord Mayoral Minute from the 24th of June titled Housing Density in the City of Sydney, which the Council unanimously committed to working with the New South Wales Government on a local housing accord. The second is the latest version of our World Cities Comparison of Population Density. It's a neutral, easy to understand comparison of the interaction of transport and population density across a sample of well-known cities in Australia and internationally. This shows that in Sydney, like many cities, density is generated by rail stations. Comparatively, cities more dense than Sydney have many more rail stations. So we thank the committee for the opportunity this morning. My colleague Peter John Cantrell and I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the additional material, and thank you all of you for your submissions. Can I just ask you, Mayor Carney, just about where things are up to, as far as you're aware, with your plea or submission to the state to not have St Mary's included? Is that something that you understand? I know you've been granted the extension, but is it still your submission that you want to be excluded from that and to go with your hard work that you've already undertaken?
That is our choice, to have that removed from the precincts. As you've seen, we've done extensive work within our community to actually, do place-based modelling around St Mary's, where our team's working hard on the master plan now for St Mary's. That will go to the new council after the elections in September, and then that will go out in public exhibition before the end of this year for the community to be able to be involved with. This is an important part for us, is to make sure our community is brought along with any changes that happens within our community, and that's something that we've done within our housing strategy, something well before the Todd precincts were even thought about. Our housing policy stated around how do we develop around our trade stations, how do we actually deliver the diversity of housing options for our community, because as we know, our communities are changing. Not everyone wants a 600 square metre block anymore, so we have to give those options around apartment style living, but that needs to be in the right place at the right time, but also make sure the infrastructure that is required, whether it's roads, whether it's sewerage or water, but also schooling, is available for them to be able to use. And part of our work is to make sure that we have that infrastructure plan available. We know what is needed, so we can then come to the state government or to the developers about what needs to be supplied to roll out this program.
And is it your understanding, that in your discussions at the moment with the department and the Minister's office, is it your understanding that you will be able to carry on your own path, or that you will continue, that come April 25, the hammer will come down and you're...
It's our understanding, so as long as we keep moving along and we deliver on what our expectations and what their expectations are, they'll allow us to continue on with our works. If we don't deliver on that, then the TOD program will be superseded within our... within the SEP will then be handed down into the Penrith area. So they've given us that time, but if we make those milestones that they've set out, then they'll allow us to continue on with our work.
Right, thank you. Did you want to go?
Yeah, sure. And following on from that, Mayor Carney, and thank you very much for being here today. With respect to that program, do you think that's an opportunity that should have been afforded to other councils?
Look, and I understand that a lot of councils haven't done the type of work that we have. And I understand there needs to be a push in certain circumstances, but where councils have done the right thing and they've actually planned for this type of development, I think those councils should be afforded the opportunity to go on with their work, and especially if they've had the runs on the board. And as I said, our master plan was already underway before this was announced. So if councils are on that path, they should be given that opportunity to move forward. But I understand there's also councils out there who aren't doing the work, and they need that push to make sure that we have those housing options available. We are in a housing crisis. We all need to do our part. Penrith's willing to do our part to deliver the housing of the future, and we're committed to that.
And Mayor Carney, you outlined, and funnily enough, I was in Penrith last week and was speaking with some in the industry who were outlining where there weren't actually zonings that were being taken up. So, for instance, I think I heard stories close to the Penrith town centre where areas were actually zoned for residential apartment buildings, and there was a developer who was just going to repurpose those to houses because the feasibility doesn't stack up. And you outlined that in your opening submission as well. What do you see as the challenges in your part of the world to actually densify and actually make it work for developers to actually be able to take up these programs?
Infrastructure is key, and then when it comes to the Penrith CBD itself, is the cap on capacity that was set in 2019 by the previous government. They've set a cap of 4,050 properties within that because of the flood evacuation modelling. That's been sat on for some time now. It's something that we really need to be sorted out so we can understand what the planning future is for Penrith. As we spoke about in our submission, the model that we're doing at some areas, that's something we want to now lift and shift into areas like Penrith, but we can't do Penrith until we understand what's happening around the cap. We're having ongoing discussions with the department and with the minister around that, but it's something that's been in place for some time now. So we need to know what the capacity within that is, so then we can lift and shift into Penrith. But if we can't do that, if we can't lift and shift into Penrith, we're then going to move into places like Kingswood and Warrington and apply that model within those two areas as well. So we're ready to move and to deliver on the housing options that are available, but there's definitely some things in our way, especially around the Penrith CBD, around the cap that was set back in 2019. To be able to lift those caps so then we can actually, or even understand what those caps mean, where we can actually move the development opportunities around the Penrith CBD. We're doing some work on now and what those impacts, financial impacts could be on the CBD. So once we understand those more fully, we'll be coming back to the Minister on those as well. So.
Can I just ask, Mr. Peachy, when you referred to the low and mid-rise program, and that you suggest, I think you said, it could harm the delivery of houses or that you've identified. Could you just elaborate? What do you mean by that, and how would that play out?
Yeah. So the first situation where that might we see that occurring is particularly in our urban renewal areas such as Green Square. the Green Square Urban Renewal Area is carefully master planned to deliver very high densities and supported by infrastructure, and we have unique infrastructure regimes connected to floor space there. And they're achieved by layering up a series of bonuses, floor space bonuses, which can be awarded when infrastructure is delivered. And this is all necessary to transition a former industrial area to a high density residential community. The planning settings through the low and mid-rise housing will, the floor space ratios are higher, and therefore it erodes the need for a proponent to use the infrastructure to deliver that infrastructure. It also means that it's unlikely that the densities could be approved within the building envelopes that have been planned because the densities are higher, and so that affects the availability of land for streets and communal open space on a site, and also affects the conditions at the ground plane, in particular wind, with taller buildings and fewer setbacks. So resolving those issues through development application processes will be timely and costly, and will ultimately delay the production of housing and the delivery of infrastructure. So that's the really critical one, our urban renewal areas. But we see similar issues play out in other parts of the council area where again, we've carefully crafted controls to enable development that's sympathetic or works with the current character, and the interaction of, say, the non-refusal standards, in particular the floor space, and the ability to comply with apartment design guidelines on small sites and in areas with narrow streets. Will mean there's a tension in issuing approvals again, and to resolve those things will take more time, and we think will likely lead to court appeals as well.
So just with that, is it your, we heard from the department earlier that in relation to set provisions, etc., that local controls will still apply. Councils are very good at doing what they do. They're brilliant at doing the merit assessments, which we know, taking into consideration all these factors. And at the end of the day, councils will kind of trump in the end, or will win in the end. But it's your understanding that that's not the case, that actually these provisions, and can you elaborate in answering this on what your understanding of non-refusal standards are and how they would apply when you're doing your assessment?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point that councils may win in the end, whether they were the words used or not. I think we're all trying to seek the delivery of housing here, and that's the win we're all after. And if the processes and the planning framework slow up that delivery, then we're all losing out. So I see these applications come down to the individual merits of each application, and resolving that will take time. And as applications go to the court, they will be the court will make decisions on it, and then that will flow back into the assessment of applications, and over time it will speed up and become some more certainty introduced. But getting there will take a lot of time, and the proponents will want to see a development that realises the opportunities of the non-refusal standards, and the council will be working to resolve the other issues where those non-refusal standards generate a conflict or a contradiction.
So is that what are you actually saying then? So those non-refusal standards will ultimately provide sort of muscle on part of proponents that are seeking that opportunity for council assessment officers to, get pushed into certain directions that they may not otherwise be easily pushed into. Is that kind of what you're suggesting?
So I would expect applications from proponents would seek to take full advantage of the non-refusal standards.
Yeah.
And then to what degree that can actually be accommodated without having other impacts and non-compliances will come down to the specifics of a site, and will take a lot of time and effort to work through. So...
and is it your understanding with those non-refusal standards, it will come down to things like floor space ratio? It will come down to things like how much light, like real amenity things that will actually generate the quality of somebody's amenity within a dwelling. Is that?
That will be part of it. It will also be things such as how is waste service, access of trucks, where do the bins go? All those things require space, and can that space be fit within the envelope available, given the amount of density under the non-refusal standards? And I'd also ask Peter John whether you've got anything to...
Yeah, I can add. I have appeared as an expert witness in the Land and Environment Court, both for proponents and for councils in my previous roles. And it's clear to me that the non-refusal standards for height and floor space will at times on certain sites be in conflict with other planning, other parts of the planning framework. And there will be times when that conflict will not be resolved in the normal time period for development approvals, and there will be deemed refusals taken by developers, and that will proceed to the Land and Environment Court. And the Land and Environment Court will have to balance complex issues of not being able to refuse height, not being able to refuse floor space, but still meeting the requirements of local environmental plans, development control plans, and other SEPs, like the apartment design guide within the housing SEP, how they will be balanced. That will take time. And not only will it take time, it'll take effort, and it'll take a lot of money, because experts will be called, they will need to give evidence, they go through several processes. So we think that the first thing that will happen in the introduction of the low and mid-rise reforms will be the slowing down of development approvals, meaning that these reforms could, in some places, and in our area in particular, lower the responsiveness of development to the demand of the market.
Sorry, this is just going to be a lawyer's picnic, isn't it?
Sorry,
this is just going to be a lawyer's picnic, isn't it? Like, this is all going to the Land and Environment Court, effectively.
The Land and Environment Court is charged to resolve things quickly and to resolve things with greater certainty. So that's the job of the Land and Environment Court. We're just saying that this will increase the number of appeals to the court. The court will have resolved those. Ultimately, the non-refusal standards will have more weight than other standards and other things in the planning controls. But it'll take a series of actions in the Land and Environment Court for principles to be established, and for those principles then to be applied in the local government approval process, and for those principles to be understood by developers making applications, so that they can make their applications in a way that will give them the most timely approval time. So we're saying initially, one consequence of the way that these reforms have been applied, so that's not to say the aim of the reform, it's just the way it's been applied, will be making housing development less responsive to the market. That will be resolved over time.
Thank you.
I don't really understand. There's no TOD zones in the City of Sydney. Why does it matter to you?
So we are not we're not affected by the TOD. We are affected by the low and mid-rise housing proposal, which is at a letter O in your
It's one of the terms of reference. Can I just ask, are you aware of other examples within the planning scheme of non-refusal standards that would have this kind of central impact on a merit assessment in relation to density, which is what we're talking about? I can't think of any in the system.
I'm not aware, but I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Can I, given we've run out of time, can I just put one on notice?
No, we're still going. Yes, of course.
No,
we've run out of time.
Oh, gosh, I thought we had another 15 minutes, sorry.
Sorry. Can I just ask Mayor Carney and Ms Powell, if you would please take on notice, in your consultations with the department, I understand that's been quite close in terms of your dealings. If you'd take on notice, what sort of things do you think could be improved in that process to make it more efficient, better, easier, etc.? Okay. Thank you very much.
Did you want to do one last question?
No, you go for it.
No, I'm okay. Because we're
we're out of time.
I'm out of time.
We're out of time.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm good. I thought you wanted another one.
No, I was just going to say I feel terrible taking too much time. All right, we are out of time. That session went very fast. So thank you very much for your time and giving evidence. The Secretariat will be in contact with any questions on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
To both of you online, and I'm assuming you can hear us. So welcome and thank you to both of you for making the time to give evidence. Could both of you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And Ms. Turley, we'll start with you if that's okay.
Thank you, Chair. Daria Turley, President, Local Government New South Wales. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Yes, and good morning, Madam Chair. My name's David Reynolds. I'm the Chief Executive of Local Government New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you both. And would either of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll start. Thank you, Chair, and the committee members for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry today. My name's Daria Turley and I'm the President of Local Government New South Wales, the peak body representing all 128 councils across the state as well as related entities. This inquiry into the state government's transport-orientated development program touches on many key policy issues which are of importance to our sector, not the least of which are the need for critical infrastructure, the importance of strategic planning, the role and the value of community participation, the importance of partnerships between state and local government, and of course, importantly, the broader goal of delivering diverse and affordable housing to meet the needs of the local communities. The Premier recently referred to these reforms as the biggest single rezoning in modern Australia's history. Some might say that is rezoning on steroids. This is precisely why it's so important to get this right. So much of this is riding on big changes, and this is why respectfully and constructive collaboration is so important to achieve the best outcomes. Local Government New South Wales, of course, understands the needs for bold policy reforms to help address the state's critical housing needs. We know that these reforms are aimed at fulfilling the government's National Housing Accord We know that these reforms are aimed at fulfilling the government's National Housing Accord commitments for 314,000 new dwellings by 2029. Councils across the state acknowledges...
I was just saying, Daria, it's 377,000 now.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Even a bigger challenge for all of us.
Yeah.
Councils across the state acknowledge and support efforts to meet these commitments. They agree that new and more diverse housing is needed in the right locations with appropriate infrastructure and services. The New South Wales Government commitment to collaborating with local government as part of its response to the Accord. Unfortunately, the way these reforms were initially designed and announced did little to cultivate a positive partnership between state and local government. I do acknowledge the government's recent steps to work more constructively with councils affected by the TOD program, and we welcome that. But there is ongoing work still needed and much greater collaboration to ensure that these densities increases are supported by infrastructure, provide an acceptable quality of life for future residents, and there is decent and timely provision of affordable housing. To this end, our submission focused on three themes: place-based planning, infrastructure delivery plans, and maximising affordable housing in each and every precinct. Councils work with their communities to accommodate growth and change that recognises the opportunities and constraints of their local area and promote livability for existing and future residents. This important local strategic planning work needs to be upheld and enhanced, not diminished. Local government in South Wales would like to see, as an outcome of this inquiry, a move towards a new culture with a genuine and respectful partnership between state and local government, working together to plan for growth in agreed precincts that are appropriately supported by both state and local infrastructure. Chair, before concluding, I'd also like to point out that councils do not have controls over the take-up and pace of housing delivery. That is the decision of the market. We want to see changes introduced alongside these reforms to address market-related constraints which are affecting the construction of dwellings. That could see that many hundreds of existing approvals translated into actual housing constructions. Attending to the thousands of homes left vacant throughout the year is another critical aspect that could bring forward additional housing quickly. We welcome this inquiry for the opportunity to improve the delivery of the TOD program and to shape further planning reforms. I remain optimistic of working cooperatively with the New South Wales Government to achieve this. In closing, I note that Local Government New South Wales is calling on the New South Wales Government to do three things: jointly undertake master planning of all TOD program precincts and provide funding and resourcing to councils for this important work. Identify suitable mechanisms to fund the infrastructure and jointly develop infrastructure delivery plans for each precinct in the TOD program, and work with local government to urgently establish affordable housing contribution schemes for each precinct in the TOD program with rates appropriate for each location so that affordable housing contributions are maximised. Chair, I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. We'll just have some questions, and if you're happy to take all of those. I just wanted to quickly just touch on the point you made about the way this commenced. It didn't appear to be in the spirit of cultivating a collaborative relationship. And we, in no uncertain terms, we've seen that in the submissions that we've received from councils. And you said that you noted the government's intent to kind of do better. Is that something that your member councils that are impacted by the TOD and the low medium rise density are they voicing that there is improvement, or are they also saying that they are still holding those concerns?
Before I hand over to our CEO, David Reynolds, we have seen a marked improvement. I think I'm very grateful for Minister Paul Scully and for Minister Rose Jackson were able to join us for a forum where we connected our councils across the state about housing reform. But for that, we have seen a greater improvement. We still have concerns about some of the planning issues, and we'd like to further work with the government around that. And those are about the infrastructure builds that we're concerned about. So as we progress, there are issues that our councils, and you've had some of the councils give evidence today about, their water and sewage concerns, about schools and health hospitals. But I'll hand over to my CEO to further add comment to that.
Yeah, thank you, Darian. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the chance just to respond a little more deeply. Look, I think you've highlighted our point usefully in your question that the process, I suppose, started abruptly but has improved along the way in summary terms. I think it was a matter that the government decided was a whole of government issue, as opposed to an issue that in a strategic planning sense was to be prosecuted through the Greater Sydney or Greater Cities Commission, as it became. It became a whole of government matter through a cabinet process, which in fairness, in practical terms, however, once the early announcements and, dare I say, the early reverberation of those announcements has settled, and people have been working more deliberately on an individual council by council basis, we feel that has improved. Pardon me, and certainly the feedback from the councils has quietened down on some of those public pronouncements. Now, we're certainly not of the view that it's been perfected, and we certainly feel that there's much more engagement that needs to be undertaken, and there are very deep and meaningful discussions to be had with councils about ongoing strategic planning across different LGR planning in these places, and about really deep and deliberate engagement around the type of infrastructure that's required and how it's going to be properly funded, which sends important price signals about land. We feel that these engagement lessons can be learned and applied there, so that the councils and the government are able to work more closely in partnership about what we all acknowledge is a crisis. We do acknowledge there's a problem to be solved, and that councils can play a really vital role in that on behalf of their communities. And we'd encourage those deeper and more specific conversations to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to that question, in a sense, isn't this where it should have started, really, from the beginning, that sites should have been identified, councils should have been given the ability to be able to work to their housing targets or to whatever growth targets may have been provided by the state government for those precincts, and that council should have been at the helm of designing that in the first instance. Is that something you would have agreed with?
I think we were very, very clear in our concerns at the beginning, and we immediately reached out to the government, and for all that, we welcome the fact that we have this parliamentary inquiry. We welcome the ongoing debate and conversations, and making sure that one size doesn't fit all. It's be a message to the government about their planning around their TODs.
Thank you. And now, with respect, you've outlined in your submission that the key risks that you see of the approach in the TOD-CEP are poor amenity and quality of life for current and future residents, strains on existing infrastructure, overcrowding, congestion and service disruption, as well as insufficient and uncertain provision of new infrastructure to support population growth, and the missed opportunity to provide meaningful and permanent affordable housing in well-located areas. Do you still have these concerns?
Yeah, we do, and that's why we welcome this inquiry. And and I think for all of this, our message is very clear that we want to work with the government to make sure that those plannings are being addressed. And we had the opportunity the day before, to actually to attend a conversation around this. Part of it is that we believe in, place-based planning, and that we need to create livable communities. We want to create neighbourhoods. We also don't want to see, people, as we see a build-up of population, that all of a sudden the school's going to be planned in 5 years when we know that it'll be needed in 12 months. So, we want to make sure that the government hears the concerns of local councils and understands that they're on the ground. They're on the ground planning in many ways. They have an integrated planning system. They understand their population growths. They want to work alongside and work with the government, and we welcome that opportunity. And we see this as a healthy start towards that. David, did you want to add anything else to that?
Thank you, Daria. And look, yes, I think we still hold those concerns as issues that we won't shy away from calling out the need to do well through the entire process. We really want to work collaboratively to do that and not be obstructionist about it. But if there's an issue to be called out on behalf of councils, as there has been from the start of this debate, and the calling out of those issues has assisted the engagement between the government and the councils, we see that as a really valuable role to keep playing. So clearly, the scale of the undertaking the government has commenced is unprecedented. The scale of the challenge that presents around infrastructure and community planning also, therefore, is unprecedented. We think there are generational conversations around proper planning for community infrastructure, so that we're not, for example, just building homes, but we're making sure they are well supported by schools, by open space, by appropriate transport connections. And we do acknowledge that one of the premises of the TOD precincts is that they are near bulk public transport connections, but that doesn't serve all trips. There will still be needs to improve the state road network. There will still be needs for local road networks to complement what's being put in place or has been delivered already. And let's not forget the gaps left in the essential works list. If we're really trying to do this well, and doing it well means that we're providing certainty of environment for the private sector to do a large amount of work here, the price signals around contributions and around the provision of good infrastructure need to be clear. They don't need to be lazy taxes, but they need to be amounts that are well considered, that are providing good amenity for communities. And in our submission, that continues to mean things like not just collecting for land for libraries, but actually collecting to build for libraries. What we don't want to leave social deficits in our wake in the endeavour to provide a much needed primary social outcome around housing. We want to make sure we're building communities as well. So yes, issues that have been called out, still really relevant. We'll keep calling them out, but it's a work in progress.
Now, you've also outlined in your submission how the one-size-fits-all approach effectively leaves houses potentially on the table. You've talked about master planning and how that can have higher yield, and you've referenced Canterbury Bankstown in particular. And I'll pick up on the example that Canterbury Bankstown outlined to the department of this approach, and how with dwelling yield for a site could create approximately 468 additional dwellings. Yet, if you were to apply council's place-based master planning approach, where you consolidate sites, you also have maybe higher sites somewhere, lower sites in other precincts, public space and amenity, you can actually get 715 additional dwellings. I'm just interested in your perspectives around the benefits of that master planning approach and the dangers we potentially have in this TODCEP that we could actually be working against what we all want to achieve, which is additional homes.
David, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And look, and I think the question probably calls out part of the answer, but I think that's what we're seeing in practice. I think we've seen the announcement of the TOD precincts early, and we've seen government do their work to get zonings to a point. What we understand are happening more in the local conversations, which have to be done sensitively, is that engagement is happening with councils, and you've seen that in some of the deferrals that have happened of the implementation dates around some of that more locally sensitive and locally specific master planning. So I know P's called this out, I know others have called this out, despite the fact that the government has a very deliberate timeline and we understand the implication and application of the Housing Accord. there is an opportunity still to master plan and to do this well, and we hope that those positive discussions with councils continue, because they go to exactly the capacity questions you're talking about. They go to the issue of whether there's a better local outcome that can be achieved that potentially in many places gets a higher yield, but that higher yield is able to be done more sensitively in relation to the environment, in relation to supporting amenity, and in relation to supporting infrastructure and services. So the Canterbury Bankstown example is one, and no doubt there'll be others as these controls unfold, where nuanced local application of master planned outcomes still preserves the strategic intent of housing delivery, but does it in a way that actually builds community in a positive sense.
And Mr. Reynolds, shouldn't that have been an opportunity afforded to all your members?
Dari, happy to answer that one. And look, we've come from an environment in local government under previous state governments where there were sizable strategic planning frameworks. And so working from region plans through district plans down through local strategic planning statements and housing strategies, where that opportunity was there for councils to do that. The current government's taken a different approach about needing to shift the dial substantially on the delivery of housing in cooperation with the other states and the federal government. In that environment, the government has determined its policies. We've been public and on the record about our views around that, and we've called for deeper engagement. If we were starting with a blank slate, yes, of course, everyone would have preferred broad engagement at the commencement. However, the position of the government was to press on. We appreciate that they've named the precincts, and have been working very closely with councils since that time, and so we do appreciate that effort. So whilst in a technically perfect sense we might have departed from that script, there is still the ability to do good planning in cooperation between different levels of government, including the private sector, and for it to be funded and delivered well.
Isn't it fair to say, though, that the reason why the government's taken this step is because the approach of councils in relation to master planning just hasn't delivered, and that there is a sense of urgency? What do you say to that issue around urgency?
I'll keep going, Dara, if that's all right with you. Look, I think it's a matter that the government's entitled to reach a view over, and I think if we look at the record of councils working under prior strategic frameworks to housing targets set by the then government, councils were applying substantial efforts to do that, and in many instances had rezoned capacity for more dwellings than their housing targets called for, but we all acknowledge that the on-the-ground delivery needed to come through as well. And this government, like the last government, has worked hard on improving certification processes, improving development approval processes, and we would call for those efforts to continue, and we'd also call for good ongoing engagement with the private sector. Because as we know, the councils themselves, whilst they have a role in regulation and determining importance of the zoning process before it's referred to the state government for finalisation, councils don't hold all of the levers in terms of housing delivery, and so we continue to call for positive work there. But Dara, I don't know if you want to respond further to that in a policy sense.
No, I think you've covered that for us. Thank you.
Look, just to that point in terms of, and Councillor Turley, you raised it at the beginning as well, in terms of housing targets and what council can actually control, so to speak. Council might be able to control how much you zone for. Council may be able to control potentially how much you approve that might come to council, but actually delivering the homes is not something that council has within its bailiwick. What do you think would be a better measure for councils to be able to determine their willingness to be able to assist in addressing the housing crisis?
Well, I think you're right. I think for our local government areas, they don't have a control on what's being built. I mean, the research has been there. KPMG have given good research about how many homes have been approved, how many dwellings have been approved but not built. And I think the government is challenged by that, about how they manage the market and how they manage those developments. I know that there is an inquiry into zombie DAs coming up, but there is this complete frustration by councils about their planning zones when they see that the reality is that they don't build the homes, and yet they're the ones that quite often come under attack. So, for all that, I think it'd be interesting conversation about how do we actually look and address those issues about DAs coming to fruition.
If I could ask on notice if you could provide us with a copy of that report that you referenced, that would be helpful as well. Now, one of the...
we will provide, I think it was housing crisis deepens as new homes are stalled by KPMG, so we'll provide a copy.
Let's pick up on that. So is it your submission then that really the planning system is not the reason for the housing crisis? That ultimately, it's not a problem with planning and planning controls, it's a problem with developers bringing properties onto the market? Is that your contention? Or do you say that the planning system, there is a component of the planning system that needs to be reformed in order to address the crisis?
I think it's an element. I don't think it's the only issue, but I think there's an element there that while we focus on local government, we focus about how state and local government work together, and we see that improving, there is that element about we don't build these homes. And, the research is saying that although the DAs are being approved, there is an element of housing stock that is not being built. And in fact, I had this conversation recently that, that we've seen houses or apartment buildings. There's one in a particular suburb that was built that nobody's moved into. Now, we don't know why. I've asked some questions about that. But I think for all of it, it's an element that the government needs to consider as well.
Now, if I can put to you the heritage question. So you raise in your submission the concerns that many councils have in terms of the application of heritage within these zones, and you outline quite a good example with my favourite station, Taralba, that's been chosen as part of this, in the Taralba Heritage Conservation Area. And actually the application that was undertaken by Lake Macquarie Council in their local environmental plan, and actually changing some of the controls to respect the heritage, reducing building heights from 10 to 8.5 metres. Now you're going to have building heights of 21 metres in that area. How are those two policies, which we heard from planning today will coexist, so to speak, how will they actually be worked out from your perspective?
I'm going to ask Mr. Reynolds to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you, Darren. And I think this is where we come back to the fact that it shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all policy application. The policy should set the broad control, and then there should be the capacity for each council to have nuanced local conversations about how to manage and work with their heritage restrictions or heritage opportunities well. I think no council wants to see heritage be the reason that communities atrophy and shrink, and that opportunity is lost because of it. But councils all wish to see heritage be a benefit to their community, and heritage to be a positive gain as we move forward. So I think really the answer to those questions is in nuanced and deliberate local conversations, which are intentional at a level below a metropolitan or statewide policy. So we'd encourage further engagement on those particular points, because we really do believe there's good opportunities for heritage to be used as a positive gain in future conversations, as opposed to an impediment. But it has to be treated respectfully. It has to be acknowledged and preserved in helpful ways, as opposed to just being potentially a very black and white yes/no response. In some instances, for particular matters of heritage, it may be that response, but that's not appropriate in all circumstances necessarily. But we would really call out the need for nuanced local discussions on those matters.
But Mr. Reynolds, with respect, the nuanced local discussions have come to an end there in Taralba because the SEP applies in Taralba. I don't see that Lake Macquarie Council are seeking to change their position in terms of their heritage conservation areas. There's been no report of that. So where does it end in terms of the application of the proposal? Is it just going to be left up to the courts when somebody brings a DA along? Well,
we all know that matters ending up in court are not the preferred outcome. that incurs great costs for councils on behalf of their community and also frustrates the development sector. So I'm happy to take on notice that particular circumstance. I acknowledge the issue you're calling out, and I acknowledge that it's a matter that if we can solve generally, provide some clarity around these issues for councils and proponents of development. I think where we don't want to end up is in a cycle of frustration and uncertainty, and that we lose social value or community resources because of that. So I very much acknowledge the issue you're calling out, and that this particular instance about Terralba may well be one that crystallises an example of a thing that we should really try and solve more positively. But happy to come back further on that one with a little more detail.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've come to the end of our session. Thank you very much, both of you, for giving your time and your evidence today. The Secretariat will be in contact with anything taken on notice. Thank you both.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you to the Chair and the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome to you all, and thank you very much for making the time to come today to give evidence. We've also got Dr. Cook joining us on video conference. Could I please get each of you to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And Dr. Kerr, we'll start with you, if that's okay.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Sophie Maker. I work as a research associate at City Futures Research Centre at the University of New South Wales. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Shanak Herab, the Senior Lecturer in Urban Economics and Course Director, Master of Planning at UTS. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Philip Oldfield. I'm Head of School at UNSW Built Environment and Professor of Architecture, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Dr. Cook?
My name is Nicole Cook. I'm a Senior Lecturer in Geography and Sustainability at the University of Wollongong. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you all. Would anyone like to commence by making a short opening statement?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence. My research focuses on residents' experiences of their apartment homes and high-density neighbourhoods, with a particular focus on families with children. What this work demonstrates is that alongside supply of well-located high-density housing, if we want the compact city model to be a success, greater consideration of apartment design, quality and resident experiences is needed. The latest census in New South Wales reveals that over 150,000 children are living in apartments, and roughly 60% of these are rental households. In Greater Sydney, 1 in 4 apartments are home to families with children, and in some local government areas, this is as high as 1 in 2. Although families comprise a significant and growing portion of apartment residents, the current planning framework and market-led development model has resulted in key challenges for families with children, including spatial constraints within individual dwellings, in particular a shortage of affordable 3 and 4 bedroom apartments, inadequate storage, poor acoustic performance leading to tensions between neighbours, a lack of family-friendly communal space, and health and wellbeing concerns.
The research shows that despite perceived benefits to living in apartments, many families find it difficult to envision living in apartments over the longer term. Either families move away from the city with productivity and sustainability implications, or they remain living in unsuitable dwellings with compromised wellbeing and ability to feel at home. Without appropriate strategic planning and regulation, we risk the delivery of more poor quality apartments that fail to address the needs of a significant portion of residents. Responding to this challenge could look like targets within the TOD program to ensure a greater proportion of family-friendly apartments, direct provision of government or non-market family-friendly apartment supply, demonstrating design principles that can be replicated by the private sector, updates to the Housing SEP and Apartment Design Guide to ensure family-friendly design principles are taken into account. And I note the draft design and place SEP from 2001, which provides some work towards this, as well as the Healthy High Density Living for Families Guide, which is soon to be launched by Western Sydney Local Health District as a really good starting point. It's also important to ensure that local councils retain the ability to set more ambitious targets to facilitate delivery of family-friendly apartment stock in response to local need, and we can look to Canada Bay and the Hills LEPs for examples of this currently in practice. And finally, ensuring that family-friendly neighbourhood amenities keep pace with housing growth, so things like green space, social infrastructure, safe active mobility routes, childcare and schools as being really critical. So as we prioritise density, more residents will live in apartments across all different life stages, and it's vital that we ensure a short-term focus on supply does not compromise long-term livability for future generations that will inherit this stock.
Thank you. Yes, please go for it.
Thank you for the invitation to appear in front of this important inquiry. And my research focuses on housing preferences, housing affordability and urban amenity provision. Our research shows that more than 50% of apartments in the Liverpool CBD are occupied by families with children. However, 76% of apartments are two-bedroom. So there is a lack of large dwellings suitable for families in our town centres. In addition, though only 2% of dwellings are occupied by multiple family households in Australia, 48% of severely crowded dwellings are occupied by multiple family households. Indigenous Australians, Pacific and some Asian cultures are overrepresented in overcrowded dwellings. We've heard of intergenerational living and extended family living, but there is a shortage of large dwellings to accommodate these different family types. Mid-rise developments under the TOD program will contribute to a diverse dwelling stock. However, we need more diversity, including larger apartments, to improve resident well-being and economic participation and productivity. Mandating a certain percentage to be three-bedroom apartments in developments is a step in the right direction. For instance, the Hills Shire requires 20% of dwellings in a development to be three-bedroom or larger. My second point relates to the precinct boundary. 400-meter proximity from the station should not be measured using straight line distance, that is as the crow flies. Since residents will be walking to access the stations, walking distance represents a more realistic approach. Our research shows different proximity metrics such as straight line distance, road distance and travel time related distance lead to very different proximity effects. With the Honourable Chair's permission, I am happy to table this research paper. My next point is in relation to the small infrastructure incentives. The Hills Shire, Blacktown and Parramatta LGS represent almost 25% of the total housing target of the TOD program. Under the TOD provisions, the onus is on the councils to provide community infrastructure for Tier 2 precincts. Currently, 200 million is available in incentives to councils to build small local infrastructure only if they exceed their housing targets. So this assistance should be based on target dwelling numbers. Otherwise, we are setting them for failure. There will be more dwellings without adequate local amenities and services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My research is broadly in the space of buildings and sustainability, with a particular focus on high-rise and high-density architecture. In terms of a TOD ZEP, I believe it makes a huge amount of sense to deliver high-density housing provision near transit hubs. My concern comes from the type and quality of apartments we will build. It's important to recognise that the apartments we build in the next few years could still be standing well into the 22nd century. Our children's children could live in them. As such, it is vital that we deliver apartments that meet current needs but also future generations. And I've also been involved in some research that examines the desires of families with children in apartments in New South Wales, like my colleagues here. We found that developers prefer 1 and 2 bedroom apartments and standardised layouts, primarily to meet the needs of investor purchasers. In contrast, parents of children desire a more diverse range of apartment layouts in terms of privacy, supervision and shared spaces, notably influenced by the age of children. For instance, many parents desired an apartment with an entrance lobby, where developers prefer a more open plan layout. Now that's only a small thing, but it adds to the growing evidence that apartments are rarely designed with families in mind, families with children in mind. I also want to comment on the fact that the TOD reforms note that all apartments built under these changes are required to align with the New South Wales Apartment Design Guide, also known as the ADG and formerly known as SEP 65. I want to stress this as a positive thing. In the last few years, research by RMIT and the University of Western Australia has shown that the ADG achieves more health-promoting design criteria than apartment policies in other states, and has resulted in residents having a more positive perception of their apartments. And the authors note any weakening of SEP 65, and by this they mean the ADG, through the removal of requirements could be detrimental to the well-being of apartment residents. However, the ADG itself is now 10 years old. There is the opportunity to revise the ADG with our recently accumulated knowledge and evidence to ensure provisions are in place to better support the next generation of apartments in New South Wales, including, for instance, better provision of family-friendly apartments. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cook, did you have an opening statement?
I do, actually.
Yes.
It'll
Thank
just be quite quick. Can you hear me okay? I just want to check.
Yes, thank you
Yeah,
very much.
Okay, excellent. So, as I mentioned, I'm a senior lecturer in geography and sustainability at the University of Wollongong. My research specialisations, as with much of many of the researchers and my colleagues here today, is in housing and also urban studies, and it includes a focus on higher density housing from lots of different perspectives over about a decade. I think that housing supply is critical in ensuring affordable homes. It's certainly a key plank of affordability for residents in New South Wales. And the transit-oriented development strategy is a really significant initiative by the New South Wales government to support that outcome. But I also have some concerns. I think there's challenges in delivering community-supported higher density housing. One of the major barriers observed in studies that I've undertaken, particularly in Melbourne, is the mismatch between local government and statutory planning instruments, and I noticed that was a feature of the earlier session today as well. I think there is some risk that this mismatch prevails in the New South Wales government's proposed TOD strategy, where the State Environmental Planning Policy for Housing 2021, known as SEP, the Housing SEP, and the ADG, the Apartment Design Guidelines, supersede local government development control plans. And I would just focus particularly on Chapter 4, Section 149 of the Housing SEP to see where that is set up. Without stronger alignment between these instruments, so the DCPs, the SEP and the ADG, I think there is the potential for the development process to become mired in conflict that we need to be aware of. Second, there are some gaps in statutory controls regarding place and apartment design, particularly in enhancing canopy cover and thermal performance of apartments. And I can point to those areas as well. Third, and just coming to the topic of family-friendly apartments, New South Wales government master plans and associated DCPs or the controls that are placed in relation to those master plans for the 8 priority growth areas should be informed by place-based analysis of families in apartments in those town centres. By that I mean working out statistically at the moment in some of those areas what proportion of those apartments are occupied by families. As Shanika just mentioned, in our research for Liverpool Town Centre, it was around 50% of apartments were occupied by families in that town centre, so families with children. This actually resulted in modifications to the town centre DCP in June 2024 in Liverpool that now requires, along with the examples that Sophie May mentioned, 20% 3-bedroom homes in new apartment buildings. And then finally, there's the potential for the TOD strategy to achieve affordable housing This is going to differ between high and low value locations. There's the potential to gentrify existing affordable rental in some locations. And so I think increasing the proportion of affordable housing above 2% may be necessary to offset some of those impacts. So overall place really matters here, and we have to understand the impacts of some of the proposed changes and the existing planning instruments in those localities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did you want to start? Yeah,
I'm happy to kick off if you wish.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your evidence. So there's a bit of a theme here when it comes to families living in dense communities. The provisions of both TOD programs say nothing about family-friendly apartments or encouraging three-bedroom apartments or any of those provisions whatsoever, whether it's in the Tier 1 program and the 8 accelerated precincts, 7 of which have already been exhibited, or the 37 Tier 2 TOD sites. What do you think they should say about this?
I think it's a really critical opportunity, as you mentioned. It is a blaring sort of gap when we're looking at the significance of families as a cohort of apartment developments and some of the challenges that we're seeing with existing dwellings and really needing to sort of forecast forward. You know, there's an opportunity to work towards righting that misalignment if there's a greater proportion of larger apartments that are required, whether that comes through the ADG or the SEP itself or written into some of the specifics of the TOD program. And I think alongside that, affordability is a really key challenge when we're talking about the delivery of larger apartments. But there are precedents where councils have sort of required this greater mix. So while we're looking at sort of across the state level, larger apartments being 3+, sitting at more around that 10% level, as we've heard, there are councils that have required a greater proportion, so something like 20 or 25% of new apartments being family friendly would align with the numbers that we're seeing currently in that space. And alongside that, I think, there are just great opportunities to consider designing for families and really thinking about the people that will be inhabiting these spaces. So beyond the number of bedrooms, that includes things like the spatial layout, recognition of the importance of soundproofing, storage provisions, and all of these things could be written into the ADG in a similar framework as to what we did see proposed in the draft design and place SEP in 2021, which wasn't actualised in policy.
Can I just ask one thing?
Are there any other comments from any of the other?
Of course, sorry.
I'd echo that and say we have a potential template in the design and place SEP, which was canned in 2021, which suggested 20% of apartments in any new development should be family friendly, and by that they mean larger 2-bedders or 3-bedroom units. So that provides that's something that's already been consulted on to a large extent. So that provides a possible avenue for this gap, which we've all recognised to be addressed. Now, whether that is something that should be in the TOD SEP or in the ADG, at what level, I'm not sure.
It seems, we've heard some I'll go to you, Dr. Cook, but we've had frustrations expressed in other inquiries to this committee about the place design and place SEP, and what a shame that it's we haven't rolled that along. Sorry, Dr. Cook, you wanted to contribute to that.
I was just going to say, we've heard a little bit about the importance of evidence-based planning, and I think this is just one of those areas where getting more data would be very, very valuable. And I have to say, I support my colleagues' comments entirely around, 20% minimum. But I think when we did our study of Liverpool, we were really shocked that the public, and we had a lot of media attention around that paper, that they were shocked that so many people were living in apartments. But I haven't seen kind of large-scale analysis, particularly of the 8 fast growth areas, of who is currently living in apartments. For instance, in Hornsby, we could get quite, detailed information about that. So just to say, I think that there does need to be a stronger policy framework around this. But I also think that we have easily accessible evidence, and Shanaka can explain how to do it, to actually find out who at the moment are living in apartments, what proportion of families, and then to get really much better controls. I think there has to be consideration for that. And I would just say one more thing about the apartment design guide. It's very suggestive. And even the SEP, the housing SEP, says that the ADG has to be considered. It doesn't say that anything in the ADG actually has to be followed. So we've got this very permissive space that waters down anything that looks like, you know, a 20% minimum. So a couple of things there around research and tightening up that statutory framework.
Can I just pick up on one thing? Well, actually, I think you all kind of touch on it, but I think you went to it directly, Dr. Cook, in terms of tree canopy and the correlation between... this committee has heard good and strong evidence about tree canopy needed from a climate adaptation perspective, but also tree canopy in terms of livability along with green space and that quality of apartment dwelling and density dwelling. Can you provide any evidence in relation to any research, your findings, your thoughts on that, and how these new provisions provide for canopy and tree cover and green space?
Unfortunately, I don't have research on that I can talk to, but I can talk to my thoughts around the policy that I have looked at. I think when I look at the ADGs again, in terms of the provision of gardens around apartments and allocation of trees, and also of maintaining an urban canopy, I see a lot of suggestions. So it doesn't look to me that we're committing as a state to maximising tree canopy, again, looking at the ADGs. I would also say, this is from a perspective of talking to people who I did a lot of consultation with people in Melbourne around opposition to high density housing years ago in an Ahuri research project. And many of the areas that are earmarked in the priority growth areas, they still have detached dwellings in some part of those areas. Some of those I know in Sydney that have a lot of trees, obviously in the backyards of these larger detached dwellings. We know that those trees are going to be removed and lost in this process. And that quality is what brings people to live in those areas. So it is a massively important issue in terms of climate change, in terms of developing climate adapted housing for people, which has implications on energy costs down the track. But it's also part of what brings people to want to live in areas. So I think if we overlook that question of canopy, and again, if it isn't more clearly prioritised in our planning instruments, we're going to risk having apartments that are not ready for the climate extremes that we're seeing, that will exacerbate health issues. There's a lot of evidence around that, and in fact, I would say even in our Liverpool study, we've got examples from a number of households where the thermal performance of their recently built apartments were exacerbating health issues. So I think we've really got to keep our eye on, definitely on the greening aspects of this, massive program that's being proposed and has the potential to do so much. And the other thing is the thermal performance. I found an extraordinary statement that was made in a 2023 in September document from the Department of Planning and Environment around the new National Construction Code standards for thermal performance of housing, which is now moving to a 7-star rating in Australia for housing and apartments. And yet the statement that occurs in the Q&A for the Department of Planning and Environment frequently asked questions on residential building sustainability is, and I'll just read this and then I'll stop because I'm going on. We have increased the basic thermal performance and energy standards except for homes in the North Coast climate zone and small apartment buildings of up to 5 stories anywhere in New South Wales. So to me, I don't know whether that has been changed since September 2023, but it seems to excuse any apartment buildings from up to 5 stories from the NATA's 7-star rating that the National Construction Code and the Australian Building Code Board has brought in. So again, just concerns there around thermal performance, around canopy, and what our legislation is actually doing.
Thank you. Did anyone else, sorry, just on the Liverpool study, is that something that you're able to provide to the committee, or unless it has, or perhaps it already has been and I'm not aware of it? Is that...
Was that what you tended, Mr. Hurrell?
No, this is about distance, but the Liverpool study...
We can take that on notice.
Thank you very much. Did anybody else want to comment just in terms of the canopy, urban tree cover and the current SEPs that we have in front of us?
Maybe I'll add something here because the point I mentioned before about the small infrastructure incentives, that's why they are needed, because when we add additional residents, the per capita availability of urban parks reduces. Whenever we add 10 residents, for example, the per capita availability of schools for those residents reduces. So whenever we add 1 or more residents to a certain precincts, we are going to see that amenities and services availability will be reduced. So that's why it's important that for each development, looking at the dwelling numbers, we should look at providing more infrastructure incentives. If you wait until they meet the targets, it might be too late, because when the planning happens at this stage, the delivery will be few years down the line, and the people will have to live without those amenities and services for a while.
But even that suggests that. But that doesn't address the removal of existing tree canopy. That's kind of for future or potentially reserving. I think the concern is, and I've just, the view I'm looking at, and I think Dr. Cook went to it, is, existing trees and the notion that under this development regime, we will be removing existing tree canopy to provide for redevelopment and denser development. And the impacts of that. But Dr. Cook's obviously pointed to the fact that people come to these areas because these are the things that attract them to these areas. But thank you.
I think, the only other thing to add on that is just that, we see within apartment communities that have that reduced private space that there's increasingly then that reliance on those public facilities, and that's the case for families as well as broader apartment residents. So it's really critical to sort of think not just about the homes themselves, but those surrounding communities and whether they will meet those diverse needs of people who don't necessarily have that backyard themselves.
Thank you.
Look, if I could pick up on that point, and I think you talked about it in your opening statement as well, and I think Dr. Harath, you were touching on, and we've certainly heard it through the inquiry. One of the challenges with this SEP and its application is it only looks at the upzoning of dwellings. It doesn't identify any new open space, for instance. And some of the councils have submitted to us, because of the increase in densities in residential blocks, you're actually looking at an added cost to council if they are to procure open space, because it's been rezoned to 6 stories now, so it goes at a higher cost. So to Dr. Harath's point, you might be actually losing that opportunity, so to speak. What do you think should have happened, or what do you think we should recommend as a committee in terms of open space within these TOD precincts and what the government should do?
I'm probably not best placed to answer that one.
Dr. Harath, have you got any idea?
I'll probably add, again, drawing on my opening statement, I think it's really important, rather than relying on the city councils to provide those extra amenities with the addition of new residents to areas, I think the New South Wales government should proactively provide infrastructure in those areas, because otherwise, if those people have to live in local areas without amenities, with working from home very prevalent these days, it will have an impact on well-being as well as productivity. So that's why it's important to provide infrastructure funding upfront to these areas. I know about 520 million have been dedicated for the Tier 1 precincts, but a lot of very large precincts in Tier 2 areas haven't been provided that support. So that's, I think, crucial.
So there's $0 on the table for any infrastructure for those 37 Tier 2 precincts. You would have thought that if this program were in place and we wanted to encourage high quality, denser communities where families could live, that there would have been infrastructure funding there for open space and other improvements to community amenity.
That's right. So at the moment, it's on a competitive basis. If you meet the target, they will provide the incentives. So that might not work in my opinion, because when there are already large number of dwellings allocated to these locations, they'll certainly need, this is an essential for these areas, even before looking at whether they meet the target or not.
And that's only $200 million for every council across New South Wales.
For those 31...
well, no, that's not even just for those areas. That $200 million is for every council across New South Wales if they meet or beat their housing target.
Right. Mr Primrose.
Just taking up the point about green spaces, I understand you took your research for the Department of Education looked at the sharing of and potential benefits of sharing green spaces. I was wondering if you could please just talk to that and give us your views.
Yes, so we were initially very surprised when we looked at the data that were provided by the Education Department, and there was a considerable uptake of this program. So a lot of schools were willingly taking that on because they wanted to share their school spaces with the local community. The main obstacle I would say would be the maintenance costs, and some schools had concerns about security issues. But a lot of work has been put into these areas, and now even more schools have come on board with the program. So we've looked at some international case studies as well. So since we don't have much land left in co-urban areas, this has been acknowledged as a very, very good strategy in terms of improving social benefits, health benefits in local areas, because especially in cities like Sydney, we hardly have any land left for new urban parks. So the alternative would be to use those existing urban areas or green areas to the benefit of the entire community. So I'm again take that on notice, and I'll provide the final report of that project.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I had a question about the way that the department has decided to make their decisions about which areas are going to have a significant increase in density, and if any of you had comment about the rigour of that process and whether there are whether the use of data has been effectively managed and utilised. Have you done any of your own analysis, for example, on the way that the sites were actually picked?
I have not.
Yes, so in that project, we had access to the original data from the Department of Education. So our understanding was that the schools were invited to be on board with the program, and there were some information sessions, etc. And then those schools who consented, so they were invited to be on board. And then subsequent information were provided on the obstacles like the security concerns, cleaning management and governance arrangements, and costs, how to kind of share the cost of cleaning, etc. And then subsequently they had other forums and feedback sessions to understand if the program has worked well, what to do next to improve the program, etc. So I think in terms of the transparency, I think the website of that program provides a lot of information, and it's quite transparent in that way.
And that's specifically for the open space sharing?
The Share Our Space program of the Education Department.
When was that commenced?
I can't remember the exact date. I'll take that on notice.
Okay.
And it's been a few years, but more and more schools came on board. So that's why we think it was a success, and we would actually promote and encourage other.
But that was before the Todd announcements were made.
Yeah.
This is just sort of feeding into what is the new plan.
Yes.
I guess I'm more asking about how the sites were picked in terms of the actual Todd locations. Yeah. Is, for example, Dr. Kerr, was there any analysis done at City Futures?
I haven't done any work, in that space. Basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just with respect to the question on family-friendly apartments, do we have data on how many family-friendly apartments there are in Sydney or New South Wales at the moment? No?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I guess, there's various different metrics that you could look at if you were looking at larger apartments, but yeah, there's certainly not a family-friendly apartment guideline that exists at this point in time.
Do we have data on how many 3-bedroom apartments there are in New South Wales or the like? Is that something that's available or not? Or?
I believe it changes per LGA as well. So I know the ABC did a study on this, and they found as low as 6% in some local government areas and higher up to 15-20% in others. So it's dispersed in a non-aligned manner. I believe Dr. Kerr found 11% or some LGAs, and so it differs in different places.
Yeah, and certainly the capability exists within the census data to pull that based on different locations, and Nicole was alluding to the work that Sharnika did in Liverpool that was a really place-based example of breaking down, what does the apartment stock look like and what are the demographics of the area and how do they align, so that can be explored.
It takes work, though, I take it.
Liverpool...
This is your work. This is what you do for a living. Yeah.
So in Liverpool, it was 15%?
15%. So 50% of people,
That's right.
Families living in apartments, and only 15% of those being 3-bedroom.
And as Dr. Cook and Dr. Kerr mentioned, we were not only focusing on the number of bedrooms, there were a lot of design aspects, storage, availability, so some of them were content with the arrangements, but in terms of bedroom numbers alone, only 15% was the number that we got for 3-bedroom.
But what we know across the state is that a quarter of all apartments are habitable or habited by families with children. So that's 1 in 4. And 1 in 5 across Australia.
Can I just ask, do you have any insight into what drives the differential between LGAs in terms of the proportion of 3-bedroom or greater numbers in each LGA? Is there any insight on why one LGA might have 15% and one LGA might have 6%?
I don't. I mean, in the work we've done talking to developers told us they prefer to deliver 1 and 2-bedroom apartments, and they prefer generalness in apartment delivery because that's what investors prefer. So that was the feedback we got from developers, but I couldn't tell you why certain LGAs have different ratios of apartment delivery.
I mean, even if you increased or mandated the increase, and I think this is sort of the tension that I'm trying to grapple with in terms of the evidence on a range of points that has been raised in this session. All these factors drive increased costs, and that obviously then impacts on the profit margin for developers, and so their incentive to actually proceed with developments is affected, and so we then erode our capacity to actually meet the housing targets that we need to deal with the housing crisis. I suppose my real question is there a sort of model within a private market system that can deliver the kind of quality of life benefits that you're trying to direct us towards? Do you think it's possible within the kind of operation of a sort of wholly private market system to deliver those kind of benefits?
If I answer your earlier question about what determines the number of different types or sizes of apartments in LGAs, in our Liverpool paper we cited 3 reasons as to why the private developers would develop certain types of dwellings. First one was the construction cost, and then profit margins, as you mentioned, and then the build quality and design that would be more profitable for them. So in terms of construction costs, what we've said in that paper was that from 2004 to 2018, over the 15 years, the cost of construction in New South Wales increased by 52%, and we saw a corresponding decline in the apartment size. So the apartment size decreased by 20% in New South Wales over that 14 years. So we therefore suggested that with the increase of construction costs, developers increasingly chose to design and build smaller apartments. So
same model as McDonald's.
So So these kind of decision-making processes by the private developers would have an impact on the outcome.
That's the market. I mean, if we put in regulatory constraints to try and force them, then they just don't build. So, I mean, I know it's confronting maybe, but is there a model, a private market
public
model
developer? Am I hearing hints towards a public developer?
I mean, if I look globally...
Yeah. Sorry, Dr. Cook, did you want to say something?
I'm listening to this and I'm sort of, I think the reality is we can see that the market will not be able to deliver this on its own. Already, we've been talking about Liverpool. Liverpool is really struggling to get development to happen, despite very welcoming and permissive development context. And one of the reasons that they would say that it's a problem, in addition to the points that Chanaka has already made, is because you could develop in, a building is going to cost the same amount to develop in a higher value neighbourhood. And so the higher value neighbourhoods will be more attractive. And so sometimes places such as Liverpool will struggle to attract development. And I think across a range of measures here that we're talking about, the market on its own isn't going to be able to deliver affordable and a climate-adapted apartment stock. And so I think we need to look at other suggestions that aren't outrageous. There are times where there have been public-private partnerships, there are different models that could be developed. We do need to get better at delivering a housing product that is affordable, and affordability and sustainability need to be central from the ground up, from what we're teaching our students in architecture and planning, all the way to research and innovation in that space. Now, I know this is not a quick answer, it's not an easy answer, but I think taking a step forward, potentially prototyping something to show the market that it is possible, alternately looking at public-private partnerships in different ways. I don't think it will be developed in any other format in the current climate. So that's my answer. I don't think the market can deliver on its own. We need to be more creative and look at examples from the past and innovative ways of financing. And I know you're going to ask me what they are, and I can't say what they are at this point, but to me, I don't think the market can develop this on its own.
Dr. Oldfield?
I was going to say quite simply, if we look around the world at the best apartments being delivered, they are all being delivered by non-private developers, by non-market. They're being delivered through social housing, government-led housing in places like Vienna, Barcelona, Scandinavia, and they are delivering the highest quality apartment provision. If we look in Australia as well, mechanisms like Nightingale in Melbourne, fantastic housing. Yeah. One of them is NATA's 9.2 star. We remember the minimum is 6 star, and they delivered 9.2 star. I don't think the private sector would do that.
They're in Sydney now as well.
Yes, of course.
Dr. Kerr, you wanted to add something, I
Thank
think.
you. Yeah, and very much agree with the comments that have been made by my colleagues. I think, it's a very important tension that you've raised, and we're talking a lot about the need for larger apartments and 3-bedroom plus. And there's recent reporting that the median price of a 3-bedroom apartment is $1.3 million in Sydney. So we know sort of alongside this that we need to be having this conversation about affordable housing. I just wanted to share that there are a couple of examples overseas where various jurisdictions have offered incentives to try and sort of encourage the private market to deliver family-friendly apartments, often sort of coupled with affordability targets. So there's an example in Portland, Oregon, which offers a 3-bedroom bonus program with floor area ratio bonuses of up to 25% offered for the inclusion of affordable 3-bedroom units. In Coquitlam, British Columbia, they look at a targeted 10% minimum of 3-bedroom units in projects under rezoning and encourage 3-bedroom plus units through their rental incentive program. So there are sort of, models out there that can be explored. I'm not saying either of those is exactly the right context for the discussion that we're having here, but I think it's an opportunity for the New South Wales government to sort of investigate some of those mechanisms to try and incentivise the private market to be part of this delivery, alongside, as we've heard, the importance of those non-market housing outcomes towards addressing this.
Thank you.
I think we're at time. I think we're
You've
on
done?
a minute.
Yeah,
so
we're at time. Any
We're
final
at time, are we?
final questions?
No worries.
No? Okay. Thank you very, very much for making the time, all of you, and for your evidence today. The Secretariat will be in contact with you about those matters taken on notice. We're very grateful for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all, and thank you for attending today and making time to give evidence. Could I please get each witness, starting from my left, to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? Thank you.
Sure. My name's Peter Phibbs. I'm a Emeritus Professor at the University of Sydney, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy Sherry. I'm a Professor at Macquarie Law School and Smart Green Cities Research Centre, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Bill Randolph, a Professor at City Futures Research Centre at the University of New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hazel Easthope, a Professor at City Futures Research Centre at the University of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would anyone like to make a short opening statement?
Yeah, I would, if that'd be
Yes,
okay.
please.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Chair. Yeah, look, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. And you've read my submission. I just wanted to make sort of three, probably what I call additional points for things that have come up since the submission was made. The first one is around the justification for the TOD program. On the New South Wales Planning website, there's a statement saying we have a housing crisis in New South Wales. I'm sure my colleagues would agree with that statement. But one of the things they say is we must act now to avoid being a city with no young people. Now, like this worries me. The whole, if you like, story about young people in Sydney began with the New South Wales Productivity Commissioner when, in highlighting the release of a report in February this year, he said, for every person in their 30s who come to live in Sydney, 2 leave. If we don't act now, we could face Sydney become known as a city without grandchildren. That issue was picked up by a lot of politicians. Quite a few politicians have raised that issue. As a scholar, I find it unfortunate. The Productivity Commissioner was confused between what we call in demography total migration into Greater Sydney and internal migration. So if for every person that arrived 2 left, we'd actually see a reduction in the number of people in their 30s in Sydney, but just a simple scan of a census table shows that's not true. So between 2011 and 2016, the number of people in their 30s in Greater Sydney grew by 12%, and between 2016 and 2021 it grew by 11%. The total number in 2021, according to the Bureau, was 831,184 people in their 30s living in Greater Sydney. So I think it's unlikely we're going to run out of young people soon. We're probably not going to run out of grandchildren. In fact, my colleague Bill's just telling me he's now a grandfather. But one of the issues there
live in
is
Sydney.
Not yet.
Well, one of the issues there is just the whole planning thing the public finds difficult. We have to have a discussion and a debate with the public. The least that we can do is actually provide with reliable evidence. The other point around the diagnosis of the problem, seems to be that the reason we've got such a low output in housing supply of Sydney is a lack of apartment sites, and therefore the way you fix that problem is to create more apartment sites. Now, one of the things as a researcher I've been able to get access to is the New South Wales Planning Portal, which now records all development approvals and all building approvals. Okay, when you get an approval for an apartment block, first thing is you get a development approval from council, then you've got to go back, submit your construction drawings and get a building approval. So it's a 2-step process. Looking at the planning portal, I can see for Greater Sydney 55,000 dwellings made up of approvals of 20 dwellings or more. Most of those will be apartments, some might be small subdivisions, but most of them will be apartments. So that where there was 55,000 approvals that have not yet got a building certificate. Okay, so the proponent hasn't gone forward to try and get a building certificate, and I'd argue that the main reason for that is simply because the developments aren't feasible. If you're a developer, you're not going to pay an architect tens of thousands of dollars to do building plans if the thing's not going to make any money. So the main problem with housing supply is apartments, except in expensive areas, just aren't feasible. And they're not feasible not because of lack of approvals, but because construction costs have skyrocketed and interest rates are now exceedingly high. Builders will be paying, sometimes in mezzanine finance, up to developers up to 15% finance costs. Okay, my final comment just relates to the diverse and well-located home strategy. And there's sort of a common view, I think, unfortunately, amongst some people and perhaps people in the department, that all upzoning is good. It provides more housing opportunities. What many people fail to acknowledge is that if you do mass upzoning of residential areas, when you get a detached house and you upzone it, you make that site much more valuable. The owner of the house thinks everyone coming at them is a developer or a developer in disguise, so they'll want more than the current market value for the house. So the mass upzoning actually increases prices. So we've seen just this week an article in The Economist talks about the miracle of the New Zealand upzoning experiment. What we've seen in Auckland is, okay, it's been good if the extra construction's put downward pressure on rents compared to other comparable New Zealand cities, but there's been no change in housing prices. And the Economist that was quoted cites the reason is because one of the things that's happened is all that upzoning's made those houses more expensive. So you've got a strategy, you're trying to make housing cheaper by making housing more expensive. So it does cause problems. And I'd argue a detailed local plan where you're looking at trying to maybe rezone some industrial land into residential land or limit the number of detached housing areas to areas you think that are feasible or likely to generate a lot of supply will probably be a more effective strategy. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Did you? Yes, you want to go for it, please.
Okay, and thank you. Sorry, I have my notes on my phone. Please don't think I'm reading my text. It looks bad when you have a mobile phone in front of you. So apologies for this. I think the point that I really wanted to make, and hopefully this came across in my written submission, this is a big issue that is not limited to planning law. It's private property law. And one of the real concerns I have, and it's not just because I'm a private property lawyer and to a hammer everything looks like a nail, but the simple reality is every square inch of space is owned by somebody. And when we're talking about housing, it's housing that's owned by private citizens. And what I see in the TODs and also in planning generally is a almost complete lack of consideration of the private property titles that people will end up owning. So whether you're a homeowner or whether you're a tenant, it's a private property title. So a lease is a private property title. And when we provide people with homes, that's what they're getting. They're getting a private property title. But it's not actually being considered at all in the planning process. When it comes to high density development, there's only one kind of property title, and that's strata title, which is a Torrens freehold title. But that's what everyone's getting. But there's very, very little consideration of the reality of strata, the reality of high density development and large scale development. And we desperately need every single section of government. No, let me take that back. There are probably some sections of government that don't need to understand strata law, but there are a lot of sections of government that desperately do. So for example, I did research in the pandemic on the public health orders. Utterly nonsensical for strata schemes because whoever was drafting them didn't understand the basics of how strata title works. So, and this is another example. In planning, I routinely see the Department of Planning use terms incorrectly. So the Department of Planning routinely uses Torrens to refer to non-strata title. It's wrong. It's simply wrong. All strata is Torrens title. If you don't even get the basic terminology right, it suggests that you're perhaps not considering it. And I apologise, I don't mean to be disrespectful to the Department of Planning, but it is a source of frustration. Many of the terms that they're using in the low to medium density, but also in the TODs, one of the key things for me is they literally have no meaning in private property law. So something like duplex doesn't have it. No one owns a duplex. You either own a strata or a non-strata title. That's the only option. In relation to the TODs, shop top housing literally has no meaning in private property law. Nobody owns shop top housing. What you own is a strata lot with inside a stratum scheme that's inside a strata lot inside a strata scheme inside a stratum subdivision. The strata scheme is regulated by the Strata Schemes Management Act, Development Act, obligations to pay levies. The overarching mixed-use development is regulated by a strata or building management statement. There are shared facilities. There are all sorts of costs. I'm guessing that I've probably lost everyone in the room in relation to that. It's not something that people should necessarily be expected to know, but the Department of Planning should be expected to know, and sections of government that are involved in this need to understand that complexity. So I've just come from an event that we hosted in Macquarie called Building Bigger Better. One of the lawyer who structured Wentworth Point spoke. Absolutely brilliant presentation. I think people were left probably more than mildly terrified by the legal structure at Wentworth Point, which is a very, very complex community title subdivision. So when people buy an apartment, they buy an apartment in a strata scheme. It's governed by an owners corporation. It's part of an overarching community scheme that has a community association, and the community association also has a stratum subdivision in it, which is governed by a building management statement. All of those layers of governance require people to pay money, and they also regulate people's private property. The reason, and the contracts for Wentworth Point, when people buy an apartment there, their contracts are over 1,000 pages long. 2 lever arch folders of legal technicality to explain to them what they are buying. The complexity of Wentworth Point was largely driven by the fact that the council at the time, Auburn Council, refused to take ownership of the roads. And this is one of the really big issues in TODs with large complex development. You end up with large complex development because state government and local councils will not take ownership of open space or roads, what's otherwise been public infrastructure. There's only 2 options. Somebody has to own every square inch of land is private property, literally every bit of it. It's either owned by the state government or councils, or it's owned by private citizens. They're the only options. It's the only possibility. If it's not owned by the local council, it's owned by private citizens. So places like Wentworth Point or Breakfast Point or Rouse Hill, the parks, the roads, everything that you look at that you think is publicly owned property is not. It's as much private property as the lifts and the stairwell in a high-rise building. And private citizens are being made to pay for it. They're being made to manage very, very complex infrastructure, which they can't manage. They just can't. They can't manage a tri-generation plant or an embedded network. It's not possible. They don't have the skills. They're being made to manage bush areas. They're being made to manage riparian areas on waterways, which used to be publicly owned. The only way they can do that is by engaging professional assistance, which, not surprisingly, is very expensive, getting people to help you run your strata scheme. And there's also, anyone who works in strata will tell you there's an absolute dearth of expertise in the area. It's very difficult to get good strata managers. It's very difficult to get good embedded network managers, all of those kinds of professionals that help you with complex development. So that's, I'll leave it there just to say one of my biggest concerns with the TODs is that what we are incentivising are extraordinarily complex private property developments that are 100% owned by private citizens, and they have to be paid for and maintained by those private citizens. And it does seem to me that we are setting them up for failure. It's just not possible for people to do this, and it will not be possible for them to afford it.
Thank you. Did anybody else want to make a short statement? Yeah,
we'll
please.
Go down the road.
Okay, thank you.
I'll try and be brief. First off, to say thank you very much for inviting me, inviting all of us to talk to you today. Firstly, the TOD SEP has a lot going for it, I think, but the critical thing is how is it implemented and managed when it's doing so. Worth pointing out that the idea of concentrating activity on centres is quite an old one in Sydney. Certainly since the 2005 Metro strategy, we've been looking at centres and concentrating development there. And we've done research which shows that since that period, yes, development has concentrated along the corridors and in the centres, but at the expense of what we all now call the missing middle. And it's quite simple that developers find it more profitable to build high-rise than to build low or medium-rise properties. So, in a sense, the high-rise corridor concept, the centre concept, has squeezed out the missing middle product. Now, the SEP offers a chance to address that issue, as well as boost housing supply. But I think first point I'd like to make is don't see this as a panacea for solving the housing affordability crisis. Housing affordability and affordable housing are two different things. So is the issue about housing supply and housing affordability. It will not solve the housing affordability problem. And I think fairly obviously that you will never find a developer to get up in the morning to go out and build as many units or houses as he or she possibly can in order to bring the price down. It won't happen. And that leads on to the main core of the issue. And I think if you look at the last 10, 15 years of planning in apartment development, housing development in Sydney, the apartment boom of the last decade and the home buyer boom just after the COVID outbreak has shown that the planning system is perfectly capable of delivering quantity. It's the market that doesn't deliver when it doesn't want to, and I think that's the crux of the issue, is that if you're trying to plan a city and rely on speculative housing booms to deliver, you've got an issue straight away. So how do we make it work? Well, I think the whole issue is about risk, and the way to make TODs work will be to de-risk the process by a strong government intervention and lead. I think there are three key issues that TODs will face in delivering what we want them to. Firstly is governance. This is about removing risk and uncertainty for developers, the insufficient interagency coordination which has been typical in the past. I think the TOD initiative is trying to deal with that. And the lack of local input. I call this the who and how problem of governance. The second one is infrastructure. I mean, this has come up time and time again. It relates to the lag between housing development and infrastructure provision, the poor integration of land uses and infrastructure planning, the inadequate financing frameworks, which is constantly coming to the fore, and the poor understanding of what infrastructure is actually required to support the resulting community. All these have been failures in the past. These needs to be addressed. So it's the what's needed and who pays question. Thirdly, this whole density issue. And that really centres on a lack of trust that the outcomes will match the expectations by those impacted by the renewal in terms of affordability, build quality, staging and social displacement. Those things that really need to be addressed, what's delivered and for whom, and at what quality, and we can talk about those things during the discussion. So I would argue, and others have too, that a simple rezone and walk away market-led approach will not deliver the outcomes the government expects or the community wants. How do we address these issues? Well, government needs to play a leading role. It doesn't be heavy-handed, but it has to be there. We do have agencies that do this. I mean, Landcom is an obvious choice, appropriately staffed, resourced and refocused. They could act by resuming land at or near existing use values, undertaking site assembly, and then supporting the planning, implementation, promotion and coordination of the renewal process. Land acquired in this way would be parcelled up with explicit planning requirements and offered to the market for developers to tender for the delivery of specific outcomes. In the process, the value created by the rezoning process would be shared between the private sector and the public purse. Now, Landcom have done this. Victoria Park, Thornbury, there's lots of examples of where they've done this in the past. LAC has experience of tendering out major public housing renewal, Ivanhoe, Waterloo. Elsewhere, there are examples. The Urban Land Development Corporation in Brisbane, which was axed, did exactly this quite successfully. East Perth Redevelopment Authority has done. There are numerous examples of how government can play this role to manage, coordinate development. Finally, about trust, there needs to be a strong local buy-in to each plan. Master planning involving the local council is absolutely critical. I can see this in some of the TOD Stage 1 submissions. But you need to include a voice for the community, an effective one. That's difficult. That's what the development industry doesn't want to hear, because it can close down the process. But unless we do that, then we'll get the political pushback and the stop-go renewal process, which has bedeviled development in Sydney for so many years. The social licence has to be one which cuts both ways. I'll stop there and hand on to my colleague.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks everyone for the opportunity to speak today. There was a lot that I could talk about, but I've chosen to focus on my two areas of research specialisation, which are how people create a sense of home in their housing and strata title development. And I've just got a few brief comments on those. So the TODCEP talks about the importance of, and I quote, creating more and new affordable homes, unquote. So to do this, we need to consider housing supply and we need to consider what it means to create homes. In both cases, I think we need to take a long-term view. So first, on homes. Making the creation of homes rather than just dwelling targets the primary focus is going to be absolutely central to getting the social licence that is necessary to make this TODCEP a success. So this is the local buy-in that Bill's mentioning. There's a lot of different factors involved in delivering good quality apartment homes in neighbourhoods, and we can talk about those in the discussion. But an important piece of the puzzle is understanding how apartment development is different to house development, which is what Kathy was talking about. So apartments are not just houses stacked on top of each other, and I like to say this because it's really important. They're physically interdependent, they share walls and services. That means they require collective management. And in Australia, almost all privately owned apartments are strata titled, which means that they're also collectively owned by multiple people at the same time, which brings complexities in management as well. Bigger buildings are typically more complex and hence more risky and more costly to manage, and those risks and costs are ultimately not borne by developers, they're borne by property owners of individual units. And my research centre recently published a report on apartment purchaser decisions of owner-occupiers in New South Wales, which sees this reflected in that market. So in particular, the most attractive building form for the people that we surveyed who were owner-occupiers who'd recently bought apartments in New South Wales was medium-rise buildings with fewer than 20 units. And the reason that was given for that being the most attractive form was greater sense of community, smaller strata schemes being easier to manage, and less big-ticket items to maintain like lifts and pools. So that also has implications for local services and communal spaces and whether those are going to be provided within buildings or within the surrounding neighbourhood, and whether they're going to be owned by individual private citizens or by the local government or state government. So second, thinking about longer term supply. The fact that strata properties are owned by multiple owners means that building strata properties is going to lead to further land fragmentation. And if we're talking about urban renewal, we're talking about collecting bits of land together in order to redevelop them. So that means it's going to be more difficult to replace those buildings later. So we need to give serious thought to what's going to happen to the new strata developments that we're building now in 50 years when they need to be upgraded. For example, are they being built in such a way that they can be upgraded in place? Can we upgrade the existing buildings without demolishing and rebuilding? Or should we be prioritising buildings under single ownership, for example, build to rent or social and affordable housing, in high value locations where we know that urban renewal in the future is going to be likely, like near train stations? So just to summarise my argument, we need to ensure that any discussion about housing supply is about the long-term supply of homes that people want to live in over and above dwelling targets. And we need to understand the implications of strata ownership on livability, including the management and maintenance of buildings into the long term, and on future urban renewal.
Thank you all. We'll have some questions. Did you want to?
I'm happy to start.
Yeah,
thank you all for being here today, and I'll pick up that segue from your last point in terms of the future. And Professor Phibbs, in your submission, you outlined how, in a sense, there might be this perception that when people see a freestanding home next to a train station, that's bad, but you make the point that potentially that could be for future development, because you have a 6-storey property next to that station. In 50 years' time, we might go past and look at that 6-storey property and say, how did that come about? Just interested in your views with respect to these changes as to whether they do potentially hobble our ability to develop into the future.
Yeah, I think that could be a real issue, and it comes about when you try and set a standard across, 6 stories across such a diverse housing market. In some areas, you want more than 6 stories. In other areas, you want less than 6. But like, what the job of the planner is not to look at what's going to happen in the next 10 years, but you're thinking about what's going to happen in the next 50 years. Sydney's going to keep growing. It's a global city. So you've got to be careful you don't sterilise future opportunities by putting in a smaller development than really you'd want to think about what would be appropriate in 50 years' time. And in my submission, I give a little photo of a 2-storey apartment block in Burwood next to a 12-storey building, where you can actually sterilise the opportunity, particularly if it's strated. You can't get 75% of the people to agree to sell. You're stuck with a 2-storey building in an area that have a lot more potential. So your detached home, it almost creates, amongst economists, a perplexity when they see it next to a train station, but you're actually land banking for the future. And the worst thing you can do is go and put like 10 townhouses, especially if they're strated, next to that train station, because you think you're increasing density. Because when it comes to the crunch in 10, 20 years' time, when you want to put an apartment block there, you can't get access to the site. So trying to think ahead, and we're not talking about the political cycle, we're not talking about 10 years, we're talking about 50 or 70 years. You really got to see some opportunities from saving some sites for future high density development. And like, we just see how we sterilise opportunities if we go too low too early, And so I think trying to think about sort of that land banking space is a pretty important strategy for thinking about how you're going to plan your city.
Anyone else want to comment on that?
I guess picking up on my introductory comments,
point.
I completely agree with Professor Phibbs on his points, but I think that the strata title apartment and the detached house are not the only 2 options that we have available to us. We have the single-owned apartment building under a single ownership, and we also have lease, fixed-term lease of land.
And that goes back to your point, effectively, in terms of either being government-led or being built to rent or the like. There are different models that could be considered as well. Professor Phibbs, I'll turn back to, I guess this is again, oh, sorry.
So I just wanted to
sorry,
add
Professor
quickly
Sherry.
one thing to Peter's point. If we're talking about sterilising land, a single strata scheme is child's play in comparison to the large-scale developments that we're doing. Mm-hmm. You can redevelop that with 75% agreement. The legislation definitely needs some work. But if you've got a large stratum subdivision, so take something like or community scheme. So let's take Wentworth Point, if it ever is redeveloped, maybe it's developed to the nth degree, but it's a community scheme. To redevelop that, you need 100% agreement of every single individual owner, every association, so they're the bodies corporate, the community association, the neighbourhood associations, the Strata's Owners Corporation, every mortgagee, every lessee, every judgment creditor, and every caveator. It's what property theorists call the tragedy of the anti-commons, where you have too many people with a finger in the pie. Actually comes from study of post-communist land markets that don't work, because every Communist Party hack and his dog had a finger in the pie. You can't do anything. What happens if this is fragmentation? The more you fragment with private property titles, which is what these large complex developments are, the harder it is to ever redevelop, because you need to get everyone to agree. And that's basically impossible. You're talking about hundreds or potentially thousands of people.
Thank you. Now, with respect to some of these changes, Professor Phibbs, you've outlined how this can actually increase some of the challenges we have with housing affordability as well, that you're going to have when it comes to freestanding dwellings, potentially families that are looking to upsize in the market, get to that larger property, and we've already heard the challenges we face with larger apartment blocks pitted up against developers in that same context because the zoning's already in place. Do you want to outline to the committee how you see that potentially working and how you see that being a challenge with these reforms?
Yeah, well, the dilemma is if you upzone a detached house into, and we're probably talking about the diverse housing strategy more than Todd's, but if you upzone housing that's currently detached housing for 6-storey apartments or 4-storey apartments, essentially you increase the value of that housing lot. Depending on the area, it might double its potential value. So if you're the homeowner and someone comes along and they're want to expand their family. They've come out of an apartment. They want to get a detached house. You look at them, you sort of think, oh, you're really a developer in disguise. So what you want is the full freight for that house, because you've now got an increased bundle of property rights. It's possible to put a 6-storey apartment block on that house. So it just makes the housing more expensive. So the dilemma is, yeah, okay, you've got to upzone some detached housing for apartments. That's fine. If you do it on a very large scale, you end up trying to make housing cheaper by making it more expensive. Because for that individual owner, that increase in property rights means that house is now more valuable. So I think a lot of people don't understand that point. They just think upzoning's a free kick. It's always going to be helpful. It's got a downside in that it makes things more expensive. So detached houses are an important part of the market. They're not the only part of the market. They're an important part of the market. If you go and make detached housing much more expensive because of all these additional property rights, the citizens of Sydney aren't going to think that's a great outcome, particularly ones that are trying to get in the detached housing market, because that's, for many people, a preferred housing destination, in their housing career. So I think a lot of people don't understand that. There seems to be this view that if you simply mass increase the property rights for some reason, that'll bring the rights down. Why? People don't have to sell it. They can sit there, and if someone doesn't offer enough money, they can wait. But the other thing that happens is most apartment developments, you've got to buy a couple, sometimes 3 detached houses. You might have one willing seller that wants to get out, or it'll just take the market price. The other 2 people, you've got to basically dig them out. Okay, developers call this the acquisition premium. So you've got to pay more than the market price to get the neighbours out, because they had no intention of selling. Now, the acquisition premium in Sydney probably starts about 50% above the current market price. So if you've got to get 3 houses, it's probably more. So you do make property more expensive. And that's a funny way to attack the problem. So the way planners get around that is, one of the things they're trying to do is look at rezoning industrial sites into residential. You don't get that same impact. Or when they do rezone detached housing sites, they try and pick smaller areas that they know are feasible, that will generate apartments. And they just go, okay, this is going to be an apartment lot, and people basically all just bail out because they can see the writings on the wall. If you upzone the entire city, a lot of people won't see apartments coming at them. They'll just sit there and wait. So it just worries me people don't understand how that market works. And we'd make apartments cheaper by that strategy, but detached housing more expensive. So I just think you've got to limit the amount of detached housing that you upzone, make it strategic, make it focused, and I don't think someone in a state government agency that's trying to look at simply dozens and dozens of centres has got really any idea about the details or particular locations that would really fire up housing supply in a way that a local planner would.
And if I could invite your comment here, Professor Randolph, as well, because you outlined before some of your concerns in terms of how that upzoning would necessarily work, or where the benefit of that upzoning would be, and then potentially the difficulties for a developer in purchasing that property at a much higher value. And you, of course, outlined some alternative models, if you wanted to perhaps expand upon that in this context.
Well, Peter, it's absolutely right. As you will have heard from other witnesses, I think the whole feasibility issue is fundamental to whether or not the TOD set will be successful in its aims. And I think the critical issue here is how much value is created through the rezoning process. I, for one, would argue that we need to be quite transparent about this, and councils need to know what they're doing, how much value they're creating when they rezone. Why not? It's a public decision. So I think understanding the whole kind of feasibility conundrum of the TODs will be fundamental to making them work properly. In terms of the risks that developers entail when they develop something, yes, of course, we know it's a very risky business. You can make a mozza or you can lose your shirt. We've done research recently which shows that very clearly by looking at feasibilities across 1,200 apartment blocks in Sydney in the last decade or so. Quite clearly, there are some losers and some real winners there. But I think in terms of the proposition that a government agency should be in a position to resume land at or near existing use value, which is what the proposition is, perhaps with a premium to ensure that there's a bit of value sharing for the original landowner, and then amalgamating sites, doing the hard work, if you like, that the development industry has to do, the sort of thing that Peter's talking about, to put those sites together, and then putting it back into the market at an appropriate price to encourage development, could be a way in which you manage that process, you iron out the risks for the developer at the end of the day, and as I say, there are examples of how that's worked. And the important point there is if you de-risk, you can expect a lower hurdle rate for the developer to then say, well, you know, how much do we need to make on this? Well, there's no risk associated with it. You've got a plan. We're asking you to develop within this envelope. Go away and make it work. That's one way in which you can make the TOD much more planned and probably will deliver what you're looking for. And we know there are affordable housing additions to or bonuses to put in there, the sort of 30% uplift. All these things can be worked out by the council with the developers involved and be quite explicit about who's getting what share of that uplift. And then you get into the issue of infrastructure payments and all the rest of it, which will cause developers all sorts of problems. And we know they don't like them. We know they push back very, very hard on those issues. I think if you have a rational, I'll use that word, I'm not sure I can use that word in relation to the housing market, but in a managed process, you would start to find a better outcome because you'd be able to determine what gets built where, pretty much, and specify and build that into the land value that you're handing over to the developer to say, go away and build. This is what you do.
How would you establish the acquisition premium? Like, what would be the kind of
it's a very good question.
How you would do that?
Peter's talking about houses. Clearly, when you're repurposing a whole town centre, you've got commercial premises and all sorts of premises as well as open space, because you're going to need that. The valuer general determines the value of the property that I'm lucky enough to own, and I have a land value which is quite clearly stated on my rates bill. So there's a baseline there. The premium itself could be a negotiated one. I don't. Peter suggests it's a 50% premium. That may be correct. There are some very good examples now out there that colleagues of mine have been looking at in research, looking at collective sales of house owners up on the Northwest Metro corridor, which evidence from there could show you what sort of premiums those places are being sold at. So there's empirical information could allow you to determine that. And look, when the metro was being put in, large blocks of property were purchased and demolished almost within a blink of an eye by whoever it is, the Metro Authority. Clearly the government has skills in this area, knows how to resume land for purposes, mainly for transport, I have to say. But it's not rocket science, it is done. There are people in government who know how to do it. These are the sort of principles that will be applied in these cases. So a fair, just compensation approach to valuation and the premium that's going to be needed to encourage people to sell out is the way. Can be a way in which we can do it. We've got the experience of doing that. I don't see why we can't do it in these cases. If you want to get a proper managed outcome that will deliver what you're asking for, you can't let the market just free for all. That's my argument. So,
what do you say about sort of the alternative proposition around sort of some kind of value capture approach? So you actually sort of disincentivise people, making windfall profits out of rezoning that is, incidental, like has arisen out of no contribution they've made. What do you say about that as an alternative?
It's a really good point, actually. But I mean, the basic issue is that it's a public decision to rezone. Therefore, as a principle, you might expect the public to benefit from that rezoning and the value that creates overnight, as Peter was explaining. As soon as that tick is made and you've got your approval, that property or that land underneath it is now rezoned and revalued. So the principle of sharing that, I think, is perfectly appropriate. Now, developers share that value in all sorts of ways. I mean, developer contributions are fairly well known. They complain about them, nevertheless they pay them because that's the way you get development going. So voluntary planning agreements are another form of value sharing. There are various mechanisms out there which already do the job. They may not do it very effectively, and they may be sort of competing charges and fees that get paid and paid over. So unifying it in a recognised value sharing way within the TOD, you only get charged one set of value uplift charges, and you know where it's going. It could be affordable housing, it could be other things. Would be one way of sort of regularising that process. I don't think the development industry objects to a bit of value sharing. Yes, they object to a lot of it, but I think if it's made explicitly and openly and transparently, that the development council would know what value they're creating, therefore they can negotiate and set that value sharing component. I don't see why we can't do that. It's not actually rocket science. Every developer knows how to do a FISO, as should every planner, and I think there's a negotiation that can be made in that process.
Is it the? Are you aware of the Victoria? I think you mentioned Victoria, maybe the ACT have a
windfall tax.
A windfall tax.
Yeah.
Are you able to? Do you have any knowledge on how that's working, how it's received, how long it's been in place? Is that something that we should look at? Well,
yeah, the ACT has been in place for a very long time. The values change, but now if you change the use of the land, the government gets to keep 75% of that increase in value in the ACT. In Victoria, it's a windfall tax. I think there's a cut-off for the value of the land, might be $2 million. And the increase in value is shared equally between the landowner and the government. So the government gets 50% of the uplift. They're not popular taxes in Victoria. The ACT one's been in place for so long, people just think it's part of the furniture. So I don't think people get very hysterical about it. They were pretty hysterical when the tax was introduced in Victoria, but things seem to have calmed down now. But they've also instituted a lot of other land taxes and other things trying to get some money back from their COVID expenditure, which I think is probably affecting the property industry in a negative way.
Thank you. We're at time. Has anyone got any last questions?
I was going to ask Sherry about her proposal around a specific department for Strata, and maybe if you could just elaborate why you think that's necessary and how that might work, and why you think that's a beneficial approach.
Well, at the moment, Strata falls in fair trading, which, I mean, absolutely no disrespect to the staff at Fair Trading, who are fantastic, who work incredibly hard. John Minns, wonderful Strata Commissioner, but it's entirely inappropriate because Strata is not trading. Strata is people's homes. So it's not a business, and that's one of the biggest problems we have in housing generally in Australia, is conceiving of housing as a money-making venture and that as a means for building wealth, and Strata is way more affected than any other area. I mean, Hazel's research, City Futures, produces data on apartments. Just over 50% of apartments are owned by investors. So Strata is very affected by, that should be affordable housing for young people, and it's owned by people of my generation who get a tax break for owning it. That's not something you guys can fix at state level. But Strata's very dominated in that way, and that's probably one of the reasons it's in fair trading. I mean, there's a range of reasons. But Strata is about people's homes, and we need a department that is responsible for Strata, particularly if we're going to get many, many more Strata homes, and is across all of the issues in Strata. So at the moment it's split between land title, so land and property, which is the titling decisions about how you end up with titles to apartments, and fair trading does the ongoing management. We need a department that's across both of them, and we need a department that other departments can then speak to. So by way of example, I'll just quickly use the pandemic as an example. You will probably all be astounded to know that at no point in the pandemic, when we were all in lockdown, and this is not an anti-lockdown statement, but, you know, COVID negative, no contacts, not allowed to leave our houses except for very specific reasons. It was never illegal for someone who was COVID positive and knew it to walk out of their apartment and walk around the common property of an apartment building. Use the lift, use the stairs, sit in the corridors, go to the gym. And that's because whoever was drafting the public health orders, as I said before, didn't actually understand Strata's legal structure. And that's presumably because, and I read the public health orders with a fine-tooth comb, whoever was, I think, advising came from a planning background. So waxing and tanning salons was specifically provided for in the public health orders. Recreational fishing, Lord Howe Island, you name it, was there. But the basic distinction between a freestanding house sitting on a 500 square metre block where you don't come in contact with your neighbours at all, and a 500 apartment, 500 lot strata scheme where you have to come in contact with your neighbours every time you get in the lift to go outside to buy food, not in the public health orders. And that was because I don't think health had anyone in government that they could speak to really explain to them clearly this is how strata works. And, you know, the pandemic's just one example of when you really need to know how your housing, a big section of your housing sector actually operates. So if we're going to have much more strata housing, and we're going to, and people often say to me, you know, is there a better system? Should it be company title or co-housing? It's like, no, strata's the best system. I know the world, Hazel and I are both pretty au fait with housing, you know, worldwide different structures. It doesn't really matter what the legal structure is. It's sharing land, it's complicated. Strata's really very good. I think it's probably the best. But it can only work well if government genuinely understands how it works. And just to finish on this, there are huge problems in strata with exploitation, with strata managers, with, you know, embedded networks, you name it, there's exploitative practices. And one of the reasons why they flourish is because no one in government is really on top of those illegal structures, and no one has the confidence to say, actually, that's wrong, that's going to be illegal. No, you can't take a kickback on insurance, or you can't, you know, run an embedded network where none of the savings are going on to apartment owners. So we really, particularly the more strata we have, we need a government department that has responsibility for the beginning and the whole life of strata, and a government department that has very genuine expertise in the area, because it's hard. It's more than just where you put your bins out. This is, and I don't have a vested interest in saying this because I'm a private property lawyer, it's really complicated property law. It's really hard. And it's what we're asking of fair trading, particularly a lot of people are policy, they're not lawyer trained. We're asking too much of them. We need a government department that has the appropriate expertise to make sure that strata is the kind of livable, you know, decent housing that citizens deserve.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our time has come to an end. We're very grateful for you coming today and giving evidence, and the Secretariat will be in contact if there was anything taken on notice.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, welcome all. Thank you, all of you, for giving your time to come and give evidence today. Could each witness please start from my left, state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation in front of you. Thank you.
My name, is this working?
It is.
Oh, excellent. Yes. My name is Moira Sheehan, and I'm giving an overview on behalf of a number of community groups who have made submissions around the Todd and are active in that area. My official role, I guess, is also as part of Better Planning Network.
Thank you. And the oath or affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
It should just be in front of you.
Oh,
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. My name is John Moratelli, and I'm the president of the Willoughby Environmental Protection Association, which we always refer to as WEPA. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Diana Pride. I'm the president of Chatswood West Ward Progress Association, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I'm Kelsey Dadd, and I'm a spokesperson with Save Marrickville. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I'm Katrina McKenzie. I'm a spokesperson for the Croydon Action Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Jan Primrose, and I'm here today representing the community organisation STEP Incorporated. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would anyone like to make a short opening statement? Yes, I've got some nodding heads. Yeah.
I'm giving an overview rather than specifics around particular areas, so that might be useful to start with.
Yep, certainly.
Okay, so basically I'm speaking on behalf of, and we've had email conversations, I'm speaking on behalf of the Resident Action Coalition. That's a new alliance of groups and residents from the inner west, inner southwest and the middle ring suburbs around. And they put in submissions on the Todd, obviously. The current members include, but are not limited to, the Ashfield District Historical Society, the Balmain Association, Burberton District Historical Society, Cooks River Valley Association, the Glebe Society, Haberfield Association, Hurlston Park Association, Lungs of Leichhardt, Save Lilyfield, and also Save Marrickville.
Gosh, thank you.
Okay, so basically, I'm giving an overview that's sort of historic, and the critical issue is about the government getting back and being involved properly as a developer in the public interest. That's really the focus. So in 1988, when there was an election, the first announcement made by the government of the day was that the government would no longer be involved in any kind of development. It would be totally up to the market. And that's where we are today. We're dealing with the results of those decisions. All the public servants who were involved were all sacked, fired, made redundant, transferred, whatever. They were gone. And then the market was going to take over. And then over the years, the market costs increased. Various governments developed a range of ways to try and make housing more affordable and to give incentives to developers to develop, because, of course, they were no longer in the market in the public interest. So the Affordable Housing Act was brought in. And the fascinating thing is, under that, boarding houses were in there, which, of course, traditionally have been the low-cost affordable housing. But the developers look at it from a business perspective in terms of making money. And they use the boarding house to develop a marketplace for what's called student housing. But when I did my first piece of research into the cost of having a room in a student housing, it was way more than your regular rents at the time. We're going back a decade or so now, when the student industry took off, if you like. And now it's been transformed again as it moves out into areas like up the northern beaches. It's been rebranded as co-living spaces. But it's basically the old boarding house rules. But they're not affordable for everybody. It's for a very minimum number of people. But there's a lifestyle thing there that the developers are addressing. So the identification of TOD sites, that's an example of also trying to provide incentives. So it was one, trying to get incentives because you rely on the market to do everything. And then, of course, it was, well, they're not biting, if you like, so therefore we'll just lift all the rules and let them go and see what they'll do. But the reality is that they will still only build where they're likely to make a profit. So, for instance, people I talk with up on the lines on the Lord Shore there, they have people knocking on their doors saying, will you sell? People overlooking Blackwattle Bay in Glebe have people knocking on their doors saying, will you sell? I'm in Annandale. We don't have people knocking on our door for two reasons. One, there's no view of the water because the light rail is high up, so you can't see the water. Two, even if you could see the water, it's industrial. It's not fabulous view, whereas in Glebe it is. So it's all driven by market perception around where we'll make a profit. That's the critical driver there, which is really taken over. Now, TOD is something that happens overseas as well. The difference, of course, is that overseas, included in the planning arrangement overseas, which is unlike here, you've got heritage, conservation, green spaces, social infrastructure. That's all included in requirements in the planning process, whereas we've separated them. And the contributions that are made, and there's a lot of research on that, the contributions that are made go nowhere near actually meeting the cost of the social infrastructure that needs to be put in place to deal with the extra numbers of people, cars, movement, etc., etc. The filling out of planning, the lifting of planning rules in the government, that's basically is an incentive. They're saying, they're not building. They're not going in there and doing it. So let's give them another incentive. We lift all the rules. Let's see what happens. It ain't going to work because there's still going to be land banking, because land banking is where they get the DA through, which is basically the paperwork, peanuts, and they say, okay, we'll hold on to that land until it's the best possibility in terms of making money. And that's the problem with handing everything over to the market. And it's interesting, the Canberra one, where they've had to make the transition into, and they are a market force as well, but they brought in that 75%, let's bring that back in to the public domain in the public interest. And now the developers think that's normal. Making such a change here, I think, would cause a bit of a storm, do you reckon? So that's changing the culture, because now our culture has basically meant that housing becomes a market commodity, not a basic human right anymore. It's now a market commodity to be traded. And that's a massive cultural thing that has happened to us over the last, certainly since the late 80s. And it's quite significant. It has a massive significant influence on people. So basically listing the planning rules is a symptom of the decades-long dependency and reliance on the market to provide housing for people. We are in a housing crisis now, and we now know with evidence that the market does not develop in the public interest. That its business is to make a profit. That's what the market's about. And that's what you're in business for, is to make a profit, not in the public interest. So that's getting the government back into be a common developer and putting in systems and processes and buyback that includes the public interest is a critical factor, I think, that needs to be done now. Then it's the role of the government to protect the public interest. Definitely, that's definitely a role of government. Now is the time for the government to reclaim its role as an active developer in the public interest. This can be done in collaboration with local councils and communities. There's plenty of examples overseas of how governments are involved as developers in the public interest. Yes, we are different to places overseas in that they have been doing this, some of them since the 19th century, but certainly post the Second World War. We did start that in the 70s here, but it got abandoned in the late 80s. So the whole Whitlam era idea of rebuilding after the Second World War, we've abandoned that. Now we're in a completely different culture of what housing is about as it's become a commodity. So we're starting from a pretty low level, but we've got to start because we can't let the system continue to go as it's going, because otherwise we're going to have a massive social crisis on our hands. And then,
Ms. Shem, is it okay if we get the opening comments from, if you could round up your opening comments, then we can get to everyone, and then we'll have lots more time for questions with you.
I'm at the end.
I don't mean to.
I'm towards the end now, but I'm basically
you.
going to say there's an opportunity to build over railway lines, to reinforce the development of vacant lots, address the zombie DAs, disincentivise vacant homes, provide public housing on public land, purchase land to develop public housing and private housing as well. There's a whole pile of opportunities that currently exist, but the culture has to change and the government has to develop in the public interest. It has to be active. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please do.
Look, as the president of the local environmental association, we recognise that there's a housing affordability crisis, and we support sensible infill and medium density, with the emphasis on sensible. It's not only important as a social justice issue; it's also important to community and volunteering, which is our bread and butter. We rely on volunteers for our connection in terms of doing our environmental work, so we want people to be able to afford to live and stay in an area of their choosing. We also don't want Sydney to continue to sprawl indefinitely, which has adverse environmental impacts, causes more car travel, is bad in terms of climate change, etc. We've got some very serious concerns about these particular proposals, centring around loss of urban tree canopy and the impact that's going to have on the urban heat island effect, and an associated and lack of, and this is also associated with active and integrated transport. We both don't think there's any clear route for the necessary investment in active and integrated transport, and the alternative to that, when you just push more and more density into areas, is more and more congestion, makes areas unlivable, it increases private car use, and that's not something we want. We think that there needs to be more investment in cycling infrastructure, for instance, but active and integrated transport more generally, and public transport. We think that also the urban heat island effect discourages active and integrated transport for obvious reasons. People aren't going to ride around in ridiculous temperatures unless they, and shade of course makes moving around, walking or cycling much more pleasant. We're also concerned about what the loss of canopy that's likely to be caused by these changes will do in terms of habitat for wildlife, and recognise that mature trees are far more important both in relation to urban cooling but also in relation to wildlife habitat than replacement trees. One thing that we didn't cover in our submission, and I'll just refer to it very briefly, and I noticed that some of the previous speakers did touch on it, and some of the questions to them did touch on it, is terms of reference Q, the adequacy of measures to deter and punish the misuse of confidential market-sensitive government information. The future processes should be put in place. In relation to that, we think one of the drivers in relation to the gaining and use of confidential market-sensitive government information is the potential to achieve a windfall gain from a rezoning. And so in that regard, we support windfall gain taxes. We think They are useful in terms of providing funds which councils or the state government can use to build necessary infrastructure support, greater density. And we also think that why should people get windfall gains in relation to things they haven't contributed to. So I don't want to say anything else at this stage.
Thank you. Ms. Pryor, did you want to make it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our association, Chatswood Westward Progress Association, which has been around for 90 years, agrees with the Willoughby Council's submission to this inquiry. We share the Council's concern that there is no evidence that the government has planned for the required infrastructure to support the predicted growth from the proposed planning reforms. In Chatswood West, infrastructure is not keeping pace now, let alone accommodate the proposed changes. Two prominent examples are road infrastructure and schools. To begin with, I'd like to highlight the lack of accounting for local topography and why desk plans, where bubbles are drawn around transport hubs, are not always appropriate for local conditions. So Chatswood Westward extends from Chatswood CBD, just a little east of Westfield, and goes all the way to Lancove River in the west. It encompasses environmentally sensitive areas such as Swains Creek catchment and Ferndale Park, which are part of the Lancove River catchment. Everything that happens west of the Pacific Highway affects the ecosystems further down. By way of example, I provided to the committee a list of the wildlife present in just the Swains Creek catchment. There's quite a list, but it's not exhaustive. So the Pacific Highway follows a ridge, and that ridge has been used for millennia by Aboriginal people. And that ridge is a defining physical feature, and from the ridge line it slopes very steeply going down to the Lancove River. The runoff from the roads and hard surfaces impacts further down with runoff into the creeks and rivers. And also the lot sizes allow for reasonable sized trees and gardens, which can absorb a lot of that runoff, and for the reasons John Moratelli mentioned also of cooling the suburb. Currently, developments on the western side of the Pacific Highway are limited to 18 metres in height in the first row of properties. Under the TOD, we could expect to have this raised to 22 to 24 metres in height and go further beyond that first row of properties. Our association has had a lot of input into the new LEP and DCP. The process for that DCP and LEP started in 2016 and was gazetted in 2023. That is 7 years of consultation, and we were a big part of that, working constructively with the council. We feel very angry that that democratic process is sort of swept away with these proposed changes. And we also feel the dice are loaded in favour of the developers, which I think Moira pointed out as well. The council maintained that the proposed changes will potentially result in overdevelopment. We agree with that. And it will reduce the quality of development outcomes. So a couple of examples, which I'm very familiar with. The first one is Chatswood Primary School and the high school. They are classic examples of not keeping pace with growth. Chatswood Primary School has tripled its school population since my children were there, but the school footprint has not changed. Although recently refurbished, it will not keep pace with the current expected growth. The children, who mostly live in units, have a very small playground with hard surfaces covered in synthetic turf. I was on the Chatswood PNC in the early 1990s, and we advocated for the state government or the council or anyone to purchase the land next door to the primary school, but our requests fell on deaf ears. So I provided the panel with a picture looking at an aerial view of Chatswood Primary School on the left and 688 to 692 Pacific Highway on the right. So the 688 to 692 is currently a very dilapidated building, and we have, as I said, tried for years to provide extra space for the school by trying to get the government to see sense on that, but not so. It would have been an easy thing to even give an L-shaped access to the Kenneth Slessor Park, which is a narrow park, and if the school had had a bit of access to that, they would have had some actual trees and grass to explore. So I think I provided also in my submission a map prepared by our treasurer, who has done a detailed map of proposed developments coming our way. And at the moment, they're on the eastern side of the Pacific Highway, and there's dozens of them, and they're all huge tower blocks. So in total, of the ones we know, that'll provide about 1,800 car spaces. Unfortunately, the local council only looks on each development on its own, not on the cumulative impact of all the traffic that this is going to create. And the traffic is a major concern of the residents of Chatswood West. Our streets are already congested, and it can only get worse. And also, where is the open space going to come from? They won't even buy 688 Pacific Highway. So on that map I provided, at the very bottom there's a yellow block which is the Metro Dive site, and the Metro Dive site is supposedly going to become a school, a high school we believe, but we have had very little information on that, and the Federation of Progress Association has had very little information on that. So very close to the dive site, which I would like to say the original building that Gough Whitlam went to school at is in that site. It's the heritage building. So the building that's the closest to that, the proposed tower block, is 613 to 627 Pacific Highway, currently 27 metres high, but they have just recently put in a SEER to include a 30% uplift from the 27 floors to 36 floors in return for providing 15% affordable housing. Obviously that's going to be for a limited time period. So while an EIS is not yet provided for that site, we can already tell based on the shade diagrams provided for the planning proposal that the Metro Dive site, proposed for 1,000 students will be completely shadowed by that building. Crazy stuff. So I don't know what Gough Whitlam would think of this site becoming an innovative mixed-use precinct, probably turning in his grave. And the last point I'd like to make is on the affordable housing. So we think that the TOD should have a much stronger requirement for affordable housing. Willoughby Council has recently increased their affordable housing from 4% to 7% and 10%, and the 2% in the TOD is just not good enough if the government is serious about improving housing affordabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dad.
Thank you. So on behalf of Save Marrickville, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on the TOD proposal. And I'll address some key concerns from our proposal. These mainly relate to Marrickville, as we've already heard about the wider picture. So once again, the indiscriminate use of 400-metre circles around railway stations neglects crucial urban planning considerations such as topography, historical significance, flood vulnerability, aircraft noise, and existing street layouts. Marrickville's unique character is embraced by residents and visitors alike for its diverse community, historic architecture, dining, music venues, breweries and distilleries. Upholding architectural integrity and preserving the distinctiveness of local communities is essential for promoting a thriving and diverse urban environment. Excuse me. A developer-driven pattern book approach will not foster vibrant communities and will most likely lead to their demise. Visitors do not travel to see a suburb of new apartment buildings. The TOD includes a 2% requirement for affordable rentals, a decrease on the current amount mandated by the Council. Marrickville currently houses a significant number of affordable options like boarding houses, group homes, shop-top housing, which I've learned is not really shop-top housing, and older units. The TOD's focus on apartments, likely high-end apartments if it's developer-driven, threatens to displace existing residents and erode our community's affordability. Boarding houses, group homes and co-living apartments are not counted as part of our housing target. The Inner West has the second largest number of boarding house studios in the state. As these are common amongst new develops in Marrickville, the rate at which the Inner West is creating new housing supply is not being correctly measured, as none of these are actually included. The TOD will impose additional infrastructure costs on council, for example, for public open spaces and playing fields, which are already under strain due to the area's high population density. Increasing this density will increase maintenance expenses and strain on our already limited green spaces. Marrickville's green cover has decreased over the past decade, while grey cover, that is concrete, has expanded. The TOD's impact on existing housing and their green spaces risks exacerbating urban heat, island effects, biodiversity loss, flooding, which is a real problem in Marrickville, with many areas swampy and close to sea level, and places a strain on our old and struggling wastewater system. The stormwater system in parts of Marrickville dates back to the 1890s. The people who live in established homes close to the TOD stations will have to negotiate with developers and with their neighbours. And if they sell, they leave family, services and established communities to live where? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And Professor Mackenzie. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us to speak. So the Croydon Action Group is a community group which was formed in direct response to the TODSEP proposals. I've lived as a resident there for 18 years now. Our group has three main concerns I wish to highlight. Firstly, the TODSEP does not show a consultative or thorough place-based planning. There was no consultation or transparency provided to either local residents or councils as to why Croydon was chosen as a TODSEP location. Croydon bridges the Burwood and Inner West LGAs, which are already the fourth and fifth most densely populated LGAs in New South Wales. Approximately 70% of dwellings are already medium and high density, compared to 46% in Greater Sydney. Burwood LGA is already a high-growth LGA. It's increased its population by almost 50% from 2001 to 2021, with a predicted near doubling by 2036. The TODSEP ignores plans that Council already has in progress to develop an additional 5,300 dwellings around Burwood North Metro Station, whilst at the same time protecting local character, amenity and housing diversity. Our second main concern is around green space and infrastructure. Green space has been specifically cited by the Honourable Paul Scully as being taken into consideration in the selection of the TODSEP locations, yet Burwood LGA has only 10 metres squared of open space per resident, representing the lowest amount of public open space per capita in New South Wales. The closest open public space from Croydon Station is 800 metres. Within that 400 metre radius, there are no open public spaces currently. We have no direct access to large open spaces such as the Bay Run, Homebush or Cooks River for sustained physical activity. Additionally, Burwood and Inner West LGAs have only 15 and 16% urban tree canopy, which is well below government recommendations. We are, like the other speakers, also concerned as to how essential infrastructure, including schools, healthcare facilities and community spaces, will be augmented, as well as the impact on local traffic, with a number of bottlenecks and dangerous intersections identified around local schools. Our third main concern is the effect on heritage conservation areas, including the Malvern Hill, Gads Hill and Sintra estates, which occupy approximately a quarter of the TODSEP radius, the highest proportion of any of the selected TOD locations. The largest of these is the Malvern Hill estate, which was built from 1909 and is one of the best preserved Federation garden suburbs in Australia. It was designated as a heritage conservation area nearly 40 years ago in 1986, shortly following Haberfield. There has been unanimous support for preservation of these heritage conservation areas by the local community in recent council surveys. So in summary, we believe that the TODSEP will be detrimental to both current and future residents of Croydon. Important infrastructure, particularly green space, is severely lacking in the area, and the TODSEP does not respect the thorough and consultative place-based strategic planning of local governments to increase housing whilst also preserving community, heritage and housing diversity, which is already taking place. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And Ms Primrose.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members and the Secretariat. Thank you for the opportunity to address the inquiry, and I will be quite short as a witness, and trust you will be agreeable to us tabling the supplementary submission to the inquiry that has already been provided, but there's a hard copy.
Thank you.
As additional information has become available with regard to our local and other precincts within the transport-oriented development program. In the original STEP submission, we mainly covered concerns regarding the 4 TOD precincts in the Ku-ring-gai local government area, namely, the lack of existing infrastructure, congestion because of the lack of major roads, stormwater management, impacts on bushland and wildlife, heritage concerns, impacts on the localised environment and amenity values, and the impacts of the diverse and well-located homes process and program. STEP's supplementary submission with relevant plans, satellite images and planning documents attached addresses further information that has come to light regarding the wider application of the TOD and the diverse and well-located homes program, including STEP believes the selection criteria for some of the TOD precincts has not been met, particularly regarding existing zoning. Some of the precincts have no applicable zoning, that sufficient consideration has not been given to environmental issues, particularly contamination, for some of the TOD precincts, that sufficient consideration has not been given to bushfire and or evacuation hazards for some of the TOD precincts. We believe properties on bushfire-prone land should be excluded from the TOD, just as they have been from the diverse and well-located homes program. We believe that in accordance with RFS Planning for Bushfire Protection 2019, a strategic bushfire study ought to have been undertaken prior to gazetting the TOD and the diverse and well-located homes programs. We think that housing approvals rather than housing completions should be used to assess whether housing targets are being met by councils, that properties within TOD precincts and areas covered by the diverse and well-located homes program, which contain EPBC Act listed matters of national environmental significance, should be excluded from these programs, and that there are insufficient protections afforded to heritage conservation areas within the precincts. Supporting information is included in our supplementary submission. Thank you for the opportunity to address this inquiry.
Thank you, all of you. We will ask some questions. Do you want to?
I'm happy to start,
Yeah,
but
go for it.
mindful of the time, and I'm sure you've got some as well.
Yes.
I might start with Professor Mackenzie. We heard this morning from planning that these sites, the Tier 2 locations, were identified because there was already an expectation in some of these areas of apartment developments occurring, or there were studies that were already undertaken. In Croydon, in the Malvern Estate, did you ever expect to see 6-storey apartment buildings pop up through the Malvern Estate?
No, we knowingly bought into the area because it was a designated heritage conservation area, and we have had to follow fairly strict council guidelines. So we were extremely shocked to find that we'd gone from, I guess, very tight controls around renovations or making changes to your property to the potential to be able to build a 6-storey apartment. But yeah, no, there was no community consultation or warning or indications whatsoever.
And now within, you quite rightly outlined with Burwood the density that already exists in Burwood and the open space that exists in Burwood. Funnily enough, I put that question to the Minister in budget estimates earlier this year, and he indicated to me that there were alternatives to open space. For instance, that apartment buildings could have open space on the top of them, potentially. Is that something you'd see as being feasible for open space requirements in Croydon?
Not as a marathon runner. No, seriously, no. I think people need spaces for sustained activity to, walk a dog, ride a bike, push a pram. By profession, I'm a doctor, and, for health outcomes, residents need more than a rooftop to get proper physical activity.
Thank you, Professor. And Professor, the last question with respect to the Malvern Estate and Croydon in particular. You have an area in Burwood which is effectively a heritage conservation area. There's also the very famous Appian Way in Burwood, also seen as a heritage conservation area. But you also have intensification around the Burwood town centre.
Correct, yep.
Plans for 30, I think in some cases maybe even up to 50 stories in Burwood, and a lot of those being realised at the moment. It's a community that hasn't really shied away from development, has it?
Correct. And the council does have further plans in place for Burwood North for another 5,300 dwellings.
Around the metro site.
Equating to 10 to 15,000 additional residents. And they've done that with purpose to keep the heritage conservation areas intact and to have a diversity of housing for residents available.
So in an area like the Malvern Estate, do you think that you could have coexisting heritage properties with 6-storey apartment buildings? Do you think that could work in the Malvern Estate?
Not really. I don't see how a 6-storey block can blend with single-storey heritage dwellings.
And we also heard from the department this morning about the potential reuse, and they used cited examples of how heritage properties were reused into coexist potentially in the City of Sydney to be part of larger scale developments. Is that something that you would see as being feasible when it came to the, as you say, single-storey detached housing dwelling model that exists in the Malvern Estate and has done so since 1909, was it? Or
1909. Sorry, I'm not familiar with what sort of developments you're talking about. Are you talking about conversion of existing buildings, or?
Well, we're not really that familiar either, but we had cited this morning to us that there was adaptive reuse, and we had examples around Sydney. The City of Sydney was held as a bit of an exemplar in terms of how heritage could be reused and adapted with higher densities.
Yeah, in principle, yes. There are some large houses that could potentially and tastefully be perhaps converted into dwellings for more people.
A 6-storey apartment block?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Primrose, I would like to pick up on a couple of the points that you've made in your submission, but one in particular about your claim around the significant trees and the urban bushland, and you've also touched on the fact that, we're in the local government area you're referring to, we've actually got those matters of national environmental significance, and you're suggesting the SEP could do some serious harm in relation to the impacts on those matters and of the tree canopy. Can you elaborate just a little bit more on that?
Certainly. Although in the Ku-ring-gai local government area, there are two main critically endangered ecological communities. That's the Blue Gum High Forest and the Sydney Turpentine Ironbark Forest. Now, even though there are some areas that are of that CEEC, as we call it, held on public land, the vast majority is actually on private land. So if you've got individual DAs, and we learned that it's only at an individual DA process that these developments will be decided, we're going to see on each block there is not what they call a significant impact on any one of either of those two ecological communities. So this block might have just, the backyard that's got the turpentines in it. This one's also got turpentines, and this one has. So as a group, it's actually quite a large area of Sydney Turpentine Ironbark Forest, but individually it's going to get picked off. It'll be death by 1,000 cuts. We will actually lose these critically endangered matters of national environmental significance because there isn't this overall look at the cumulative impact of cutting down these ecological communities.
Thank you. And another matter you referred to as well was about bushfire and the interaction between the SEP and the planning for bushfire requirements. And again, I think our understanding is that ultimately those things get determined at the DA level or the DA scale. But do you anticipate that there's a conflict with the bushfires requirements and what we might see play out under the SEPs?
Yes, from what I can see of planning for bushfire protection, there is a strategic planning level that is designated, I think it's section 4 of planning for bushfire protection, and it states that at a state level a strategic plan is needed for a strategic I've just got to get a strategic bushfire study is required. Now, we couldn't see anywhere that has been done, either for each of the stations or for the diverse and well-located homes program. So what you've got is these developments being viewed again on an individual basis, but in Hornsby Shire, for instance, the RFS has repeatedly provided information to the council saying that any properties north of Mount Colah should not have medium density housing on it because there is only one road that will get people out of the way of a bushfire. There's only one road north of Mount Colah, and that's the Pacific Highway, and it runs parallel to the fire hazard to Barara Valley National Park. So they've repeated twice, and I think it's detailed in our submission. Twice they have said to council, no, we don't support medium density housing, and yet we've got medium density housing that is being applied to Hornsby Shire in exactly the place where RFS has said don't put medium density housing. So I think there's this conflict that we haven't really seen a strategic level of investigation from the RFS. And from what I can see from planning for bushfire protection, a strategic bushfire study was needed and it wasn't done.
It's interesting. My colleague, Mr. Farlow, has talked about, the selection of some of these areas was rushed, and maybe the criteria, but yeah, just wondering whether that is an oversight or whether that's something. So thank you for raising that.
Well, just to actually mention further on that, just recently there was a fact sheet issued by the department saying that for the diverse and well-located homes program, they've really got to shorten that, that it won't apply in bushfire-prone land. That's Category 1, Category 2 and Category 3 vegetation, plus the buffers. Now, you'll see in the submission there's quite a few maps that we've provided, which is why it's so thick, that shows that quite a few of the TOD precincts are allowing medium and high density within those bushfire-prone land categories. So it makes no sense to us not to allow dual, 2 houses on one block, but you can allow a 6-storey apartment block. There seems to be, the department has realised there's a problem with building on bushfire-prone land, but it hasn't applied it to the TOD, only to the low and mid-rise housing, or whatever they call it. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martelli, I just wanted to pick up on something you referred to, and I think I heard it right. When you were talking about the windfall gain tax, or that kind of, I think, was I correct? You were referring to that as a potential it's an anti-corruption, or an it disincentivises that profit kind of investigation at all costs. So is that what you were referring to at the...
Yes, I was, because it strikes me that if you're looking at one of the drivers of corruption in this area, it has to be insider knowledge of a potential rezoning. And if you have a windfall gain tax, to some extent to a large extent, hopefully, that would remove a lot of the profit that would come from that rezoning.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if anyone else has a comment around, Dr. Dad, you were referring to Marrickville in terms of the transfer of green cover to grey space. Your submission or your proposition is that with these programs, we're going to keep driving that as opposed to reversing that. Is there work that is happening by council that you're aware of that is trying to turn around the green-grey ratio that this state program will interfere with? Or, just wondering if you could give...
Not that I know of personally. There may be, but I'm not aware of any. And with that, one thing I did mention was problems with stormwater in our area and the very old nature. In fact, one of the few heritage listed things I think are our stormwater canals. With every new development, we put in new concrete, we get more runoff and more people, more runoff. It's going to go into these systems which at the moment are failing and leading to flooding. So there's a lot of things involved with changing that green canopy to grey space.
So, Dr. Dad, to that point that you make in terms of the age of the infrastructure, we've had Sydney Water who've been in here this morning have said the age of the infrastructure is completely irrelevant, and that bursts and the like are also completely irrelevant in any of the consideration in terms of capacity. Do you have a perspective on that at all? Or?
Well, I don't think that's true. I mean, in Marrickville, it was a canal system built in the 1890s because of flooding in the area. A lot of Marrickville is very low-lying and it flooded very badly. People lost their lives. And so they put in a canal system. It was a canal system designed to take runoff from 1890s properties, not from a lot of concrete and cover on roads. There were dairies in the area at the time. There wasn't the runoff. We see now in Marrickville people having a look at the stormwater systems and seeing that they are totally inadequate. They are blocked. Sydney Water has said that they've fixed them, and pictures go up on Facebook of them not being fixed. So I don't think that Sydney Water really understands what's happening with their ageing water systems. They're not obviously showing us in Marrickville that they're aware of the problems.
Thank you. And Dr. Dad, also to pick up, and I guess this applies for Croydon as well, but you've had an extension in terms of the application of the TODCEP to your area, in your case to December of this year, in Croydon's case to January of this year. What's your understanding of what is to happen in this time of the extension, and has there been any consultation from the council to either of your groups as to what will be done over this period, or from the Department of Planning as well?
Okay, for what I understand, we were working on an LEP at the time that the TOD and the well-located homes proposals came out. And so they've allowed us, the council, time to finish working on that LEP and to have community consultation around that. Now that's what I understand. That may not be the full picture there. The council has begun that consultation, but not in a very transparent way. We were able to fill in a survey where you could pick dot points as your answers without giving any comment or saying you disagreed with the proposal in the first place. So very poor consultation from the Inner West Council so far, at least in the Marrickville area.
And with respect to Burwood? Or with respect to Burwood Council and Croydon, I should say.
I know it's hard being across the two. So they did launch an investigation with a map where you could drop pins and post comments in order, and they have identified an area for investigation for more housing on the north side of the railway. As I understand it, they have until January to come up with plans for plans that equal the target set by the government, or the TODCEP will be applied. I also understand they applied for funding but weren't given any resources to do that work.
So with respect to that Croydon area of investigation then, I take it that is, so what would it be, west of PLC on the northern side of the station, is it, that they're investigating?
Correct, that seemed to be the main area they were investigating.
And is that beyond the 400 metre radius, or is it...
some of it would be within it, some of it is beyond it, but would be within 800 metres of either Croydon or Burwood railway stations, as I understand it, and would present a continuous line of development from
along the rail
Burwood,
corridor.
along the rail corridor to those flats. I don't know if you're familiar.
I grew up in Strathfield, so I know Croydon
so
incredibly
flats
well. So don't worry.
On the north side of the railway line, so it would sort of be, I guess, a more aesthetically sort of sensible, continuous line of development. I think they also have plans to widen Paisley Road and make it a bit of a sort of boulevard between the two suburbs as well.
To that point, is this how it should have all started? The council should have had the ability to be able to, with their own local knowledge, actually plan for additional homes in their areas, rather than just drawing a 400 metre circle on the map and saying everything within it's upzoned by 6 stories.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, within the 400 metre circle around Croydon Station, as I said, about a quarter is a heritage conservation area. We also have...
You've got TLC that takes up...
Yeah, 2 or 3 schools and that take up perhaps another 20%. So it's, not a particularly good choice. And there is, as you may know, a lot of local congestion, and with that single lane bridge across Meta Street, it's already very...
Especially around school peak hours. Yeah.
Correct. It's already very chaotic around school pickups. And I don't know or understand why they didn't take into account the proposed Burwood North development, which is proposing 5,300 additional dwellings adjacent to a metro station within our LGA. I don't understand. We also have some boarding houses and cheaper 60s and 70s flats for more vulnerable members of the community, and no doubt they would also be bought up and redeveloped, rendering those people without homes.
Thank you.
Just finally, I know our time goes so fast. Ms. Sheehan, you, at the commencement of the session, you were talking about
the government needing to further the public interest. Your member groups and which are very broad and varied. Is it the general sentiment? Is it fair to say that they feel that this plan is not prosecuting the public interest, or what's the kind of summary of how you see your member groups see the failure or the success of these programs pursuing the public interest?
Yes, in our discussions, and we've had numerous discussions, mainly by email and phone and Zoom and things, what basically people are saying is that the developers ruled and that the concessions that are being made, including Todd, and the lifting of all rules, is basically an incentive for the developer saying, can you just please build housing, because we don't have enough. And that has been an escalation or growing since the 80s, that example I gave. That has been growing. And now we're in a position where they're saying the government needs to intervene, yes, in terms of the issues that have been brought up around specific areas and what the Todd overrules, but also in terms of the government intervening and becoming a developer in the public interest, which it used to be.
Thank you. All right, our time has come to an end. Thank you, all of you, for giving your time and coming today to give evidence and your submissions, and the committee is very grateful. Any matters that were taken on notice, the Secretariat will be in contact with you about those. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Right, we're breaking.
Feel very engaged with all of that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you and welcome to this final session. Thank you for making the time to come and give evidence. Could you please each state your name, your position title and swear either the oath or affirmation, and Ms Jones, will start with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Trina Jones. I'm the New South Wales Rental Commissioner, and today I'll be asserting the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And my name's David Chandler. I'm the New South Wales Building Commissioner, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
And I'm Michael Wheatley. I'm Acting Head of the Housing Portfolio for Homes New South Wales. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Do either or any of you have an opening statement that you'd like to present? Yeah, thank you.
I
Ms
have a
Jones.
brief opening statement based on our submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to address this inquiry today. I'd also like to acknowledge the land of the Gadigal people on which we meet and pay my respects to Aboriginal elders past, present and emerging. A viable and sustainable rental sector is a key building block for a modern economy and stronger communities. As the New South Wales Rental Commissioner, I have a mandate to improve renting in New South Wales. This includes working towards a fair, quality and affordable rental market. Over 1/3 of New South Wales residents are renters, totalling more than 2 million people. The typical renter is no longer young, carefree and mobile, noting more than half of all renter households are families with dependent children. We're also seeing a growing number of older renters, with over 250,000 of people aged 60 and above renting their home. Renting is no longer just a stepping stone to home ownership. Today, most people will spend at least 12 years in the rental market, and many others will rent for their whole lives. This shift requires us to rethink how we approach housing policy and development to provide genuine choice of tenure and security for renters and viability for investors. The New South Wales rental market is facing significant pressure exacerbated by a lack of diverse supply and growing unaffordability of rental homes. We're experiencing very low vacancy rates, currently at 1.7 in Sydney and 1.5 in regional New South Wales. Demand is outstripping supply. Take Marrickville, for example. Last month there was 168 properties listed for rent and just over 3,150 interested renters. Over 35% of those renters are in rental stress, paying more than 30% of their income on rent. And in some areas like Western Sydney, people pay more than 50%. As of June, the median rent in Greater Sydney is $750 a week, and this is an 11% annual increase. These challenges stem from a fundamental issue, the lack of diverse and affordable housing supply. A major part of my role is engaging with renters and landlords. Throughout this engagement, renters tell me that they want to live close to areas where they can have transport. They want to see their city grow and mature. And they want to secure affordable rentals near their families, their friends and their cultural communities. Renters describe to me that they're under significant pressure due to affordability and lack of rental housing options. And there continues to be concerns from the diverse stakeholders that I speak to about the need to increase housing supply. Industry representatives, renters and advocates are all calling for an increase in housing supply across New South Wales to improve the market conditions, and this is a shared challenge that we're all aware of. The unaffordability of the rental market is directly linked to rental supply, both general supply but also the type of supply, like social and affordable housing. The targets for affordable housing within the TOD precincts will help to contribute to addressing this shortage of affordable rental homes for our lowest income residents. The programme has the potential, the TOD programme, has the potential to significantly improve the rental landscape in New South Wales by increasing diverse supply, improving affordability and creating diverse, well-connected communities that we can work towards for a rental market that offers security, quality, genuine choice for all residents. Thank you for your time today and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Do you want to start?
Thank you. I might start off on that point. Ms Jones, in terms of, as you were talking about, in terms of renters, it's more than just young people getting their start in the market. It's becoming more and more families. We've heard evidence today about some of the concerns that exist around actually creating properties that families can live in dense communities. Just wondering whether you have any perspectives on that and what this program could do to be able to have diverse housing, but not just diverse stock in terms of apartments or mid-rise, but actually have diverse housing across the spectrum from one-bedders to three-bedders and the like.
I think that's very congruent with what we're hearing from the community. Renters are telling me that they want to have places for their family to grow, and sometimes they often have multi-generational family groupings in a rental home as well, where you might have a grandparent living with you or a sibling living with the family. And so renters are really open to having opportunities for things like townhouses or walk-up apartments. They're not that interested always in having car parks. They're really interested in having local amenity and livability. So being able to actually get on the train and get to work or get to the local service and live in a home that they can afford to live in is critical for people. I've been out to renter forums all over Sydney, and we're expanding those across the state, and people just continue to say the same things. We are desperately seeking security of our rental homes, and we're looking for more options for rental homes, and that includes 2 to 3 bedroom homes to accommodate families, but also people are really seeking that livability, so places that are close to parks, that have the library, that have the shops, and where they can get on a train and get to work.
So we heard from an academic panel earlier today as well in terms of actually getting more rental stock on the market, that rather than necessarily upzoning either universally or around these sites by 400 metres, that perhaps a better approach would have been to designate certain sites for build to rent and to be able to unlock sort of a larger provider. Interested in your perspective as the Rental Commissioner on that kind of model, and whether there does need to be any preference in the market to actually bring on more rental supply.
I think there's great opportunity through the TOD programme to work with the diverse suppliers that can deliver everything from affordable housing to purpose-built student accommodation to build to rent to meet the needs of the various communities. We've done some analysis on the precincts, and what we can see is in all of the areas that are under consideration, there's over 90% demand from renters, and those renters are at all different life stages. So I would say that it doesn't preclude that at this stage, and I think there's still opportunity to work with institutional investors, work with affordable housing providers to ensure that the mix around the TOD precincts are diverse, and I think that's really critical to meeting the needs of renters.
Can I just clarify, over 90% demand for renters, what is that?
So that basically takes a look at, if you take the month of June, we did analysis on how many properties were listed and available for rent and how many were interested renters, and those data points come from PropTrack data, and they're the major supplier or provider for rental platforms in Australia.
And so how is the 90% calculated?
So we basically just work out how many is available versus how many people are interested in those properties.
Okay. Yep. Good. Thank you.
Can I just ask, so with that, what assurance has the government or the department provided you in terms of how this will actually play out in terms of your, what you're facing on a kind of immediate and daily basis in terms of the, let's say overcapacity market at the moment with renters and not enough supply is what you're suggesting. Has the government suggested to you that this program will start delivering, positive impacts for renters at any time soon? Is that?
I think, as we outlined in the submission as well, the critical issue at the heart of the matter for renters is around supply, and this is an issue for renters and investors. New South Wales is leading the market for investor lending in new loans for residential dwellings for rent, and we don't often have the supply to keep up with it. So we can continue to attract investors, but we need the supply to be able to do that. So what I would say is that the TOD programs are evidenced all over the world to become pretty popular places for people to live. And so I regularly meet with colleagues in planning and with central government to talk about the available data on renting, what I'm hearing on the ground from renters, to help inform any implementation around the housing goals, as well as ensure that renters' voices are carried back to significant policy change in government.
And are you aware of, so we've heard quite a bit of evidence that there are a lot of development consents out there, and but not a lot of building going on. Are you aware of potentially, or have you been informed of how many of those development consents out there could actually be fulfilling the need for supply for rent as it stands?
Look, I'd have to defer to my colleagues in planning on the exact numbers around completions versus consents. They'd be in a better position to comment on that. What I can really talk to is the strong feedback that we're hearing from people is that they want to buy more houses in New South Wales, and more people want to live closer to their culture communities and to transport areas, because that makes sense for them for where they're at in their lives right now.
Thank you. Mr. Wheatley, do you have any, is there anything you can say about the fact that, this evidence that there's a lot of consents, which is something we've heard consistently. There's a lot of development approvals out there, but they're not being brought on. Is there anything that you can say about that?
I would have to defer to the Department of Planning for that. However, I can say that in the projects that we are running, we are seeing similar themes. Like we obviously have increasing costs and increasing finance costs. These all do impact projects and the ability to get projects going. So I can understand the pressures that developers are under to get projects going.
Thank you.
Can I ask? Can I just say, if we can invite Mr. Chandler
Yeah.
to his commentary, because
Yeah.
I think as the building commissioner he may have an insight into that question.
I was going to let you off, but
sorry,
no, go.
Thank you, Chair.
We've only got him for 2 or 3 more weeks. So got to make use of it.
You're right. Look, I don't have anything large to say in an opening statement. I'm just really going to feed into the conversation that you've been having, because I think that's relevant. I think first of all, the work that we've done in the last 5 years has really been about setting up a marketplace where people are feeling more confident that they can buy into and that they can invest into. I think the banks have had to do a major reset because they've been through a process or period of time where the cost of money was not much, and we're now back to a period that's much more realistic in terms of the cost of money, so there's a bit of a reset going on there. I think that some of that land you're talking about that's potentially maybe trapped at the moment is land that people paid far too much for in the first place, and so I'm hearing that there's actually some discounting of land going on at the moment. People are having to sort of do a market reality check. As much as 30% is what they could have overpaid, and that was evidenced by our early work where some developers thought you could pay much more for the land and take that out of the build cost and actually cost shift to consumers. And so the reality now is that developers are much more conscious of the fact that you should do what the proper cost of construction is rather than try and shift the cost to consumers. So there's a bit of a reset going on at the moment. I think that'll pass fairly quickly. I think banks don't have a huge appetite to let people who are sitting on land holdings sit. They're saying either use it or move on, and you've got to take your pain. That's happening. There's quite a lot of lots changed in the last year of land that was land bank. So I can see that stuff starting to free up now, which is a good thing. I think the immediate challenge we'll have is that we've now got a setting where consumers should feel more comfortable buying a property these days. Banks will be far more prudent with who they'll give money to build these properties. The players who are going to deliver them understand that if you wander off the rails, you're likely to find that that's a disruptive experience, and so they're starting to come to terms with that. So if that setting's there, we've got to then just get the balance between the cost of land and the cost of construction set better. Cost of construction's gone up, you were to say, what, 30%?
30%, yes.
30%. So, all of these things have to work their way into the system where previous pricings have had to be adjusted, and land's going to take that price adjustment more than anything else, because the cost of construction is probably not going to compress much more. It is what it is. So let's assume we get on the other side of that of that adjustment and say, right, okay, we've got a pipeline of DAs coming through now. I think the next challenge will be that we got a number of builders to deliver it. And I think in the over 6-storey space, I think we've got an adequate number of builders and developers out there to deliver everything that's 6 stories or more, and they're more likely these days to build a good product. So I feel very confident that we've got capacity to deliver over 6 stories. I'm not as certain about the ability to deliver up to 6 stories, and that's a statewide challenge. It's not just a metropolitan strategy. So, I mean, we've got up to 6-story developments now getting a social licence to build buildings of that scale in urban centres. So as far as Orange and up to Coffs Harbour and other regional areas, it's not surprising now to see a 4 or 5-story building being put on the landscape there. So this is a statewide challenge now. Do we have the right players to deliver this stuff, and do we have enough of them? Now, I'm not going to get ahead of the conclusions on that because the Productivity Commissioner is really doing some fantastic deep dives into this stuff, and I've attended a workshop with him this week where he's really getting his handle on this, and so I think I don't want to get ahead of his call. But I think it's understanding now, if you've got a DA, how do you go from DA to key? And I think that's where the Productivity Commissioner is really doing some solid work, so I'll look forward to his report.
If I can I just pick up on that point? So I was in Albury last week, and I know this is not transit-oriented development, nor is it impacted by the lower mid-rise set. But to that point you raise, with respect, there were people who were talking to me about players coming down to the market in Albury where there was demand for 6-storey apartment buildings, 4-storey apartment buildings, but weren't able to get the financing. So the only players who were in the market were those who could self-fund. How big a challenge is it in that part of the market to actually be able to secure the financing?
As I say, I think there's an adjustment going on with the lenders at the moment. There's a whole bunch of lending rules starting to come back into the banks, and I've been speaking with banks all the way through this journey to make sure that what we were doing was going to be what they wanted to be done. And so they've realised now that they have to insert far more governance into a loan than they've done. What we found in our journey was that many banks were giving a development funding consent and then just taking their hands off the steering wheel and not doing those prudent things that banks would do. They're actually hiring people now to do that work. I think they're getting set before they go. I think it's just a case of now let's show them some real projects that are ready to go, and I think you'll start to see that clear as well. But I think the Productivity's Commissioner's work will give us a bit more insight into any of the other barriers, Scott.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair.
No, that's right. Mr. Primrose, you had something.
Well, I was hoping to ask Mr. Chandler if he had any comments he'd like to make, but I was gazumped, unfortunately, before I could do that. Okay.
So, just on one of your points, Mr. Chandler, with this recalibration that's happening, is it the case, from your view, that there are now less participants in terms of their capacity to deliver these construction projects than what there were? Was that kind of your summary point?
I'm wondering whether this is going to be better in a book, but but in this recalibration, I said at the outset, and it's proving to be the case, that there's about 10 to 15% of what you'd call risky players. And those players played at the fringe, and they like to get in and get out fairly quickly. So some of them hunted around for DA-ready jobs so they could jump in, build it, and leave. Now they've taken, they represent potentially 20% of the money that's involved in delivering this stock. And I don't think it's a secret to anybody that some of that money's come from questionable sources. And so some of that money is actually finding that we can see that now. So the powerful tools that we have as the regulator, one of the things we look for, very easily available to everybody on the Land Registry Service, is to have a look and see who the secured debt holder is on the site. And so if you can see a legitimate lender, then it sort of tells you some signs about this is a real person. But when you find that there's no lender, or you find that there's some very ordinary type lenders in there, then you can start to say, well, these are red flags. Now, we're very focused on these people, and they know that now. And so that could be a slice of cash that's actually not necessarily going to find its way into the market, because regulators across the board are far more powerful to look at where are the source of funds. And part of our work is that there's been some ordinary sources of funds. Not my job, that's the Crime Commission, they can look after that. But we do use the red flags where if we can't see a credible source of funds, then we dig deeper. We don't dig into the source of funds, we just look at the player then who's going to build the building and saying, well, you know, let's know more about you, so we can then do association maps and all that sort of stuff. So we've probably got a few people foot-faulted at the moment as well, which is probably not as helpful as it might be, but I think that's part of cleaning up the landscape.
And with the with your comments around, and again, the recalibration and this idea that there was overpriced purchase, and that some of those are perhaps moving on and being let go, do you have a lens that some of those land banked, sites throughout the areas that are the TOD-focused areas, do you have any degree of confidence that now they are moving into hands where we might start to see them come online?
Well, I don't manage the number of lots that are sitting in the potential go row. What I'm really trying to do is to make sure that in the public interest, we're looking at the people who want to convert that stuff that's in the pipe into a product to say, are you a fit player to deliver that? So our focus is really around fitness to deliver rather than what's in the pipe. So it really can't add much to.
So are you in that pipe? Not in the GOZO, but in the fitness, that handful of potential operators, and are you seeing them? Are you seeing them uptake?
Some are deciding that they want to get off the slippery slope and readdress. So, for example, that we sought to get a market-led tool that would help identify trustworthy, and you will have read a lot about iCert ratings. We saw that as an essential feature of the market to actually start to say, well, are you really getting off the slippery slope? Are you changing your corporate structures? Are you more likely to be resilient going forward? Well, we've now got over 400 developers and builders being rated because they've realised that the banks want to see that as well. The consumers are now asking for it. They're actually crossing the road. If you haven't got an iCert rating, they're actually going to another place. So there's potentially 20% of players out there that are still in that zone, and some of them don't have the optionality of course correcting. But every one of them that does have the option of course correcting, we actually go out of our way to help them course correct, because we don't want players out of the market unnecessarily. I mean, in the most extreme situation, it would have been possible for Top Place to come to us and say, we are prepared to redeem ourselves and course correct and enter into an enforceable undertaking with the Commission to go back and fix our defects and to actually behave better going forward. Now, they didn't take that opportunity and they lost their licence, but I can tell you that at any time there's another half a dozen out there that are going. There was another group in my office this morning who are going through that sort of pain point at the moment. They're just at that inflection point to say, are we going to go that way or are we going to keep going that way? Well, I still think there'll probably be 5 to 10% that keep going that way and slap on the floor. But look, we've now created a situation where people who can come into the market don't have to compete with people who are on a race to the bottom. It is that correction phase. This is almost the perfect storm for this, because while we've got a shortage of supply, we're now ramping up supply. Premier's been very clear. We want quality to prevail. We want quantity, but we want quality to prevail. So I think we're just at that lift-off point. So I'll be really interested in the Productivities Commission's advice to the government about how we can just go from DA to key.
So that 20% in terms of the finance that might be coming from undesirable sources.
Let's say, no, I don't even want to characterise that. I would say dubious sources.
Dubious sources, okay, happy to use that language. What happens with that gap? Like, that's fairly significant.
What that'll allow is legitimate players to come back in. So, for example, I'm talking to a number of medium-sized developers who typically in their development would be 20 to 50, right? 20 to 50. And we're going to see more of that scale development. Now, they've come up and said, Commissioner, for the first time, we can now go to an auction and buy a block of dirt where the feasibility will work. We have spent the last 5 years going to these auctions and watching these people who seem to have endless supplies of money coming in bidding in 20 and 30% more for the land, but we're now back in play. And so in this recalibration process is that these people now see that they can come back in and they can bid for land, and they don't have to bid it at stupid prices that's going to kill their feasibility before they even start. It's the recalibration going on. It's the return on the investment you've all made in wanting reform.
So to that point, Mr. Chandler, was a submission of Professor Phibbs earlier today that one of the big challenges was in terms of that feasibility and in terms of pre-sales. And I'll put this to you. He said that one of the clear issues was about the history of mascot towers and people not buying off the plan effectively because of that fear. Is that something that you think's being addressed now because of these changes? Or do you think it still exists out there amongst purchasers?
First of all, we've got a backlog of people who've got a baked-in scepticism about buying anything in recent times. So, we've had to face into the fact that we do have legacy buildings, even today. The one I've got down at Wollongong at the moment, the Crown View project, which I reckon that was a mascot towers project caught in flight. We got that before it became exactly that situation. And I think there's a couple of others that maybe were nearly there, but that was the closest that I think could have converted into something like that. So I understand that the market's still got this quandary about is it right, is it good to go or not. I think by and large, our data would tell us that it's already 30% of people are confident to come back in the market. We've got more work to do, so that's more communication and evidence. People are not going to come back without evidence. But I think that consumers are going to want to see projects start. So talking to the developers, they say, well, once we've got a DA and we're a credible developer, we generally get the first 20 to 30% of deposits away very quickly, and then they stop. And that's not enough deposits to get the job financed, because the banks want 60 or 70% deposits. So it's a bit of a window where it's how do you get from that 20 to 30% to 50 to 60%. I think that's a bit of an unresolved challenge at the moment, and I know minds in the government are thinking about that right now. So I'm hopeful that we might see some way of trying to find a creative way there that doesn't put the state's finances at risk. But I think there's some work we can do there, and in fact some of that started prior to this government. So it's not, none of you got a mortgage on the good ideas. That's all I can say to you.
Only on the bad one.
Mr. Wheatley, can we just ask you about, the government's kind of intention around public housing and social housing? Are you seeing, is there any unintended consequences that you can see through the kind of the market solution to supply in terms of the government's commitment to deal with the ever-growing list of people desperately in need of public housing?
No, I think we obviously support more housing in all forms, and measures to improve market housing. They're all good things. Improving market housing gets things going. We, from a public housing point of view, it's not detrimental to us when there's more market housing. We, for example, in the TOD areas, we have 24 sites or assets within all of the TOD sites. It is a good outcome for Homes New South Wales, for those LAC-owned sites, because we have in those 24 sites, we have about 315 dwellings that are existing, and the rezoning enables us to uplift those to almost 2,000 dwellings. So we will get, through these rezonings, the ability to significantly increase the density and the dwellings on Homes Owned New South Wales sites. So that's a positive. And that means we own that land. We don't have to pay the land costs. We have that built in. So it is a very efficient way of getting more public housing, and enables us also to partner with CHPs. Given the greater density, we can partner with CHPs to do both social and affordable housing, which increases the diversity of the tenure in those areas as well. So the fact that we have a lot of our own sites within the TOD areas, the increase in market housing is not impacting our land, on land values, or our ability to really get better outcomes.
Okay.
If I could just ask, in terms of that 315 to 2,000, have you got a program to activate it and redevelop those properties? And
we're analysing them all now. We're going through all the sites, doing the due diligence. That's been our initial assessment. We've done our assessment of all the land, and we are progressing that through a due diligence phase. That obviously, as part of this government's commitment for 5.1 billion and 8,400 homes, that is all factored into the pipeline planning that we are doing across the whole portfolio in order to deliver the 8,400 homes.
And in discussion about those sites, are you looking at any, as part of the land audit as well, within those sites to put more social homes on as well?
Yes, so in our commitment for the 5.1 billion and the 8,400, that includes land audit sites.
Right.
Yep.
And did Homes New South Wales have any role in terms of the identification of sites, or?
We were consulted, and we gave a lot of feedback to Department of Planning on the process and what they were doing, and so yes, that was taken on board. So we were consulted and engaged in part of the process to talk about it. I mean, we have public housing owned everywhere, so we could have taken TODs everywhere, but
no,
don't
say
worry, I'm
that.
not suggesting there was any conflict of interest or the like in terms of the allocation of sites. But
we heard earlier some, really strong evidence about the best housing, particularly with apartments in other jurisdictions, other countries, are public housing, and the sort of index of goodness and sustainability and wellness, etc. It's delivered through public apartment housing. Is that something that you, in your portfolio, is that something that you're looking at and you're committed to in terms of, the standard of and providing that really high quality public housing, and particularly around apartments?
Yeah, absolutely. Design excellence is a core principle for us. We are working with the government architect on our internal processes and procedures to improve design excellence, especially in apartments, our residential flat buildings and other projects. Obviously, larger projects all go through the design excellence process. We believe in being tenure blind, so when you drive past a new Homes New South Wales development, you shouldn't be able to tell whether it is public or market. It should just look like great housing, and so that extends to both the sustainability outcomes, and we are committing to all the high standards, the benchmarks, and it also includes accessibility levels as well. So because we have to provide housing that really does help ageing in place. So all of the various aspects of good design, and design excellence is a key driver for us.
In terms of, do you have an existing ratio, even roughly, about in these TOD precincts, what it would be to the potential market versus public? Does anything like that exist?
There are principles and I suppose guidelines that we work to. And it does depend on the site, it does depend on the location, it depends on the amenity. Obviously, when we're close to public transport, we generally target, it could be 50-50 between social, affordable and market. In some areas we might go down to 30-70. The key thing is looking at the local community, looking at the density of our development and determining what is best outcome for both the public housing tenants, social housing tenants or the, affordable housing tenants and the market housing, and just getting the right outcome for the community, whilst we do try and genuinely deliver a lot more social and affordable homes. So there's no one rule, it is really looking at it on a case-by-case basis on the site.
And is that data that, like, is there data available now from the work that planning has done that Homes is aware of that would say, this precinct, the likely capacity and the delivery that's being required, what the ratio is to public, social and affordable? Have you got that already? Has that been kind of modelled and generated?
I would say there's learned benchmarks.
Right. Sorry, what did you call
learned
it? Learned
benchmarks,
right.
Yeah. So rather than hard data, and we acknowledge that there is, in terms of hard data research around the world, that there, we don't have those facts and figures, but there are a lot of case studies and benchmarks that indicate, in particular areas where you can go up to 50-50 is probably the ideal outcome. There are examples where you should only go to 30-70, but in the TOD areas, in inner urban areas, then up to 50-50. And if it's 50, it's not hard and fast. Whether it's 55-45 or anything around that number, that's about right. And that's what we are demonstrating through both our major inner urban renewals, but also our outer urban, where we do fall back to about 30-70 to make sure we have that diversity and can get that better community outcome.
Just one last question from me, Mr. Wheatley. The department outlined this morning that they've got they believe that the yield for the housing accord period will be 16,000. Do you have a similar assessment in terms of Homes New South Wales as what you believe will be achieved in terms of additional social housing within the TOD precincts?
In terms of, well, that's
across your sites. Is the 2,000 over the?
That's across our sites.
But is that in the housing accord period, or is that over the long term?
Oh no, that's in total.
So in the housing accord period,
so that is based on the work we're doing now on our pipeline across the whole portfolio. So that's where the
so you don't have a figure at this stage with respect to the housing accord period.
Not specifically for TODs.
Okay,
no.
Thank you.
Is that something that you are is anybody driving that to try to kind of so that there's transparency around what the forecast or the intention or the desire or drive is in terms of raising the stock of public housing within the TOD SEP areas, within the short term or the accord period?
Yeah, we have to coordinate it with our whole portfolio. So we are under this budget to be delivering the 8,400 homes. So we have to do it as part of that, as a holistic approach to the whole pipeline, because we have needs everywhere, not just in the TOD precincts. And we have to look at it, respond to the needs of the waitlist and the cohorts and all across the state. So that's our framework in which we're looking at it.
So the constraint is what's written in the budget, basically. If there was more in the budget, you would be planning for more.
But holistically, it is, we're always planning for more, we're always looking, but we have to respond to the needs across the whole state. not just
So
the
for
Todd
instance,
precincts.
Yeah, no, I realise that. Thank you. Ms Munro.
I had a question for Ms Jones about the build-to-rent market, which presumably is going to grow pretty significantly, and particularly in these Todd areas quickly. What's the, and we heard earlier evidence about the complexity of strata schemes and how build-to-rent actually might provide a more simple solution for people to get into housing more flexibly and with less responsibility or risk. So what's the interaction between you and your office and build-to-rent providers in how to ensure that these, I guess their services as much as they're delivering homes are going to be working in the interests of residents?
So to date, and I'm almost coming up to a year in the role, I've been meeting with different types and forms and shapes of build-to-rent providers. Everything from superannuation organisations that are invested in build-to-rent to organisations that are known internationally to be successful at this model. And mostly I've been talking to them about what are the barriers, because our build-to-rent market is really in its infancy right now in New South Wales, and there's an incredible opportunity, as you've pointed out, through the Todd programme to support more build-to-rent programmes. So I'm certainly a champion for that. I think we need more diversity in the rental market. We talked about in our submission, I talk about it all the time. We're relying on mum and dads, investors to do the heavy lifting, and I think it's it's an opportunity to take the burden off their shoulders. There's other types of suppliers that can be in the market, and there's other ways for investors to get in the market too, whatever your investment amount is available to you. So I would say that yes, I'm having ongoing discussions with build-to-rent providers, and all of the feedback, I take that back to central government and also to planning, so that I'm ensuring that anything that I'm hearing they're aware of.
So do you think we'll get a firm framework around how build-to-rent providers will need to operate and the parameters in which, I guess they need some clarity, but obviously renters need protections and certainty and consistency as well?
I would say that this programme and also the programme to deliver the Housing Accord is really providing an opportunity to set some confidence to investors at all different types about how they can invest confidently in New South Wales, and I hope to continue to work on that as it develops in whatever form that might take. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, just one from me, given that we've got a couple of minutes. This is one out of left field, but please feel free to take it on notice. Earlier today, we received evidence from Professor Kathy Sherry from the Macquarie Law School. She spoke about issues to do with the law underlying the government's understanding of strata titles, and said that she had been able to identify, as had her colleagues, a number of issues where she believes that there was a misunderstanding of how the law should actually operate. And having a very clear understanding of strata title was absolutely critical, particularly now if we're moving further in. And she has suggested, for instance, and I'm not advocating this, but a department of strata titles within the government. Leaving aside the issue whether there should be a department, the issue about that she's raised, and she knows clearly what she's talking about, that there are issues associated with perhaps a lack of understanding of all the implications of strata. Do you believe that that's something that needs to be looked at in relation to in relation to the ongoing issue about the development of Todd and indeed existing strata projects as well?
Well, I will say I work within New South Wales Fair Trading, where the Property Services and Strata Commissioner also works, and this is a critical component of his role, is around ensuring that people understand what it means when you do put strata title and then how to manage it. There are a number of reforms that are underway, and if there's a particular question that you'd like me to take back on notice for the department, I can do that.
Please, I'd welcome, given we've received that evidence. It's something I hadn't heard before, but I think it is worthwhile pursuing. And so please, if you could take that on notice, that'd be great.
No problem.
Yes, please.
Just listening to the conversation, I guess I've been distracted by talking to you about the fact we've chased the risky players out of the market and starting to make the market look much more attractive to the ones that we want in the market. Listening here to Michael, that what we should take note of is that over the last 10 or 15 years, community housing providers have become a very, very mature and capable market. They are really, really hitting their straps now. They are the chosen co-developer with private developers now. So there's a cohort of developers out there that are really going to step into working with CHPs going forward. I've been to a couple of the projects now where CHPs and private sector development partners are working extraordinarily together with great product, really targeted at what people need. The one recently out at Penrith that I went to the opening of is just a good example of the fact that this CHP market now has become very mature and very able. So I think everything we could possibly do to enable CHPs to do more faster, because they now have worked out how they can actually align with competent, trustworthy developers and builders to deliver this stock. So I put a lot of emphasis on them because they are potentially the most legitimate developer in a way to start new stock. So you should just note that they're an outstanding cohort of people that have got statewide capacity to deliver new stock.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, well, perhaps on that positive note, I think that concludes our session. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time, and anything that was taken on notice, the Secretariat will be in contact with you about that. But thank you for giving your time today.
Thank you.
Well,